Hello, everyone. Today we have the 5 day of the Global Digital Week, and is here with me Susana Nila, one expert in technology. So, welcome, Susana.
Hello, I'm very glad to be here, and especially because of the topic that we are going to be addressing along the day. That is like this piece of information that everybody would like to know and learn from that.
Yeah. Let's talk about a little bit what is the difference between the companies or organizations that they do disruption, because disruption is doing something really different. It's like I explore other side of the story. So let us know a little bit what do you think about disruption, because no most of the companies they achieve this goal.
That's right, especially in these times that are characterized by ambiguity, but volatile situations that nobody sometimes can identify, like the bankruptcy that we witnessed a few days ago. For companies looking to be more innovative and giving the opportunity to new possibilities in their businesses is very relevant to work with this environment where nobody knows if everything is going to be successful as they plan in the first stage. No, but even with this circumstance, they are open to help others to envision new possibilities within their sectors, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
yeah,
very,
totally.
very valuable.
Yeah, and I remember that you once time you said that the difference between one big company, an innovative company, and another small companies is that they are looking for new formulas all the time, right? So this is something that is different about these companies, that they are creating new things, exploring the different solutions with new technology. So I think that is something that we need. Is more related to the culture as well of the companies. What do you think?
The culture, and again this attitude to be open to change, but not just because change is something good, but because it gives the opportunity to be closer to providing a very good experiences to our customers, and
Mhm.
especially in challenging times that we are facing. So this is like a commitment with providing our customers new possibilities through improvement, but also through innovation. So
Yeah.
this is very, let's say, this is something that we need to recognize, and that we can also learn from these companies, how we can be open to change, to innovation, but especially with this focus on providing better experiences to our customers.
Yeah, totally. And actually, with the advance of technology, I think that it's hard to maintain, this innovation, because right now we have several propositions. And actually, I want to share, Susana, the one case, because the last week, the business intelligence team they did an super interesting case, try to identify what are the same factor with the leaders of the brands that they have the leadership in each category. And something that they identify is that brands, they are always looking for the trends. Okay, they are always trying to identify how I need to
Okay.
use this technology. And the case that they developed, it was related with the Starbucks. And Starbucks is pretty interesting because they sell coffee, right? So they was checking all the possibilities in the metaverse as well, the NFTs, etc. But it's something important, because if you are a leader, your customers expect that you share the trends, right? That you use the brand in that fields. So it's so interesting because they are looking for new formulas, and I think that is the base of disruption, right?
Totally true, especially because if we think about leadership as a company, and you are open uh, to use these new technologies and to open a conversation with your customers, but also with other companies in your field, this gives the opportunity to be um, very active in this arena of innovation, which is very good. I mean, it talks about leadership in terms of a company being open to new things, to new experiences, to new even to new possibilities of a product or of a business unit to face the birth, let's say, as a result of
Mhm.
identifying these new trends or the feedback they receive from customers and other companies, and even companies that are not in the same field. You
Yeah.
probably, I mean, because you can build a different network and be more active in, like I said, in terms of what the future can be. And we
Yeah,
were
exactly.
also in other conversations have talked about how positive it is to be part of the people who is building the possibilities in the in terms of future, that just being someone that is very passive, receiving the results of others' actions.
Yeah. Something that is interesting is that it depends about the culture of each company, but as well is related with the exploration. I mean, in several companies they have several positions, and like the innovation department, or maybe the product development or business development, you know. But
Mhm.
most of the time is people that they are exploring the future, exploring opportunities. And I was thinking that maybe a good term in order to put it in this way is maybe we can develop the chief exploration officer. I mean, you need to have a small team that they explore the trends, right? That they explore how to use the artificial intelligence, no, how to use blockchain in their company, in our company, right? Because this is not something that is happening every day. I worked for as a consultant many years, more than 20 years, and
Well,
I didn't notice that there is a small team in order to carry technologies inside of the company. So I think that it's important to have this position, an exploration team, in order to understand deeply the technologies. Maybe one example, Susana, is when some brands they send a small team to the CES in Las Vegas in order
mhm.
to check the trends. But it's like my proposition is a little bit more like having a special team that they can understand deeply how to use technology, alliance, you know, an exploration team in order to do this growth faster. What do you think?
Yes, we were talking about how a company can be a leader in
Mhm.
their area by embracing innovation. But you are right, not all the members of the company can connect the dots.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you need in this situation to have people that can receive the information as a team, but also that can be able to connect the dots and prepare that information to explore the possibilities for the company through a different projects. And we were also talking about if in terms of the people who are the leaders of these areas,
Mhm.
also need to be very passionate about the topic they are working with through the project, right? Because it's going to be something that is going to give a different potential to the project. Uh,
Yeah, totally. So we have in this day a lot of these cases. Let me share with the audience. we have experts, global experts related with Omniverse, like Mukundan in India, or for example, Marta, that is the global head of Lenovo of immersive technologies, Max Rivera in New York, that they are, Max is the global head of expansion of Snapchat. And something that is interesting, Susana, is that they are top global leaders, but as well, they work a lot with passion. They believe, you feel the energy when you talking
Mhm.
about with these guys. For example, Stefania Yawes. Stefania is one of the leaders of L'Oreal, and she is exploring new technologies in order to create value with the makeup and all that industry of beauty, right? So what do you think they related with passion and disruption?
Passion and disruption is also connected to be a dreamer in your own field. I mean, it's not just to be good, but also to be a dreamer that is capable to bring their dreams into reality. So it's a very special combination that, as you said, and because it's not all the time about getting the recognition by following, I mean, to be part of the status quo. Here is sometimes you are going to face many challenges, and also people is not going to believe in you and the results all the time, but it doesn't matter. You need to continue working very hard and being very I mean, be very motivated to get the
Yeah,
highest results for the
and
project.
both, because there are a lot of risk in these fields, and you are creating the whole
Something new.
new, yeah, everything is new. And I think that is, in this space is not, I think that is not innovation. Here is create new things that it doesn't exist previously. So it is amazing to having you here in this conversation, Susana. It was a pleasure to share this thought, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, and I recommend you to follow also the trends that are going to be published by our institute, as are very good material for all those companies that are interested in innovation, right?
Yeah, and actually, you are a teacher in several universities, so maybe as well the universities, they can use these materials, all the content of the institute. What do you think? Because sometimes you have digital resources in order to train the students.
Yes, it is said that you can have the theory, but how
Yeah,
you apply those concepts into reality is always very, very valuable. And especially because when you work with reality, I mean, theory is a model. So once you have the opportunity to work with reality, you need to be able to adapt, to make decisions while having the different challenges. So this is what is very important for the students to identify how these leaders, how these companies have been disrupting partners in the the business arena, and how they faced the mistakes, how they face challenges, how they face situations where nobody were sure in terms of the results that they were looking for. So it's
Hi, I'm Scott Rawlings. I'm really excited to be here today to talk about the metaverse and what HP is doing right now today to lean into the future of the metaverse. And I'll be talking about how commercial applications and solutions are able to scale virtual reality and augmented reality securely. And I want to say a big shout out and thank you to the Global Metaverse Forum. We're super appreciative to have this opportunity to speak to you today, and look forward to connecting with you all in the audience, hopefully in the not too distant future, as you're looking for opportunities to build out your virtual reality solutions. So without further ado, let's get into the presentation. At HP, we're all about reinventing reality. And in our commercial XR group, we realize how important it is to take a solutions approach. And so during this session, we'll be talking about what the different parts of an XR solution look like, how they fit together, and how our platform makes it easy to scale an end-to-end solution within a commercial enterprise. Our vision at HP in our commercial XR group is to drive the most desirable, immersive XR ecosystem that naturally empowers all people to improve themselves. All of us who are part of the industry of commercial extended reality, augmented and virtual reality solutions, we're all agents of change. So as you guys in your enterprises work with companies like HP and other partners related to forming your solution, we're all in this together to make a huge impact on how people and organizations can reach unprecedented levels of individual and organizational well-being, performance, and efficacy for tangible results. So let's embark, if you're new to this, on this journey together. And if you're already working on solutions, we look forward to the opportunity to talk more about what HP is up to and how we might be able to help. One area where virtual reality has gained already broad adoption is in the architecture, engineering, and construction, and the product development and manufacturing spaces. In these applications, we can do high fidelity visualization at human scale for new projects with digital twins and new designs. We can actually make changes in real time to the designs and have key stakeholders understand intimately how those changes impact the design. And we can better understand the designs and the products we're developing right at the front end of development, mitigating mistakes or changes later in the process that could be quite costly due to the lack of understanding by these stakeholders that are part of this process. We're working with all kinds of platform providers like Dassault and Dassault sets of solutions, Autodesk, plugins like Inkscape that work with SketchUp and Rhino and Revit from Autodesk. We're working with key solutions from partners that include Unity and Unreal Engine from Epic, and many others. Again, the adoption is prevalent. If people in these industries have not already started adopting these technologies, I'm confident that they're already looking at these solutions. And again, HP is a great partner to be working with. We have lots of solutions to bring to bear on this, including PC-attached headsets and other solutions that can help you navigate to improve your business and impact your workflow. We work with many enterprises with a wide range of solution partners that cover the gamut from immersive visualization for CAD designs to ways to collaborate with that visualization, to collaborate more generally across functional teams, to rapidly develop training solutions as you get closer to bringing your solutions to market, and to supporting those solutions in new and innovative ways, and creating platforms to streamline the whole content development and content distribution process to your endpoints to transform your business with these exciting new technologies. We work with partners like Improve, that has a teleconferencing solution for immersive CAD collaboration, to companies like Glue that have spatial and event collaboration experiences. Mimbus has solutions for rapid skill development and training, and many other providers that we work with that have a huge impact on how we can transform the different functional areas of our enterprises with augmented and virtual reality. There's so many great examples of companies doing exciting work out there in the space of commercial work with virtual reality and augmented reality. Some of the partners we work with include Pixo VR, that is transforming workplace safety with virtual reality training. Mindesk is a great example of immersive CAD development right within VR. Periop Sim is transforming operating room simulation for training nurses on how to better handle the tools during difficult and complex procedures. Victory VR is a great company that is developing immersive training content for K through 12 and higher education, including biology and health areas and so many others. And Ovation, for example, for soft skills training, has a great solution for improving public speaking, again through simulating and trial and error as we give presentations over and over. That repetition, along with feedback and simulation, is a great way for us to improve our public speaking skills. There are so many other solutions that we could bring forward, but hopefully that gives you a taste of the broad range of VR solutions out there today that are making a huge impact on how we learn and how we work and how we improve our performance in the skills that we execute every day during our work. All these solution providers are doing such exciting work, and they're doing this work to transform how we work and how we work with each other in a number of important areas. Obviously, how we connect with each other. Many of us working at a distance with the distributed teams, our ability to actually get into a shared virtual space around a digital three-dimensional object transforms how we can connect, how we can create, and how we can collaborate to get our work done. Obviously, how we learn is hugely impacted with the new training approaches that are being invented with virtual and augmented reality. Our retention rates are going up while the time it takes for us to train and develop new skills is going down dramatically. And this virtual reality is really, really having a huge impact on how we train and how we learn. As we think about how this new wave of extended reality technologies is going to impact our work life, we understand that it's a magic key to unlock human potential. As we've entered and gone through recently this COVID pandemic, we've understood that more of us have had to work from home. And in terms of having a lot more change in the workforce and needing to develop skills remotely with training that's being executed in new and different ways, we've seen technology be adopted for new ways of training at 35% increase pre-COVID pandemic. Collaboration has a lot to do with how we communicate and how we can work with each other immersively. And being able to do that at a distance when we're again locked in our homes through pandemic exercises, and with the likelihood that this may happen again and that history may repeat, these technologies have a number of innovative approaches that help us rethink solving difficult problems. And then finally, our workforces are becoming more distributed than ever. We're working from hotels, from home, from remote locations, and being able to create and connect with people collaboratively at a distance in new ways where we can still have that three-dimensional experience is only afforded with these immersive XR-type technologies. And then finally, being able to gamify being able to simulate past experiences for new approaches to post-traumatic stress or to phobia treatments, to physical therapy where we gamify to increase range of motion more rapidly and make it more fun and interesting, for being able to combine three-dimensional scans so that we can do new types of diagnostic that improve the results of that process and that give us surgery preparation in ways that are very unique and customized to the individual that's undergoing the procedure. There's so many ways that VR is transforming our well-being and the way that we learn and the way that we collaborate and create together. So now I'm super excited to introduce you to Jeremy Bailenson, who's doing some phenomenal work at Stanford University. Take it away, Jeremy.
In this garage, an industry was born. Literally, Silicon Valley started here. So in this garage, they were tinkering physically. At Stanford, what we tinker with is not tools like this. We tinker with virtual reality simulations and test what they do to the mind. My name is Jeremy Bailenson. I founded Stanford's Virtual Human Interaction Lab. I'm a professor that studies virtual reality. If you think about what makes us special, what makes all of us different from one another, there's of course a genetic component, but it's really about your experiences. If you think about the top 10 things who've made you, you, a lot of those are going to be 5-minute, really intense, wonderful, and maybe some not so wonderful experiences along our journey. What VR does is it gives you this fantastical experience that could be built by any programmer to do anything. However, the brain treats it as if it were real. And so working with HP, we're designing an amazing set of experiences that really make you rethink hard issues. And one of our lines of research for 15 years now has asked the question, how are we going to use VR to solve tough problems? And the paradigm of the virtual mirror is you walk up to a mirror, you put on the goggles, you're in virtual reality, and you see yourself. We've scanned your body and it looks like you, and then we hit a button and you become a different gender, a different race, and you then occupy someone's body, you walk a mile in their shoes. VR becomes a tool to study how other people experience the world and bridging that gap between the self and others. We treat virtual reality as a medium and we ask the big question, what is a person in an age where VR is everywhere? How is this medium going to change the world?
In augmented reality, we think about that technology being used for being on the job. If I have a question, if I'm operating the equipment in an unsafe way, if I need to bring up documentation on the fly while I'm operating the machine for something that I don't do very frequently, if I need to call an expert to have them help me with a temporary situation that I have or to troubleshoot a problem, these are all great applications for being on the job and being able to bring in help or expertise either through specific kinds of assets and three-dimensional overlays onto the machine, or by being able to call people and to be able to interact where they can see what I'm seeing and we can have visual communication in an immersive way with augmented reality. So virtual reality before I get on the job, with training, with simulation. Again, it may also be used for well-being, for meditation, for soft skills training, and for certain kinds of therapeutic applications. And then augmented reality, at least in a commercial setting, is very often used for while I'm on the job. So within our companies and our enterprises, as we're thinking about addressing a challenge or an opportunity with extended reality type of technologies, we need to look for a trusted partner. And we need to think about exactly what it is that we need. We need to provide a better customer experience. We need a solution that has return on investment and that makes the most of those investments and that drives the revenue that we expect. We need a solution that will shorten our development cycle times and that will make sure that we're working in ways that are leveraging all the skills of our people in the most efficient and effective way possible. We need a solution that's secure from end to end. So as we work with a technology partner who's helping us form up these solutions, we want to make sure that we have the trust that we need in their IT and their technology security capabilities. And then finally, we need a solution that's manageable and reliable and that streamlines how we can update our devices, how we can manage content to those devices and content to our workforce, and how all of that provides the analytical insights that we need to make sure that we're driving that revenue and that ROI that we were talking about. And then finally, we need a partner who can support the solution globally, as many enterprises have distributed workforces and distributed solutions and customer bases that are global. And so these are some of the high-level things that we understand at HP that are going through the minds of our key stakeholders within the enterprises that we serve. As we think about virtual reality solutions, typically we're going to take one of two approaches. Number one, we're going to consider what we call PC-attached VR. And that's where we have a VR headset that's connected to a laptop or a desktop that's VR ready. And we're actually running the VR applications on the computer, and we're experiencing them typically on a headset, a VR headset that's tethered to the computer. So the VR headset becomes a stereoscopic display for that computer that includes interactive hand controllers. And obviously that headset's also tracking our head in 6 degrees of freedom with X, Y, Z, and pitch, yaw, and roll. Now the second approach that we might consider is what we call all-in-one or standalone virtual reality. And that's where we have a VR headset that has the compute built into the headset, so we don't need a separate computer. That's obviously more mobile. It has more or less instant on. It has a simple phone-like interface. Typically all the content is stored on the memory on the device. It's easy to ship or to put in a suitcase or a travel bag. And so again, it's convenient, it's relatively inexpensive. It won't have the high fidelity VR experience that a computer will have with the high power GPU, but for many VR applications, the 3D rendering capability of that headset will be sufficient for the application that it's being used for. So again, the trade-offs are high fidelity, high power compute with a laptop or a desktop attached to a PC attached VR headset, or an all-in-one or standalone VR solution where everything is built into the headset, which will have benefits for, again, ease of deployment, mobility, ease of use, and some ease of maintenance type of trade-offs. So typically, any enterprise who's looking to deploy a solution, if they're looking for workflow-based solutions for product development and architecture, engineering, and construction, in many cases they actually may favor a PC-attached VR headset. And for other applications where mobility, ease of use, and where the rendering quality is good enough on a standalone VR headset, that will be the preferred solution. So that brings us to our HP's recently announced back in April of this year platform solution we call HP Extend XR. And what HP Extend XR is it's a solution that solves many of the problems plaguing anybody who's scaling out with the standalone or all-in-one VR headset solution. These are typically Android-based devices running with the latest and greatest Android cell phone GPU and CPU chipsets that drive our most advanced cell phone technology. And these all-in-one headsets are really awesome solutions for scaling out a lot of different kinds of VR applications within your enterprise. But they are a challenge to scale in the hundreds to thousands of deployments. They're not always that easy to set up at that scale. Very often, it's not easy to distribute content and keep the content up to date on the devices. Because these devices are often consumer-first devices, they might be intimidating with their user interface for a lot of enterprise applications. And so there are a number of challenges that we need to tackle when we're putting together a VR solution in the commercial setting. And that's why we've spent the last 2 years developing HP Extend XR. It addresses all of those challenges and more. The first thing that it does is it makes it simple and straightforward to set up the devices and get them all provisioned the way they need to be able to deploy at scale. It makes it really easy to deploy apps and content and to make sure that those devices are easy to keep up to date with firmware and operating system as well as the content. And then we're able to control the headset experience with an enterprise-grade launcher that keeps it simple and straightforward and presents the apps that should be available based on IT decisions by those managing the deployment. And so we're excited to tell you a little bit more about our HP Extend XR solution. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive now. So the first thing that we're looking for when we're looking to scale out VR solutions is a platform that can support more than one vendor's device. And so we're super excited to announce as part of our HP Extend XR platform that we support the all-in-one VR devices from Pico Interactive and from HTC with their Vive Focus 3. The next thing that we need in a solution is to be able to scale quickly and with a simple setup. And so being able to streamline the provisioning of the devices, again, whether it's 5, 50, 500, or even 5,000 devices, being able to do that with one or two people and to do it at that kind of scale is another important aspect in your consideration when you're thinking about management platforms for XR devices. And then finally, we need a way to easily manage 360-degree videos that might have interactivity. Our Unity and Unreal Engine application developments or applications that we've developed with other platforms. And then being able to manage these devices remotely from a cloud browser type of interface where you've got complete control over who has access and what roles are defined for those who have access to the management console. And being able to see all the devices and also understand the analytics of how the devices are being utilized within your organization. Again, HP Extend XR has all of these capabilities and much more. We hope that if you're interested, you'll come visit us at hp.com/extendxr to learn more. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, okay, this is really cool, Scott. I've got multiple VR devices that are supported, and in the future, your platform, your HP Extend XR platform, will support augmented reality devices so that I can manage on the job or before the job solutions with one platform, and that you also support multiple devices from multiple vendors, so I can avoid vendor lock-in with different device platforms. and that this is really streamlined, so I don't need a lot of people to be able to manage large deployments within my organization. And it's simple to use. All that's cool, but what does this have to do with the metaverse? Well, as we think about the metaverse and where it's going, where we can share common spaces, we can collaborate in new ways, we can get work done in new ways. We may be going to events virtually in the future, at least at some level. And so much of the promise of the metaverse, how's what we're doing today leaning into that? Well, let's take a step back and say, okay, well, that we've got virtual reality, where when I put on the headset, everything's virtual. We have augmented reality, where I may be putting on glasses and I may have overlaid information where I'm viewing the real world with augmented information being overlaid onto my view. Or we may have mixed reality, which is where we see a convergence of augmented and virtual reality, where it can be all virtual, it can be blended 3D with the real world around us, or it could be a combination of blended 3D and simple 2D overlay that augments our view of the world. And so longer term, a lot of the pundits are seeing a convergence around mixed reality, where at some point far in the future, we won't need VR anymore. It will all be mixed reality. It will either be see-through or pass-through video mixed reality. And that's where the metaverse is going to start coming into its own. Now, it may be more than 5 years out before we have the metaverse, but it's the applications that we've talked about today, including the platforms like HP Extend XR, that are going to make it possible for us to build up the critical mass of adoption and create the experiences and the dedicated collaboration to get work done that starts the process of building out a more expansive and more broadly adopted metaverse. And so that's why I've spent so much time today talking about the commercial applications of virtual reality, and in the not too distant future, the commercial applications of augmented reality, and how being able to scale those solutions with platforms like HP Extend XR prepare us for the future, the exciting future of the metaverse that's coming in the not too distant future. I thank you for your time today. Again, huge thank you to the Global Metaverse Forum for inviting HP to participate, and we hope that you enjoy all of the sessions that are available on this broad and exciting event platform. Thank you and have a great day.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in to my presentation today. My name is Max, and I'll be speaking to you today about a subject that I am really passionate about, which is the augmented reality technology and innovation that we're seeing happen in front of our eyes. So when we think about these new terms like metaverse and all these new buzzwords that we hear out there, there's so many aspects of it, but today we're going to talk about augmented reality specifically. And so to begin with, I'd like to start with some basic definitions of what is augmented reality, why is it different, or what's the role that augmented reality has within this conversation about metaverses and about the future of the digital world. And so to begin with, just to have a very simple definition, and then we'll take a look at a more maybe complete definition of what augmented reality is. But in the simplest form, augmented reality is just a digital layer that is overlaid on top of the real world, on top of the physical world that we see around us. And one of the key differences with augmented reality and other technologies that we hear about today, like metaverses and virtual reality, is that your customers are using augmented reality today. And we're going to see some data behind this to prove it. But that's one of the main differences, is that augmented reality is not some distant technology of the future that's coming 10 years from now, 5 years from now. It's not this vision that we have. It's actually a reality. It's happening today, whether we realize it or not. And again, we'll take a look at some examples of how much people are using augmented reality, how are they using augmented reality, and how can you use it for your business to really start to embrace this new technology. Another key point with augmented reality is that while a lot of people are using it today, it's also steadily growing very, very fast. So over the next 2-3 years, it is expected that 75% of the global population is going to be using augmented reality with a very high frequency. You can see here some of that data for the current year. There's already mass scale in this technology. And again, that's one of the main differentiators with other technologies we hear about, whether that's, again, VR, metaverses, these other kind of new things that are coming around. Augmented reality has been around for a while and really has mass scale today. Some other differences between augmented reality and maybe old formats or old ways of using technology is that augmented reality is all about living a story, being part of that story, and not just being a passive audience member that is just listening to a great story. With augmented reality, you can really live in and take part in that storytelling. And one of the differences with VR specifically is that VR is more about escaping from the real world or creating a completely new world, versus augmented reality, which is really about engaging with our real world. And we really believe that the world is great and beautiful, right, and wonderful, and it offers many great things. And so instead of really escaping the great real world that we live in, we think it's much better to think about how can we make that world even richer, even better, by augmenting that with augmented reality. Here's one example of what we're doing at my company, and how we're using augmented reality to make the real world a little bit better for users, giving users new utilities, new use cases, and also giving businesses new tools and ways to connect with consumers. And so the company that I'm representing here today is Snap Inc., which we call a camera company. You might have heard Snap being positioned as a camera company. And we're most well known by our main product, which is Snapchat, a mobile application, a software, a camera software. And there's many use cases for Snapchat, which you may be aware. We have a map, and the map is filled with avatars, which is great within kind of this new metaverse conversation. We've had avatars for many years within our platform. We have a chat functionality. A lot of people forget that chat, is in the name of the application. So one of the main use cases of the application is to chat with your close friends. And then we have stories, great content. We have Spotlight, so a lot of really great viral content that users can watch. But the main functionality of Snapchat is really the camera, which is the center screen, and is the thing that you see every time you open the application is this camera. And it's where users are playing with augmented reality and using all these experiences today. Other than Snapchat, we also have Spectacles, which are our AR glasses, camera enhanced, and with displays within the glasses themselves. And we've been developing this hardware product, for many years now. We started the journey back in 2016, and just last year we released our first version of fully AR-enabled camera glasses that we really think are going to be the future. And I'll give you a quick glimpse here on what are we doing with this kind of product and how augmented reality looks like in this product that is available again today. It's not a product of the future, it's a product of the present.
The possibilities of AR are alive and endless. With every advance in tech, we actually allow humanity to express itself more fully with each other, more connected.
Come here.
So what wearable AR means for the future is that computers are going to start to see from a more human perspective. When you couple that with voice ML, yes, 3D hand tracking, connected lenses, no longer is the brain just in your pocket. You're now allowing technology to see from your own perspective.
The way that we interact with the physical world is with our hands. So that's why hand tracking is a very important step in merging the digital and physical world together.
Voice ML is going to give us the opportunity to have a frictionless interface.
Let's try this one. Place it here.
We can very easily call up anything that we need at any point. Orange.
Make that gesture with your hand and you'll plant the seed.
You're going to have new experiences that are all just based on words in new ways.
Connected lenses is simply about bringing people together in a shared space. I imagine a world where people are more connected and go out and explore together.
Lens Studio makes developing for AR more accessible for creators by lowering all the barriers to entry. And with these advancements in technology, we're actually allowing us to express what's been inside all along and open opportunities that were not even possible. Create the world you want to see.
So that's about our Spectacles product, and we're going to break down a bit, some of the things that we were able to see in this product, in this video. And we're going to talk for the rest of the presentation about all of the augmented reality features and offerings that we have here at Snap. And again, how you can leverage this for your business, understanding how consumers are using it. So as I had mentioned before, I'd love to give a bit more specific definition of what augmented reality is. And so I'll read just a couple of the words that are here on the screen, but essentially augmented reality uses machine learning through the camera to be able to identify or track objects and recognize what they are. So through machine learning, the camera is able to recognize if what it's looking at is a face, if it's where the mouth is within that face, where the eyes are. It can recognize the shape of hands. It can recognize wrists. It can recognize where is the sky, where's the floor, if it's looking at a dog or a cat. So it uses machine learning to really be able to make the camera intelligent and know what it's looking at. Once the camera knows what it's looking at, then it's able to trigger special effects based on what it recognizes, and then overlay either 3D assets or 2D assets, images or videos based on what it recognizes. So for example, at Snapchat, we're very famous for putting dog ears on top of your head, and when you open your mouth, having a dog tongue come out, right? That's that technology. It looks very simple. It's a very simple kind of toy, but it's using very advanced machine learning and image recognition to know exactly where your head is, to put the ears, to know when you're opening your mouth versus having your mouth closed, and then putting that tongue that comes out. And just like that, you can very quickly then take that same technology and apply it for things that are a bit more complex or utilitarian, like identifying where your feet are and then putting a pair of sneakers directly onto your feet so that you can see what a new pair of Nike shoes or Gucci shoes look like and how they would fit on you. So you can really take that same technology and apply it in ways that are very impactful or just fun and entertaining. Both are totally okay. This is a more advanced, complex definition of what augmented reality is. But to make it simpler and to understand that this technology is really here today, here are some great examples on how people are using it today. And maybe they don't realize that this is AR, that this is augmented reality, that there's machine learning. We like to take all of that complex kind of technological jargon and make it a lot simpler. And make it easy for people to use and fun. And we've been doing that for over 10 years now. And you see the product and the results that we get here, right? And I'm sure many of you maybe have tried these experiences yourself and have fun with them. There's millions of people that use these and have a lot of fun with this kind of technology. Just to put that really into perspective, here at Snapchat, there's over 200 million people that use augmented reality every single day. And they're using it for over 30 times a day. So it's a massive frequency, massive scale. Just to put this into perspective, I believe Netflix today has just under 220 million subscribers worldwide. That's monthly subscribers, right? People that are subscribed constantly. We're talking about daily usage here in the case of augmented reality on Snapchat. And there's other interesting data points when you look at other social media platforms and the scale that they have. This is really massive when you compare it to how people are using internet and social media and different platforms. And I want to reemphasize the frequency in which they're using it and what they're doing with augmented reality. So they're not just using it, one time a day. They're actually using it more than 25 times a day on average. So in total, there's 6 billion people interacting with AR lenses on Snapchat every single day, right? So it's a massive, massive number. 200 million people use it every day, 25 times per day. We have 6 billion times a day of AR playtime. So it's really, really massive. And that usage is important because, again, it's really important to understand that this technology is here today. It's not a distant technology, as I mentioned before. It's really something that's happening today. And so there's a massive opportunity for your businesses, for your companies, to find consumers where they are, to be ahead of the competition and adapt these new consumer behaviors and really start to understand how you can leverage them for your business. And just to clarify again, this is just on Snapchat. This is just on our application. People are using augmented reality also outside of Snapchat in many other apps in many other ways. And so this is not just a solution for Snapchat. This is not just a technology that only lives in Snapchat. In fact, it lives, in many other channels and platforms. And that's why it makes it really important for companies to understand how you can leverage it. And here at Snap, we're thinking about how we can extend the technology beyond just Snapchat. And so we're starting to partner with companies to be able to bring augmented reality to their own applications and to their own channels. Here you see two great examples of that. The first one is with Puma, and directly into their app, our technology is powering their augmented reality product try-ons. So you can try new Puma sneakers thanks to the Snapchat AR technology. And similarly, on Samsung phones, directly in the default camera app, you're able to activate Fun Mode, which again is powered by Snap AR technology to be able to give users a more fun experience in Samsung's camera app. So a lot of exciting use cases. And at Snap, we really believe it's going to be a huge technology, not just for Snapchat, but way beyond outside of Snapchat specifically. And so when we think about all of this, we think about an ecosystem that requires for businesses to understand how can they create augmented reality, and then how can they distribute augmented reality? How can they get this in front of people, right? Once you have a piece of augmented reality created, how can you make sure you're reaching as many people as possible? How can you make sure you're reaching the right target audience for that augmented reality? And that's how we think about in the ecosystem here at Snap. And so we think about this flywheel. So we'll talk about specifically how you can leverage creation tools that we offer, and then how you can get this in front of the right people. So to start, we're going to look at some opportunities or some features on creating augmented reality. And just off the bat, I'd like to say that it seems like this might be very complex, very costly, that it might take a long time to do so. And that was true maybe 5-6 years ago. But today at Snap, we've done a lot of work to make this really, really easy for businesses to develop. And so first, we offer several free tools, software that you can use directly online, or software that you can download. This first one that you're seeing here on the screen is called Lens Web Builder. It's actually my favorite tool because I'm not a designer, I'm not a developer, I'm not an engineer, and this tool is built for people like me, maybe like you, that we don't know how to create 3D assets, but in this tool you can leverage pre-existing 3D assets and just combine them with your logo, with your slogan, with your product image, and very quickly be able to create a custom 3D AR asset for your brand. It takes a few minutes just to create that, and you're kind of seeing that in the screen there in the example of how it works. If you wanted to produce something a lot more advanced, we also offer a software that you can download onto your computers. It's called Lens Studio, and this offers all of the features that you've seen from Snapchat. And here you can code, you can use templates. It's both easy and advanced if you have the skills and capabilities to really go deeper. And for this software, we have many, many companies that we've partnered with that brands can hire in order to develop more advanced, customized AR experiences. And you might ask yourself, okay, you figure out how to create this. What can I create? What should I be creating? So one of the insights that we've learned over the years is that 74% of Snapchat users want to use augmented reality for shopping. And we think that's one of the biggest opportunities for companies and from brands, is to really take their e-commerce experience to the next level, leveraging augmented reality. So what does this look like? For users, it means being able to discover new brands, new products, browse through virtual stores, and be able to find new products or discover new collections. Of course, as we've talked about and seen some examples, it means trying on products and buying them directly. So not just being able to see an image, of a pretty model or somebody that looks, really good in an edited photo in a studio. This is actually trying the product in the comfort of your home, directly onto yourself, and being able to decide whether you want to buy it or not, and take that buying action right away. So for us, the way that we think about it at Snap is that it goes from just thinking, this product looks good, to this product looks good on me. And you see here some examples. This spans from beauty and makeup to different kind of clothing accessories, full body outfits, and many different other applications in which you can do product try-ons. Beyond product try-ons, we've also seen many companies start to embrace digital wardrobes and really expanding the imagination and being able to create completely digital collections, completely digital fashion. And we see very exciting new features coming in this space specifically. And in that same line, I mentioned before our avatars, which are Bitmoji, you may be familiar with. Maybe you have a Bitmoji yourself. In fact, it's the most popular avatar in the world, with over 1 billion users having a Bitmoji avatar to date. And here we're partnering with a lot of exciting retail brands to be able to create clothing for these avatars. And you see here some examples from Nike, from Polo, where you can dress your Bitmoji with real clothing from these brands. So that's on the creation side and how you can apply the different technologies here. Now let's talk about distribution, right? You have your augmented reality piece. And one of the biggest challenges with some of the new technologies like AR, like VR and metaverses, is that not a lot of people are using these technologies, and it's hard to find the right audience, the right target audience for that technology. In the case of AR, that's completely different. We'll take a look at the different opportunities. So first, at Snap, we offer for companies to have public profiles for their businesses in order to distribute the augmented reality experience to the Snapchat user base. And so different than maybe profiles on other social medias here, the profiles are really centered around AR. We offer companies the ability to have a catalog of AR experiences that lives directly on their profiles. And there's no comments, any of that kind of stuff to worry about or to have to moderate. Really here is just users being able to find the augmented reality experience from your brand, from your company. here are some examples of how companies are already doing this, from Gucci to Adidas and many others, that completely offer an augmented reality catalog directly on their Snapchat profiles. Beyond that, we also offer advertising. So many of you maybe are doing advertising campaigns on Facebook, on Google, on other platforms, and are familiar with doing digital marketing and being able to buy and maybe bid on a specific action or target a specific audience based on age, on lifestyles, on locations. You're able to do all of those same functionalities and apply them to augmented reality. So I always like to say augmented reality advertising on Snapchat is both as easy and advanced as doing a digital campaign on any other social or online platform. And finally, of course, as I had shown before, we think augmented reality should also live outside of Snapchat. And so we offer different ways in which companies can take their Snapchat augmented reality and extend it to other social channels, do email marketing campaigns, put it in store, put it on billboards, and even on their product themselves. And you see here some great examples on how you can augment your products through augmented reality. And just to wrap up, all of this is great, but if it doesn't drive real results, then it actually, doesn't matter as much and it doesn't have as much impact. And we've seen so many studies and so many success stories from brands that are embracing that technology. In fact, we see that there's a 94% higher conversion rate when you engage with augmented reality experiences. So it is a great opportunity, and regardless of what industry you're in, there's already ways in which you can be applying augmented reality to your business and creating real impact, not just innovating, not just doing something new, but actually creating impact for your businesses and your brands. Just to wrap up, a quick recap of how easy it is to try augmented reality on Snap. And as we talked about, one of the main messages that I hope it's clear is that AR is here today, is not something of the futureverse. It's not something that is coming down the line. It's really the present, but it's also the future. And at Snap, we're super excited about what's coming down and how much more this technology is going to develop, of how it's going to develop once we have more of these glasses in people's hands, and partnering with companies like you to think about what that future look like is really what excites us here at Snap. And we hope we're able to work together to build this future together. So with this, I'm going to wrap up and just thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. We'll love to hear from you. We'd love to hear about how we can partner together and any of your questions that you might have regarding augmented reality and just the metaverse in general. So thank you so much for your time, and I'm wishing you the best.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Mukundan Govindraj. I'm a solution architect for Omniverse from NVIDIA. I've got over 15 years of experience working in building 3D worlds, building interactive worlds, digital twins across the various industries. All right, on today's session, we're going to talk about NVIDIA's Omniverse, and we'll see around how it empowers creators to create metaverses and digital twins. And we'll also see some pretty cool videos, show reels, and also some interesting use cases. So you must have, you've been hearing this a lot on the internet, right? Metaverse. And of course, through social media as well. And more likely, your company is already working on a strategy for Metaverse too. And some of the audience whom you're watching this video, either you are already building a Metaverse or consuming the Metaverse, either one of the two. But whenever we do that, we keep revisiting this fundamental question. What is the Metaverse? And of course, there can't be one answer justifying, as it's constantly changing. But simply put, it is the next evolution of the internet. Today, majorly we interact with the digital worlds through a flat screen, two-dimensional interface, be it your laptop or your mobile device. The metaverse is meant to extend all these two-dimensional, flat displays into AI-driven three-dimensional spaces. We are talking about connected virtual worlds, or the virtual extension of a physical world. So it's not only transforming the way we see things, it's also changing the way we live in a metaverse. The natural evolution of metaverse from the nascent stage it is in right now, and to the stage where it is going to become in the next few years, there is a huge demand for photorealism and a lean, handheld device, powerful data centers, and physically accurate worlds which obey all the laws of physics in the real world. And it will also be not inhibited just by human avatars. You will also see AI beings interacting with you. Now, we can look at metaverse as two components. One is the consumer version, and then we have the industrial metaverse. Consumer metaverse is all about how space lives, how the social experience can be enriched, and also to some extent decentralized payments. Right? So industrial metaverse on the other side is all about photorealistic visualizations and physically accurate simulations. So here we are talking about very precise simulation of a fire, very precise simulation of maneuver of robots. And we want them to obey all the laws of physics as it would in the real world. So there is an immense need for accelerating the current 3D world creation process. The volume of 3D worlds that we'll be creating and churning out in the next so many years is nearly impossible with the current computing power and in the current 3D pipeline that we are following, which is very linear, and also the available manpower. We are spending a lot of our valuable time and efforts into doing all those repetitive world-building tasks. The industrial AI, they also require a 1:1 scale, diverse, and accurate data in order to create these true digital twins. It's basically impractical and also in many cases impossible to create such data because we are talking about a digital twin where the foundation is not laid even in the real world. The only way to produce such data is by synthesizing it. And for the AI to be really successful in creating this data, we need to train them in a virtual environment, which is not only a visual replica of the real world, plus it should also obey all the laws of physics to an extent that whatever you simulate in the virtual world will be a true replica or a true digital twin of your real world. So I would like to talk about the major challenges that we are facing in the current industry, especially who is involved in building 3D worlds or digital twins for that matter. So firstly, we have already shifted towards a hybrid working model where a lot of us are working remotely, and most of our teams are sitting across the globe, and we are in a dire need to be collaborating seamlessly like we would in the real world. The 3D process by itself is a very complex process. For people, I'm sure, who's working on it, they could relate with it. The process is a linear, which means you start with modeling, then texturing, rigging, animation. The file has to go through literally several departments before it could be handed over to the developers. And then when there are feedbacks and changes, you again have to take it back to ground zero and then start making all the changes and then pass it on. So this is extremely time consuming and it burns a lot of energy. And during this process, it's creating a lot of data, which we are calling as data dump here. So after going through all these hazels, now when you try to go and make changes on top of it, we are actually in between, we are creating too many file formats. So when you're working on a DCC tool, they have their own file format. And then when you shift it to another tool, then there is a new format which gets introduced. So all the changes that you're doing on top of it, it never sits on move, it cascades down to the ground source, which means you're adding layers of information on top of it. And when you go and make some changes at the ground level, again, you are forced to make more changes on top of it. So in order to disrupt this entire system, we need something where you would have one single file format which will be universally accepted in world building so that you don't have to go through this hassle on a day in and day out. So Omniverse is purely present in order to address all these challenges. And Omniverse is a platform which lets you build and simulate virtual worlds, which are true replicas of real world. It is meant to accelerate the 3D workflows, and also it provides a powerful suite of tools, including ray tracing, physics simulations, and synthetic data generation. So you can quickly build virtual world by plugging Omniverse to your current pipeline, and you'll see what a kind of a difference it could bring on by saving a lot of time and efforts. Now let's watch a quick video, and from there we'll take it. So those are some of the interesting work where Omniverse is being used. So on the Omniverse enterprise platforms, users with different skill sets using different tools can collaborate seamlessly. It eliminates the tedious process of importing and exporting assets from while you're working on different DCC tools or game engines. So here is how. So on the left, you see the collaborators. So let me go and use a laser pointer. Yes. So these are the various collaborators. So you see a modeling, texturing, a modeling artist, and a sculpting artist. Then you have a texturing artist and a looked out person. And then you have level designers. So while they're working alone on their DCC tools of choice, they can collaborate in real time so that each one can see what the other person is doing, plus whatever changes he's trying to do. Either you wanted to save it separately, you could, or you can also cascade it down to the single source of file. And in the center, there is something called Nucleus. Nucleus is our storage and collaboration server, and which is one of the most powerful core component of Omniverse offering. So Nucleus is by default built on some of the path-breaking technologies which NVIDIA has been offering for the last 20 years, which includes physics, materials, realistic path tracing RTX renders, then also the powerful AI offering. Plus, in order to empower this entire ecosystem to work towards one single source of truth, the entire Omniverse is built on the foundations of Pixar's USD file format. So this is the most powerful format which is available right now, and it's also being considered to be the HTML of the metaverses. On the right, you see the RTX renderer. So using this, people can portal in and out. If you're a creative director or a client, you can simply portal into Nucleus with your DCC tool or some of your Omniverse application to see what is happening in the world building that the team is working on. And also, you can embed XR solutions through which you can see the beautiful worlds and the characters that you're building real time in AR and VR devices. Omniverse wasn't possible until now. First, we had introduced RTX technology, which completely disrupted the way real-time rendering happens. So initially there was rasterization, which was set as the standard for game engines, but then NVIDIA completely revisited the real-time rendering with RTX technology. So you get physically accurate, reactions because of the materials that we use there, and also photorealistic output purely because it was tuned and it was built on the powerful GPU's churning processing, which means you're able to get visually accurate and also at a very short time. Then GPU computes have already started taking over the entire world. So what initially used to be CPU-based data centers, now people have started understanding the power of GPU and have also started shifting, because GPU-based compute centers are highly scalable and it could provide you an output at a very short span of time. The third major bucket is the USD, which I already spoke to you about. So we want to have one single source of truth by using USD as the file format. So USD is a little beyond and above and beyond file format. It's not a format for your model or for texturing, but it's a format for your entire 3D world. It can have geometric information, can have textures, materials, animations, simulations, volumetric, or even particle, whatever it is, you can have them all there. Then NVIDIA has been already working heavily in creating synthetic data and simulations, which is again being one of the strong technology offering as part of Omniverse. So overall, when you start using Omniverse, you will see visible decrease in the time to deliver. And of course, you're saving a lot of cost there. And secondly, since it enables collaboration, it kinds of throttles the creativity and thereby also improves the end product output. Plus, while you're working on these entire ecosystems, since most of our operations are GPU-based, you are actually putting to use the maximum power of what a GPU can offer. These are the 5 foundational platform components which drives what NVIDIA Omniverse is. Nucleus, which we already saw, is nothing but our storage and collaboration server. So people working on DCC tools and game engines, they can simply connect with Nucleus so that they can start collaborating out of the box. Connect is nothing but a plugin which enables people to connect with Nucleus. So there are again different types of connectors, which we'll again see in detail in such shortly. Kit is the SDK, which is based on which the entire Omniverse applications are built. So there are microservices, there are applications and extensions, which all can be built using the base Git SDK. Then we are talking about physically accurate simulations, which is again powered by physics engine provided by NVIDIA. Plus, you can also do volumetric simulations using Flow, and also break some walls using Blast SDK. Then we have the powerful RTX renderer, which helps you visualize the beautiful world which you're already building in the most accurate, photorealistic way. So again, this is a very high-level architecture of how Omniverse Enterprise version sits in your current pipeline. So on the left, you see the various DCC tools that you will be working on. Then you connect to the nucleus, which is in the center, which acts like a storage. Plus, it can also run a lot of microservices, which will help you in your file management, user management, and also make your pipeline much more robust. Plus, there are a suite of applications which are provided out of the box from NVIDIA, which lets you start building these beautiful worlds and review them. And finally, you have the user interface, the end user application, which is running on workstations, laptops, and wearables, through which you can portal in and out of the virtual worlds. Just to reiterate again, USD is the foundation technology on which Omniverse is built. Just to give you some context, Pixar is known for pushing their boundaries and also continuously reinventing what they do. And they identified the major gaps that they are facing in their current industry, which is 3D and VFX. So they introduced USD as a format after 30 years of research, which kinds of answers all the shortcomings of the current pipeline, and it introduces a non-destructive pipeline where people can collaborate seamlessly. At the same time, you maintain also a source of the truth at one single source. Plus, it is highly scalable, and it's also very widely adopted across all visual industries, including art worlds, product design, and also robotics. It's highly extensible and very flexible. Plus, it also has some APIs using which you can programmatically control the scene that you're building. And there's a lot more to read about USD. I would highly recommend you to check out the documentation page. And also, there are a lot of videos available which talks a bit more about USD and its powerful features. So again, we saw a bit about Nucleus. Now I'm going to go in detail about what it is. It is your storage and collaboration engine. Let's say this is one of your DCC application, and then this could be your game engine. So what you will do is you will have to install the connector, which kinds of sits inside the client application. And whatever be the format your client application which it generates, it gets converted into a USD library, and then it will go and sit in the Nucleus server. So this enables people to work seamlessly. And only the first time when you open it might take some time for you to export the files. But the subsequent load is super fast because only the changes in file gets transmitted real time. Here is a quick video which will give you some insights on how real-time collaboration would work. On the top left, you see that one of the modeling art, there's a level design artist who is working on setting the levels. And right here, one of the texturing artists is using Substance Painter to create some beautiful artwork. And beneath that, we see one of the modelers who's creating a model on the fly. Right here, the entire level designing and the lighting is taken care in Omniverse Create. And what you see here is there are 4 different people working from 4 different places using 4 different tools, but all the interaction and collaboration happens seamlessly. So which means just saving a lot of time, and also it's boosting creativity to a different level. Again, Kit is nothing but the powerful SDK. So there is already a lot of solutions which you can use out of the box. But if you feel that there are some specific needs for your current 3D pipeline, and you want that flexibility to go and build a new feature, not to worry, you can simply go and start using Omniverse Kit, using which you can go and build an extension or a microservice, or put a lot of extensions together and create your own application. So this is a very interesting and a very powerful modular kit which is available, and you'll see how powerful it is only when you start using it. So when you talk about physics, there are actually 3 different types of physics. One is your real-time physics engine, and also if you would want to import physics from different physics engines that you might be already using, some engineering physics engines, yes, you can also do that. Plus, if you're working in a very accurate industrial problem which talks about very accurate physics simulations, then you can also use our NVIDIA's Modulus physics engine, which is built for industrial accurate physics simulations. It's very highly graphic intensive, but it's also very highly accurate, and a lot of clients use it for specific recreation of a physical real world physics. So if you look at the basic physics engine, you have 3 types. You can work with rigid bodies or soft bodies, plus you have a physics blast, which lets you play with fracturing and disruptions. And also using flow, you can create volumetric effects, which includes fire, smoke, blast, and a lot more than that. So once again, RTX Renderer is a scalable photoreal real-time renderer, which is again built on NVIDIA RTX tech. It's a renderer built to simulate a world as faithfully as possible, while also providing scalability to the users to increase quality. And also you can run it across multiple GPUs at the same time, which means it's going to cut down the final time to deliver to you. We can talk about it in detail, maybe as in a follow-up session. So look, out of the box, we have a couple of apps which I would like to talk about. We have a lot more than that, but these 2 powerful apps will come in really handy if you want to get started with Omniverse today. Go and download Omniverse Create, and its main purpose is to go and build beautiful worlds. So you have a lot of free assets, you have a lot of materials, and all the lightings that you would need to do with literally like a half an hour of a learning curve. If you already have some prior experience in some DCC or game engines, with less than half an hour, you can start building some really beautiful worlds. So that powerful it is. I would highly recommend you to download the app and play with it. Then we also have another app called Omniverse View. The main purpose of this app is to review the great worlds that you're building, and also the Omniverse View app is for people who do not have much experience working on hands-on, but for people who review. It could be your director, or it could be a creative director, or even in fact one of the CXOs. So now we'll just simply go through some of the industrial use cases. Again, we have a lot. Maybe we'll just handpick some of them and we'll go in detail about that. Yeah. So we go and understand some of the use cases. I also would like to suggest some early adopter use cases. What I mean by that is like, what can you do with Omniverse Create out of the box, like for early beginners? So you can use Omniverse to create a space for visual designs while you're working on a product design or even an archivist projects. you can simply go ahead and import your models, start lighting the scene in a very short span, start rendering and come with beautiful outputs. And it also helps you in real-time collaborations, which mean projects which require different people from different places to come together, creative jobs. You can start using those projects as well in Omniverse. For design reviews, it comes in very handy. Plus, if you're also working on virtual production, where you want to shoot an entire ad, or even for one of the movies, you can simply start using Omniverse Create, which gives you all the power to go and do virtual production. So here is a great collaboration between NVIDIA and Industrial Light Magic. You must be already aware what great job that ILM does. So we partnered with them in identifying and restructuring the entire process of 3D building and VFX pipeline. We are exploring several opportunities here and identifying the areas where we could improve, and we can also disrupt and make sure the efficiency is boosted to the maximum. The potential to improve the creative process through all the stages of VFX and animation pipeline will be highly transformative. With WPP, which is one of the world's largest creative agencies, we created a virtual production completely for one of the ads. So the entire ad was shot in virtually created space, including the vehicle and the forest that you're seeing in the background. So this actually helps you in saving a lot of cost and time that you would have otherwise spent in going and shooting in this real world. So with Volvo, we partnered in various aspects of car production, starting with research and also the design of the car itself. So this was a very successful use case for us. And we also realized that we have much, much more need for using collaboration and very photorealistic output during the design phase. DNEG is another VFX giant in the world with whom we are again partnering and simplifying and also seeing how we can boost the efficiency of various stages of production. I'm going to quickly show an example. So what you see here on the left and center, so this is how currently if you would want to review the file on a Play Blast for especially a complex character like this bear would look like, because hair simulation takes a lot of time, and in order to even render out a frame, we are talking about few minutes to an hour. But in the center, with the power of Omniverse, you are actually able to see the entire character along with the most complex hair simulation in real time. So this is actually giving a lot of power for the animator, because as an animator, when I'm working on an animation, if I'm going to work on a model like this, I may not be able to actually get to feel how it would look after it gets rendered out, because we are only animating the skeleton and the visible mesh, but on top of it, we are going to have a coat of hair which is completely ignored in a Play Blast. On the extreme right, if you see, we are also having another layer of interaction on top of what we can show real time. Here you also control the lighting, the environment, the camera angle, so that as an animator, I get super powerful perks in my hand so that my animation looks more real, and also I don't have to work on the blind spots, especially when I am animating, so I'm saving a lot of my time, and I'm channelizing all my efforts onto that camera angle, which I'm actually going to see in the output. So here is another comparison between a Play Blast and the same animation which is running real time on Omniverse Create. So on the right, you see all the post-processing effects, the fog, also the volumetric lights, and the materials also, it takes up realistic lighting. And as an animator, when I get to see this output while I'm building the animation, it gives me more decision-making power. At the same time, my output is also very well optimized. Let's see a quick show reel where we showcase some of the cool products that are built using Omniverse.
See you in Omniverse.
So now I'm just going to walk you through some of the commitments from NVIDIA and our path forwards towards empowering Metaverse. Metaverse requires a robust and a powerful computing platform to support linking the digital and the physical worlds together. NVIDIA has been building the core technologies over the last 2 decades, and these core technologies are so powerful and they are already empowered by the NVIDIA's high-performance computing platforms, from edge to the cloud. NVIDIA is committing to launch very powerful tools under the umbrella of neural graphics. So neural graphics, again, intertwines AI and graphics together. As if you remember, I've been mentioning about that even in the beginning, where we need more machines doing all the world building for us in order to meet the huge demand that is going to be created. Some of the examples of neural graphics includes Neural VDB, which is another powerful format, which would be much, much powerful than the OpenVD, which is available now. Plus, you will also be able to churn beautiful simulations at almost like 1/10 the size, plus 10x the more visual advantage. We're also talking about StyleGAN, which would be very helpful in creating photoreal humans. And also, you must have already tried Instant Nerve. Instant Nerve is another cool offering from NVIDIA, using which you can create visually replica of the real worlds by with just few photographs of the real world. You can take some 10 pictures of yourself and go and create a 3D version of yourself seamlessly at a very short span of time. And we will definitely continue to throttle more on the power of USD, and we'll also keep launching a lot more tutorials and also create the awareness of the power of USD. The centerpiece is NVIDIA's Omniverse Avatar Cloud Engine, or it can also be called Omniverse ACE. So it's a collection of cloud-based AI models and services which will be available for developers to build avatars seamlessly and pretty easily. With ACE, developers can build, you can configure, and also deploy their avatar application across any engine, either in a public or in a private cloud. This is still under development, and please keep an eye and subscribe to NVIDIA's newsletters for an early access. All right, this is what I wanted to present for the day. I hope this gives you a very good understanding of where NVIDIA is right now and how it is empowering creators, world creators, developers in order to create beautiful metaverses. And we cannot wait to see what cool things you are going to create. And make sure if you have something cool created on Omniverse Create, please do send it to our social media tweets, or you can also connect with me on LinkedIn and share what you're doing. Thank you.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending when you are. My name is Heitor Bravi. I am Pico XR Director for Sales and Partnerships, covering the team that is responsible for Southern Europe, North Africa, Turkey, and Latin America. Today we're going to talk a little bit about Pico XR, our enterprise solutions for you and your company if you're thinking about deploying virtual reality solution. Of course, you can count on us. I will present you all the necessary aspects of it and what Pico can offer you as a value proposition. So this is strictly confidential. If you need the presentation right afterwards, you're able to reach out to the organizers and they will send it over. So it's important to start with contextualizing it. Pico XR were recently acquired by ByteDance to enhance all the XR platforms of the company. XR is the abbreviation for extended realities, which is the umbrella term for virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. We will cover VR, virtual reality, right now in this presentation, which is the 100% immersiveness that you get out of using a VR headset. It's important to mention right now that a complete virtual reality solution or a complete immersive solution comprises 4 verticals: hardware, software, content, and support. From Pico, we work really close with software developers and content creators in order to guarantee compatibility and for all their creations and their developments with a vast array of algorithms and lots of elements that make the experience seamless. We also work with IP protection. We have a different array, quantity of patents. And as I mentioned before, Pico was acquired recently by ByteDance, so we continue to expand our, where our headsets are around the globe. When we're talking about enterprise, we from Pico, we see the market with 4 main verticals. Here you can see 3 of them: education, training, and healthcare. We do have several important deployments in each of these areas. Feel free to contact me afterwards, then we can further explore and advance each one of these verticals. Last but not least, location-based entertainment. As we are stepping out of the pandemic, people again will regain the streets, and they will be able to go for arcades in order to get access to immersive entertainment, of course, using Pico headsets. We have several deployments around the globe, and once again, feel free to contact me whenever you want to learn more about it. So our products. Since 2016, our main goal is to present the market with standalone devices. Standalone devices are those devices that do not need the connection to a computer in order to operate, right? So from the Neo DK back in 2016 until the Neo 3 Link, which was released during Q1 this year, 2022, we have been keeping the same philosophy of standalone all-in-one devices portable devices that are committed to enhance and facilitate the deployment of our customers' solutions. For the enterprise setting, we work with two main headsets, the Neo 3 Pro and the Neo 3 Pro I. They're powerful headsets with the latest chipset when it comes to the frontier of innovation for immersive technology-related chipsets. Both of them are onboarded with an XR2 processor, and they start with 6 gigabytes of RAM for the Neo 3 Pro and up to 8 gigabytes of RAM with the Neo 3 Pro I. The I stands for eye tracking, so it's a built-in functionality that it's available in the Pico Neo 3 Pro I. We have optical precisions with the controllers, so they enhance the immersive experience without flaws when it comes to tracking. This is really important to get the sense that you are immersed in that experience. As I mentioned it before, it's also optimized for developers. So we do support all the major engines for developing your immersive solution. We're talking Unity, Unreal, OpenXR, and we also run on an open source Android platform. So it's an open source headset that is compatible with most of the engines being used right now in the market. A part of being a standalone device, you can also use it in a hybrid mode, right? You can also have the DisplayPort cable connected directly to the graphic card of the PC in order to access to more processing power depending on the nature of your deployment. So it's really important for you to have a clear project, clear deployment strategy, and if needed, you can count on having the DisplayPort cable available for this deployment. So here are some specificities, technical specs. It's important to mention here that the battery is of 5,300 milliampere, so we are talking about 2.5 to 3 hours of continuous usage. So this is really important when it comes also to enhancing the user experience. This is also apart from the 6 degrees of freedom, we have the 3 degrees of freedom. So the previous two devices that I showed you, which are the Neo 3 Pro and the Neo 3 Pro I, they are 6 degrees of freedom devices. So whenever you walk in the physical world, you also walk in the virtual world because of the trackers. With this guy here, the G2 4K, you have a more passive experience. So it's for experiences that require less interaction. Let's say a cinema, let's say a museum guide, a tour, something that doesn't require that much of interactivity. You can count on having the 3 degrees of freedom, which is the G2 4K. All of our headsets are 4K, so it's important also, and have at least 75 Hertz of refresh rate. So it's important to mention these specs. Why? Because they are important for not feeling dizzy when using a VR headset. Well, the enterprise services that we offer, so all of our headsets are designed with hygiene in mind, made with 100% non-absorbent materials, aseptic, easy to clean devices designed for multiple users. This is the end user part. The part for developers. We do have this support regarding SDK releases, documentation, all in our developer platform. Also a GitHub with over 50 repositories of almost 400 contributions, and also the FAQ, the frequently asked questions in our website, which can also help developers to find their answers, the answers to their questions in an easier way. You can work with Pico directly. We have this loan program where you can try before you buy the headset, which is really, really important in order not to make investments in advance. And during this period, we offer full support, full technical support for developers in order for them to be able to port their existing solution to our platform, or to create a new one from scratch. You can also work with us we do have local inventories around the world, so with capabilities, with stock capabilities, so scale is definitely not a problem. We can come up with huge deployments if needed be. We work with distributors around the globe that help us deploying these projects, specifically for Mexico and for Spanish-speaking countries. We use Invelon, a Spanish company based in Lleida, and they are experts in deploying high-quality solutions around the globe using our headsets, using Pico headsets. Some of our technology partners. The headset per se, it doesn't do much, right? You need to get access to the right content to deliver value to your platform. So in our app store, you can get access to over 60 dedicated enterprise apps for education, training, health, communication, simulation, 3D design, among others. So we do have premium platforms and solutions available, so you can use with your team in order to collaborate, co-create, and use it as a powerful tool for remote connectivity, for remote collaboration. We also have partnered with NVIDIA for Cloud XR, so you can render directly from the cloud whichever experiences, whichever immersive experience that you may have, and that you need to showcase in a decentralized way, provided that you have enough infrastructure to do so. But it's a huge step towards also portability of even more immersive experience to your customers, to your internal and to your external customers. We have also partnered with Ultraleap for hand tracking accuracy. They provide world-class hand tracking, which is critical for applications with complex interactions. And you just simply put a mount on the front of the headset, and then you can get millimetrically accuracy for using your hands in a virtual environment. I mentioned it before. This is Tobii. This is our partner for the eye tracking module, built-in module that we have in the Neo 3 Pro Eye. And eye tracking is a really interesting technology because it provides not only heat maps inside the immersive experience, but also you can get access to several measurements such as stress, such as the degree of attention that you are getting out of the user. So it's really important, and it has like several use cases for it, for healthcare, for consultancy firms, for marketing, for collaboration. So it's a really interesting and powerful tool to gather really important and insightful information from the immersive experience directly to the developer, directly to the owner of the solution, in order to provide a better service to its customers. We do also have some collaboration tools already onboarded: Glue, Engage, Meeting VR, and Arthur. They are world-class collaboration tools where you can get access and to collaborate, get access in this virtual environment, and you meet your co-workers in order to collaborate, to co-create, in order to discuss your projects in a virtual environment with several capabilities and features that using only a PC or a personal computer, it wouldn't be able to do so, given that you are looking at a 2D screen, right? When you are collaborating in a professional, immersive environment, you get access to extra features. And this is important for decentralized deployments. But with a centralized management, we have partnered with all of these MDM providers. MDM stands for Mobile Device Manager. So you can use these platforms in order to remotely provide updates for your solutions anywhere in the world where these headsets are connected, and also to gather information back from them. So if you are deploying a training, for instance, you have a new module, you can upload it in the cloud, and these partners will make sure that these updates will get to the headsets wherever they are, and when the trainee performs its training, all the information gets back to the manager, so it's possible to have an overview and to generate reports based on these activities. This is one example of how powerful these MDMs are when it comes to enhancing also the user experience, but also the owner experience of having this decentralized knowledge transmission platform available. We also have some education partners, FutureClass, A4, Mel Science, Métiers, and Reverdo, these among others, that are able to generate specific content and to deploy this specific content in several, from K-12 to researchers in the academy. We also have training partners that also can help you create the necessary content for you to deploy in your trainings, in your experiences, in your onboarding experience, for instance, inside your company. Also some healthcare partners. These partners are all around the world, and they use our headsets in order to provide assistance, not only for patients, but also for healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, all of the hospital personnel, let's say. So it all depends on how you are thinking about deploying this experience and using these powerful tools in order to make it happen. This is some of the context. This is how we are right now organized. So Oliver is the head of the B2B segment for Pico outside of China, and I'm in charge of Southern Europe, Latin America. This is my contact, aitor.bravi@bytedance.com. Feel free to reach out if you have any projects or any doubts. And this is it. So I invite you all to visit our website, picoxr.com. There you get access to way more information, and yes, feel free to reach out to me whenever needed, so we can discuss your project, we can discuss your deployment. Thank you very much.
Hola a todos y bienvenidos al Global Metaverse Forum. En primer lugar, me presento. Yo soy Estefanía Yáguez, directora de Consumer Insight y Market Intelligence en el Grupo L'Oréal. Y llevo toda mi carrera dedicada a entender a los consumidores y los mercados. En concreto, estar al tanto de las nuevas tendencias de investigación y marketing. Es por ello que toda la investigación la he publicado en 2 libros, el más reciente con grandes profesionales acerca de la emoción a la compra, para entender por qué y cómo compramos. Hoy estoy con todos vosotros para hablaros del metaverso como realmente una buena oportunidad de desarrollo y crecimiento para las marcas. ¿Y cómo llegamos aquí? Bueno, pues llegamos cuando surge lo que llamamos la Web 3.0. Para entender qué es la Web 3.0 tenemos que entender cuál era la Web 1.0, que en 1990 surge Internet de la información. Ese Internet que nos entrega información, pero en el que las personas no somos capaces de interactuar. Sin embargo, hay una evolución a una Web 2.0 en el que Internet y las personas y las cosas sí que interactúan. Y además se produce un gran cambio. Las marcas ya no están en una posición jerárquica superior, sino que bajan a una posición igualitaria con los consumidores. Estamos de igual a igual, todos tenemos igual de voz y podemos comunicarnos en igualdad de condiciones y con la misma jerarquía, digamos, de poder. Finalmente, el año pasado empieza a resonar mucho este concepto de Web 3.0. ¿Por qué? Porque es un Internet de la propiedad y los espacios. Es un Internet en el que ya podemos ser propietarios de los metaversos, podemos comprar tierra y no solamente podemos comprarlo con las monedas oficiales que tenemos en el mundo offline, sino que podemos comprar con las propias monedas que se están desarrollando en cada uno de los metaversos. Es verdad que el concepto metaverso no es algo nuevo. De hecho, en la novela de Snow Crash en 1992 ya se presentaba el metaverso no solamente como palabra y concepto, sino como realmente el propio concepto muy cercano a lo que estamos entendiendo ahora que va a ser el metaverso. De hecho, muchas veces va antes la imaginación y la emoción que la propia tecnología. Algunos de vosotros recordaréis un metaverso como Second Life, que surgió en 2003, que muchos de vosotros también preguntaréis, ¿y por qué esto no ha cuajado? ¿Qué ha pasado con Second Life y por qué va a funcionar esta vez? Han pasado muchas cosas entre medias, entre ellas la tecnología que se ha desarrollado velozmente, pero además la pandemia ha hecho que podamos encontrar ocio en estos mundos virtuales que hasta el momento no nos lo planteábamos. Hay una novela que tiene mucho impacto, de la que posteriormente Steven Spielberg llevó al cine, que se llama Ready Player One, que realmente os recomiendo porque describe brutalmente lo que es el metaverso tal y como se está produciendo ahora y hacia dónde queremos ir. De hecho, ahí hay una frase que me encantó en su momento cuando la escuché y que creo que es la clave de por qué el metaverso realmente va a funcionar, por cómo resuena dentro de las personas. Y es esta frase que os pongo, que las personas entran al metaverso por lo que pueden hacer, pero lo importante es que se quedan por lo que pueden ser. Y efectivamente, es aquello por lo que puedes ser, que podrá ser otra persona, de otro género, incluso otro animal. Podrás elegir quién quieres ser, aquello que va a hacer triunfar realmente el metaverso. Y el metaverso no solamente es un mundo lúdico, sino que es un mundo en el que se va a mover muchísimo dinero. En concreto, es el mercado de la realidad virtual y la realidad aumentada, que es ahora mismo lo que más trabaja el metaverso, está proyectando un crecimiento exponencial y que se espera que alcance para finales de este año 15 billones de euros. Pero lo más llamativo es la tasa de crecimiento que se espera en 3 años vista, de multiplicar por 18 los billones que ahora mismo tenemos. ¿Y cómo lo perciben los consumidores y cómo lo perciben también las grandes consultoras, ¿no? Pues lo perciben positivamente, lo cual es muy interesante. El 70% de la población opina que el metaverso tendrá un impacto positivo en sus vidas. Entonces esto encontramos, ¿verdad?, que a un 30% que, bueno, pues le genera también preocupación o que necesita, ¿no?, que quizás haya ciertas reglas, ¿no?, dentro del metaverso, pero el sentimiento es muy positivo. La consultora Gartner además ha hecho sus estimaciones a través de entrevistas a distintas personas y sitúa para el 2026 que el 25% de la población pasará al menos 1 hora de su tiempo al día trabajando, comprando, relacionándonos, buscando opciones de ocio en el metaverso, por lo cual las marcas tenemos que estar bien presentes en estos entornos. ¿Y cuál sería la fórmula mágica del metaverso, ¿no? Para aquellos que necesiten saber un poquito más qué es el metaverso, ¿no? El metaverso es un mundo puramente virtual, altamente inmersivo, en el que nos vamos a sentir incluidos dentro de ese mundo, donde la gente se reúne para socializar, jugar y trabajar. Los espacios virtuales además van a ser compartidos, esto es importante, y que van a redefinir la forma en la que vamos a interactuar con el mundo, en la forma que vamos a consumir y en la forma que vamos a comprar entre personas y empresas. Y que además lo haremos a través de un reflejo virtual, en este caso los avatares. Estos espacios virtuales claramente están fundamentados en tecnología y se diferencia, esto sí, importante, de lo que conocemos actualmente como videojuegos, en que son persistentes. Esta palabra es clave. ¿Qué es esto de persistente? Es decir, que continúa su evolución en el tiempo aunque el usuario esté ausente. Un ejemplo que suelo poner. Si se te estropeó el coche que estabas en una carrera, en un videojuego, tú entras dentro de unas horas o entras mañana y se resetea completamente la partida. Sin embargo, en estos mundos virtuales, si tu coche se estropeó y no viene nadie a arreglarlo, no llamas a la grúa, no viene nadie a retirarlo, el coche seguirá ahí. Es decir, es un componente de vida, una evolución de vida y no una partida de juego en la que puedes resetear terminado ese juego. Y la fórmula del mix del metaverso sería esta que os muestro aquí en pantalla, en la que necesitamos un dispositivo, ¿vale? El que nos va a producir el grado de inmersión, puede ser a través de plataformas, pero además también necesitaremos complementos como gafas de realidad virtual o realidades aumentadas. En un momento en el que no solamente existen gafas, sino que se están desarrollando ya incluso lentillas para que sean menos invasivas y la sensación inmersiva sea mucho más fuerte, aparte de trajes ápticos, guantes en los que vamos a tener sensaciones que vamos a vivir en esos mundos virtuales. Necesitamos un espacio. Ahora mismo hay varios metaversos, pero lo que se prevé es que haya un único metaverso, igual que solamente existe un único Internet. Posiblemente lo que llamemos multiversos, que estarán conectados, porque los desarrollos están ahí, pero en el que haya cierta conexión y podamos pasar de unos a otros. Tendremos un identificador que a través de una wallet o de un avatar y finalmente con todo esto tendremos una experiencia, ¿no? Que es lo que hemos ido a buscar. O bien entretenimiento y una serie de utilidades que iremos encontrando en estos mundos. ¿Y cómo lo vemos desde L'Oréal, ¿no? En L'Oréal quizás nos conocéis como líderes de la cosmética, si bien nuestro posicionamiento es ser la número uno, no solamente en cosmética, sino ser la número uno beauty tech. ¿Y qué significa esto? Bueno, pues que en L'Oréal creemos que la belleza se encuentra en el cruce entre la ciencia y la tecnología. ¿Y qué son estas poderosas fuerzas las que darán forma al futuro de la belleza? De hecho, si te introduces en alguna página web nuestra, como es el caso de la marca L'Oréal Paris, no encontrarás en un primer momento barras de labios o tintes o cremas, sino que te vas a encontrar una página web como esta, en la que vas a tener acceso a herramientas y servicios de belleza para ser realmente una beauty tech. Podrás tener un diagnóstico de piel, como veis en la primera imagen, un buen diagnóstico o tener un tester para poder probar un look de belleza, un look de maquillaje y ver perfectamente cómo te queda una barra de labios o una sombra de ojos o un maquillaje. Podrás conocer también cómo te va a quedar un tinte de pelo, que siempre hemos tenido como un poco más de aversión al riesgo y no saber cómo nos van a quedar. Pues ahora mismo con estas herramientas tú puedes conocer cómo va a quedar el color de pelo en tu propio pelo y lo veis que lo mismo vemos para hombres que para mujeres. En concreto, nosotros hace unos años que nos dedicábamos a ampliar a través de marcas o compras de marcas cosméticas, la última adquisición que realizamos fue de una compañía tecnológica que se llama Modiface, una empresa canadiense, que como veis, aquí os mostramos un ejemplo, puedes probarte los looks de belleza, veis un ejemplo con Giorgio Armani en concreto, en la que pinchando, como veis en las muestras de colores, podemos ver cómo quedan los distintos colores en nuestros labios, con nuestro color de labio y nuestra forma de labios, con una capacidad de realidad increíble. Además, estamos viendo la oportunidad de poder tener teleconsultas para que no te tengas que desplazar. Si quieres comprar directamente online, a una consejera de belleza te puede aconsejar acerca de qué te queda mejor, cuál es el mejor tono para tu piel o para una fiesta que quieras ir, ¿no? Entonces, estas son herramientas con las que nosotros ya comenzamos a meternos en los mundos virtuales, en los mundos de realidad aumentada. Siempre con un carácter eminentemente práctico y que realmente fuera útil para nuestros consumidores, ¿no? Figuraros durante la pandemia en los que hemos tenido que comprar desde nuestros hogares o directamente no hemos querido probar nuestros productos directamente en nuestro rostro por motivos higiénicos, estas herramientas han ayudado muchísimo. Esta realidad aumentada, esta realidad virtual y esta realidad extendida es la puerta que nos ha ayudado para entrar en los mundos virtuales metaversianos. Y en esta evolución, L'Oréal ya ha registrado 17 marcas en Estados Unidos en las categorías de NFT y metaverso para distintas marcas, como podéis ver, Redken, NYX, Maybelline, Urban Decay. Hemos registrado categorías de producto como puede ser un maquillaje, pero también con Kiehl's fragancias también de lujo, e incluso también hemos tenido incursiones con artistas, en concreto en esta aventura virtual en la que L'Oréal quiere ser pionera en la industria de la belleza, y como os decía, hemos incluido ya incluso perfumes virtuales que quizás puedan ser un poco menos tangibles, ¿no? A nuestros cerebros. Hemos desarrollado una acción con las barras de labios con 5 artistas que hicieron creaciones, como veis, de obras de arte en NFT y que han sido subastadas en OpenSea. Continuando con las distintas herramientas para meternos en estos mundos virtuales y trabajar también más toda esta parte de neurociencia, neuroanalítica y neuromarketing, con la marca que muchos de vosotros conoceréis, Yves Saint Laurent, hemos creado lo que se llama Yves Saint Laurent Beauté Scent Station, en la que, como veis, un consumidor puede acudir a nuestro establecimiento de la marca YSL y a través de, lo veréis, una experiencia en tienda que utiliza una diadema multisensor basada en los tradicionales electroencefalogramas, como le están poniendo ahora mismo a la señora, para rastrear las respuestas emocionales que tienen los consumidores ante distintas familias de fragancias que veis que se le van dando a probar en tienda y analizarlas con el objetivo de crear recomendaciones de producto. Esto se ha desarrollado en colaboración, de nuevo, con una compañía líder en neurotecnología como es Emotiv y ayuda a las personas a poder identificar y a seleccionar su aroma perfecto en función de sus emociones. Como veis en este vídeo, se van cargando las emociones que surgen cada vez que se le expone al aroma de ciertas familias de fragancias a través de la diadema del electroencefalograma y a través de unas preguntas es capaz de producirte, como veis aquí, el aroma perfecto para tu personalidad. Otro ejemplo que os quería mostrar aquí, en asociación con la marca Menespet y la marca londinense de deportes online que se llama eSport Fanatic, hemos sido capaces también de introducirnos en el mundo del videojuego, que también los videojuegos están entrando y evolucionando hacia mundos más metaversianos, como es el caso de Fortnite, y en este caso nos introducimos en este mundo de los super gamers que se preparan precisamente para el juego, ¿no? Entonces, como persona, cómo me puedo preparar yo y como avatar también. Os pongo el vídeo para que seáis capaces de ver.
No one talks about the before. They think it's all about the moment. On stage, on screen, online. No one wakes up ready to win. It takes time, focus, preparation. History isn't made by those who rush. It's made by us. Take your time. Take aim. Prep to play.
Bueno, pues este ejemplo también lo estamos desarrollando con una marca australiana de eSports, de Chief Sports Club. Y bueno, pues continuamos en esta línea de meternos en los pro metaversos. Un ejemplo de sampling en Decentraland, uno de los metaversos que están pegando más fuerte ahora mismo, durante la Fashion Week, pues hicimos una experiencia híbrida, que también es lo importante de estos mundos, que no son mundos separados, sino que son mundos interconectados, ¿no? Tendremos un mundos puramente offline, mundos puramente online y finalmente unos mundos híbridos en los que la mayoría de nosotros interactuamos. En este caso, en el Distrito de la Moda, en una de las Fashion Week, con una de nuestras marcas, Mugler, pues a través de código QR podías escanearlo y tener acceso a una muestra gratuita del perfume. Entonces vemos como una forma de interactuar los dos mundos. Otro ejemplo en otro de los metaversos que existen actualmente, que es Animal Crossing, con nuestra marca Nix. De la misma forma también trabajando con códigos QR, en este caso con Nuke Street Market, bueno, pues nos creaban el código QR a través del cual tú podías utilizar ciertos maquillajes de cejas con 4 tonos, en este caso era un rosita más claro, más medio y más oscuro, que además luego podías publicarlo en Instagram, en el sentido de que vas ampliando, ¿no? Es lo que os decía, cada vez es una experiencia más omnichannel, ¿no? Y estos serían un poco algunos de los ejemplos en los que estamos ya trabajando de forma bastante fuerte dentro del grupo de L'Oréal con sus distintas marcas. ¿Y qué supone el metaverso para L'Oréal? Bueno, pues en definitiva, nuevos retos y oportunidades en los cuales podemos ser parte de la experiencia de nuestros consumidores, podemos experimentar y crear de una forma más sencilla, más afinada y mucho más experimental, ¿no? La que podemos realizar en el mundo offline. Nos permite además algo muy importante como marca para llegar a nuestros consumidores, que es interaccionar de manera inmediata y personalizada. Es esa hiperpersonalización que siempre hemos buscado con los consumidores y que en el mundo off se torna bastante complicada. Ahora, con la cantidad de datos que vamos a tener en el mundo online y esa oportunidad de hacer una microsegmentación y poder interactuar con nuestros consumidores one-to-one, se nos abren unas puertas increíbles, que además es lo que está buscando el consumidor, y además nos va a permitir llegar a ciertas audiencias puramente metaversianas, ¿no? Venimos ya observando hace tiempo que bueno, pues las nuevas generaciones no están en los canales tradicionales, es decir, la televisión cada vez terrestre es menos vista por las generaciones Z y sin embargo son nativos puramente metaversianos, de forma que si no estamos allí no llegaríamos a ellos. Entonces, con este tipo de acciones y con estos entornos nos permite llegar a consumidores que de otra forma no llegaríamos. Y por mi parte esto ha sido todo y muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Hello, everyone, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, based on wherever you're in the world, tuned in at this time. And thanks very much for joining the session today. My name is Martin, and quick introduction. I am the AR VR business development leader for Lenovo. I'm based out of Hong Kong. And today I'm going to talk about AR and VR solutions that power the enterprise metaverse, right? So let's go. So the first thing I want to address today is metaverse just a hype, or is it something real, right? So off late, this topic has garnered a lot of attention. It has gathered a lot of media, and you would see a lot of mixed, opinions about it at the moment. So the first thing I wanted to address today is that is metaverse real, right? And let's look at some recent numbers, which I wanted to quote. And these numbers come from McKinsey, a recent research that McKinsey did. And it states that corporations and VCs and private equity investors have invested more than $120 billion just in the first 5 months of 2022. Large technology companies are the biggest investors at the moment. And if we have to draw some comparison, the investment in going in the space of metaverse is much greater than they were for artificial intelligence when it was at a similar stage in its evolution, right? And overall, McKinsey estimates a potential economic value of up to $5 trillion, by 2030, that this technology is going to create. So all in all, I mean, if we just look at these numbers objectively, it is something big that's happening, right? And it's something big that's coming our way. The next thing I wanted to address is, really kind of tackle the bull by its horns, that what is exactly metaverse, right? So I won't go into, kind of much details, but try to simplify it as much as possible, right? And in very simple terms, it's a virtual immersive world where a large number of people can gather to play, work, or socialize, right? So it's sort of an alternate digital reality where we are pretty much there if we look at our present lives, right? So we are hooked on our phones, on our different social platforms, be it Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. And if we look at, the world of gaming, it's again sort of a virtual environment. But today, this environment exists on 2D screens, right? And these 2D screens can be our laptops, can be our PC desktops, or our mobile phones, right? So what is changing here, right? So overall, if we talk about this technology, and if I talk about this technology from a Lenovo perspective, that why are we as Lenovo looking at enterprise AR, VR, and why now, right? So we see this technology as the next evolution of compute, right? So if we talk about some of the major technology revolutions in the world of compute, the first one was the evolution of computers, right? Where we had these huge standalone desktops, right? And they were connected through a local area network within an organization. And that was the birth of computers, right? And then we evolved to personal computers, etc. But they were still pretty much in local area network, local environment for corporations. And then the next major revolution happened with the Web 1.0, right? Where we got the ability to transmit this data anywhere, right? Entire Web 1.0, 2.0, all of us got the ability to transmit data real time anywhere in the world. And that was the next major revolution in compute, right? Where people were sending emails, they were exchanging real time informations, and that happened, right? The next major revolution that happened probably was the mobility revolution, right? Where now we got the ability to carry our data anywhere, right? Now we can carry this data in our laptops. We could just work from anywhere, and we could carry our data on our phones, and we can interact with this data real time, right? From anywhere using different technologies like 4G, etc. And the next big revolution in compute is going to happen when this data comes to life, right? Where instead of watching a 2D screen, be your laptop, PC, or your phone, you can interact with the data real time right in front of you, right? Where I can wear a glass, and once I wear this glass, I can see every contextual information that I need at a certain point in time right in front of me, right? I don't need to look at something else. So, and that's where the compute is headed, and that's where we as Lenovo see this technology as a major piece of technology and a major evolution in the world of compute, right? Moving on, if we have to define the metaverse further, right? That what exactly are the components of the metaverse? And I'm quoting Gartner here, where the Gartner has tried to define the different elements of metaverse, be it digital currencies, be it the infrastructure needed to do it, and then the different aspects of metaverse from a consumption perspective, right? Where be it online shopping, be it social events, concerts, we talk about gaming, and then different pieces of technology which support all of these use cases. For example, be it NFTs, be it digital assets, emerging technologies like natural language processing, etc., right? If we talk about all of these, no matter what form the metaverse is going to take, and this definition and these components would keep on evolving, right? But one thing is pretty sure, that all of these use cases or all of these applications of the metaverse would be dependent on 3D worlds, right? They would be dependent on creating avatars and holograms, and creating those immersive experiences. So as the metaverse kind of evolves and it takes shapes, one thing is for sure is that extended and mixed reality will be the ultimate on-ramp, right? Which would give people those immersive experiences that the metaverse promises today, right? And moving on in terms of the technology layers, right? So what are the different layers of technology when it comes to the metaverse, right? So if I can broadly kind of categorize these layers into two layers, right? So one can be the content creation layer, and the second would be the content delivery layer, right? So ultimately, it's all about consumption of content, right? In terms of content creation, largely we see this as two layers, right? Which is the creation layer and the application layer, right? Creation layer is, where you create these immersive experiences. And who does that? These are done by artists and engineers and, even workers for that matter. And all of these content today would be specialized content, right? These would be 3D contents, immersive content, which would be a little different to the kind of content that we consume today, which is largely 2D, right? If we talk about the application layer, applications in the modern world or in the world of metaverse would be more, 3D apps and tools, right? So these are the solutions and applications which give you what we call contextual compute, right? So once I wear my glass or any kind of wearable, I can access my information right in front of me, and this information can have 2D components in it. Like I can read a text, I can read a PDF document, I can read a Word document, while it can also be immersive content. For example, I can view a 3D model right in front of me, right? I can have a digital twin if I'm a worker and I'm working on a factory shop floor. I'm looking at a machine, and parallelly, I'm also looking at a digital twin, which is overlaid on the same machinery, right? And all of these would be enabled by these specialized applications, right? And then what lies beneath this, right? How are these contents delivered in the metaverse environment? For that, largely, we have defined it into kind of three components. So one is the cloud layer, right? Where it's similar to any kind of cloud application that we use today, where all of this information can be accessed real time through a device. It can be accessed over a Wi-Fi network, or it can be accessed over a 5G network, right? And cloud layer is the layer that delivers this immersive experiences real time anywhere, right? And ultimately enabling the network access to data that we are consuming. There's something new that's also brewing, which is the delivery layer, where we're talking about distributed computing, right? So this again is going to be critical in the development of metaverse overall. As we talk about delivering these experiences in a local network in a faster way. And you can imagine this in a way where if there is a large environment, it can be a factory, it can be an experience zone where you do not want to connect to the internet, but rather deliver the experience or a specific use case within the premise, right? And then you can use certain edge servers to achieve the same level of latencies and get that distributed compute environment, right, to deliver this content. And lastly, and one of the most important pieces of these are the devices, right? So with the advent of metaverse, we are talking about specialized devices where these wearables become our sort of a gateway to metaverse, right? So where we are talking about virtual reality devices, we are talking about augmented reality devices, mixed reality devices. And the idea is that you can just wear a glass and you can get whatever information you need right in front of you, right? And as Lenovo, what we are trying to do is innovate all these layers when it comes to metaverse, right? We want to be the leader in kind of innovating and giving, people, our customers, all the technology components that they need to deliver these metaverse experiences, as well as to create these metaverse experiences at scale. And today I'm going to kind of focus specifically on the enterprise side of things, right? Because we believe that enterprise or commercial usage would be the first wave of adoption when it comes to the metaverse, right? And we are already seeing that at Lenovo. So we have been kind of working with different large enterprises across the globe on deploying these AR and VR solutions for almost last 3 years now. We are seeing quite effective deployments, resulting in a lot of productivity improvement, efficiency improvement. And what are some of the most successful use cases that we are seeing today, right? And I want to quickly kind of talk about those as well. So one of the primary use cases of the metaverse today is in the world of training, right? Where what the metaverse or what an immersive environment helps us with is to kind of completely recreate the actual environment, right? And this is how the entire experience can be created and replicated, just like the real life environment, right? So what can happen is that if it's a classroom, or if it's an operating room, or if it's any kind of hazardous environment that people need to go to in real life situations, we can recreate those experiences in the metaverse, right? And what are the results for this, right? So I think one of the prominent stats that has come out is that VR trainings are 4 times faster than classroom trainings, right? And they're even 1.5 times faster than any kind of e-learning available today. And how does it help? It helps the enterprises to ramp up, their employees faster. It helps them reskill or, any kind of reskilling, skill development of the present employees at a much faster rate, right? And then whenever you create these trainings, they're very scalable because you can reuse these assets as many times as you want without the need of a physical space or a real life instructor to conduct these trainings. But all we need to do is kind of load these trainings on a VR device and give it to people, and then they can get trained at their own pace, right? And in the most effective way, right? Where they really get immersed in almost lifelike scenarios, what they will experience in like on a real job. And, it kind of really helps them to kind of train in a much faster and effective way. The second major use case on the metaverse side is on the collaboration, right? Where metaverse or the virtual environments are becoming a medium for enhanced 3D collaboration. And we kind of really saw an uptick in the adoption of these virtual environments in the last couple of years. Of course, owing to different sort of lockdowns in every part of the world. And there was a constant need for people to kind of be connected, still deliver, whatever they need to deliver from a work perspective. And various digital technologies help people achieve that collaboration, right? But what metaverse does is kind of it goes a little bit ahead, right? Where now what we are talking is sort of an immersive collaboration, where it's not just about looking or talking to somebody on a 2D screen, but actually interacting with them in a real physical 3D space, right? And that kind of really changes the game. We have seen, a major uptick. We have got certain solutions which enable people doing that. And we have seen some real productivity improvements, when these solutions are implemented. And some of the things that people are looking at now, especially if we talk about the enterprise segment, is how they can kind of real time interact with a lot of 3D assets, right? So that's another major area that's sort of coming up. There's a lot of offerings that we do. There's a lot of technologies that we have enabled at the moment when it comes to kind of enabling virtual and kind of digital collaboration. And I'll kind of talk about, and I'll show you some examples later. One of the other major use case is what you'll hear a lot these days is digital twins, right? And what exactly is a digital twin? So a digital twin is a digital replica of a physical object, right? And this replica is to scale. It looks exactly like, the real physical object, but it's digital, right? And what you can do is you can interact with this digital replica in a similar way like you do with the physical object. And that's the major end goal, right? When we talk about digital twins in the immersive world. And how does it help, right, people? So you can imagine, if I give you an imaginary scenario, that I can wear my AR glasses and I can possibly be anywhere in the world. And once I wear my glasses, I can see and operate a factory equipment which is on a real-time factory shop floor somewhere, right? So what happens is that I can see the real life, digital twin of the exact same equipment, and I can interact with it. And as I interact with it, similar things happen on the real physical equipment somewhere on a factory shop floor, right? So this is like one of the examples, one of the possibilities. What are the other possibilities is that you can really optimize a lot of processes on a factory shop floor with these simulations. we can really monitor a lot of assets remotely, like I mentioned in the example, right? And then, of course, there's a huge construction angle to it when somebody's designing a factory shop floor. There's also, the angle where, you can get people trained on these equipments, right, anywhere in the world, or kind of even on the shop floor, where the digital replica is right in front of them, and there are different information popping up on how to use, different functionalities. So again, many use cases, and again, a major area, when it comes to the enterprise adoption of the metaverse. And lastly, it's going to be super important, like we see kind of a major uptick in the consumer gaming and social aspects of the metaverse, right? And whether we like it or not, but the eventual, movement that we see in the market is where more and more consumers will buy and sell physical and virtual assets seamlessly in some sort of an immersive or a virtual environment, right? So with that happening, I mean, all of us are seeing major brands kind of launching their different sorts of projects and campaigns in the metaverse. And they are seeing this as a way to innovate, right? Innovate in terms of customer experience, in terms of their brand experience, etc. And even if we just look at these stats today of these digital campaigns that are happening, AR advertisements have almost a 4 times longer viewing time than any sort of video, right? In our 2D world. And if we talk about the conversion rate, it translates into a 2x or a 2x, boost in conversions. And what we are talking about here is almost doubling the efficiency, right? I think which is huge for the entire industry, right? There are a lot of dependencies as well when it comes to the consumer gaming and social angle of the metaverse, where this technology is kind of very, very closely associated with blockchain and the crypto and the world of NFTs, and also the adoption of 3D, in different sort of marketing workflows. One of the major kind of uptake that we will see in the adoption of the metaverse in the consumer side would be again with the advent of consumer augmented and virtual reality devices, right? So increasingly, I would say over the next 2 years, we would see a lot of immersive devices in the market, right? Where a lot of people would have access to these devices, where it becomes sort of a gateway for them to kind of really experience these virtual worlds in a much more convenient and effective way. And that's where we're going to see the uptick. But a lot of brands and a lot of major corporations are building up, and they're kind of really prepping up for this kind of major shift that's about to happen. So those were, some of the key use cases that we are seeing in the enterprise. But while I'm talking about it, I also wanted to touch upon that what are the challenges, right, when it comes to adoption of these AR, VR, and kind of extended reality technologies when it comes to a typical enterprise, right? So one of the biggest challenges, and I think it's kind of, again, coherent to any technology that's in early stages, is the fragmentation of the market, right? Where there's a huge amount of fragmentation when it comes to devices. We see many devices from different technology vendors. And again, most of these devices have certain sort of walled gardens, right? They're lock-ins when it comes to these devices, where if you use a specific device, then you'll also have to use an application or some sort of, you have to build an application on a development kit which can only work with that device, right? Which is kind of not very convenient for large enterprises. The second major challenge is the app deployment and provisioning, right? So you can imagine a global corporation where they have deployed these devices over 5 locations, different parts of the world. And now how do you update these devices in real time, right? For example, if I have a software upgrade or some sort of a security patch, how do I run that patch simultaneously, over the next couple of hours across these 5 locations? That's another major challenge. And security is a major challenge when it comes to any sort of device that can have a gateway to an enterprise environment, right? Third major challenge is the cloud infrastructure, where different corporations choose different cloud vendors, and the application has to be portable across these cloud infrastructures, right? And also, certain enterprises don't want to host any sort of data in public cloud, right? So these applications have to gear up and they have to work seamlessly, even in a private cloud environment. Content management is another major topic and another major, I would say, challenge, because the content that we experience or that we build and we create in the immersive world is different to our 2D content, and the same techniques and the same platforms do not apply, right? So here we are talking about 3D content, and we are talking about 3D content in a way where we do not need to consume it on a powerful personal computer or a desktop with a graphics card, etc., but on a very light mobile device, right? That how can even I access a 3D model on a mobile device, on a mobile processor, right? That's another challenge. And content management, once you create such 3D content, is again a different issue, right? It needs different kind of platforms to kind of manage this content. And lastly, we are talking about unusable devices, right? Where some of the most popular devices today, they're still pretty heavy. When we talk about the mixed reality or augmented reality devices, some of these devices can weigh up to 0.5 kg, 500 grams. And this can be challenging, right? To kind of really wear these devices for an hour or a couple of hours can be difficult for a lot of people. So these are some of the challenges that we see in the market today when it comes to adoption of the metaverse, right? So, and what we are trying to do at Lenovo is to start, with the enterprise segment and solve these challenges one at a time, right? And I think we have, over the last 3 years, we have considerable, we have seen success in actually solving most of these challenges, right? And what we offer today, for example, is broadly, an end-to-end solution for the enterprise, right? Where it comprises of software, we have got the right hardware, and any kind of service that an enterprise might want to deploy, these solutions, right? For example, in software, we have got our own software development kit. We are also partnering. We just announced our partnership with Qualcomm, where we have partnered with Qualcomm in the Snapdragon Spaces program, and Qualcomm has now got a software development kit which developers can use to develop their own AR, VR, and mixed reality applications, right? So that's on the SDK part. We have got our own cloud platform where people can manage a lot of devices, their applications, users, everything under one umbrella, right? And this platform is specially designed for, the new world of AR and VR devices. We are also we have, kind of provided the market with certain ready-to-use applications and turnkey applications. And what these applications enable is kind of people to really kind of start their AR and VR journey soon, right? Where enterprises can buy the hardware, they can deploy these applications, and they're ready to go, right? Very, very quick. These applications support some of the most popular, use cases in the market today. And the time to any kind of return on investment is super fast, right? And that's the intention of having these ready-to-use applications available for our customers. When it comes to hardware, I think we have kind of really innovated very hard here, right? And I'll talk about, Think Reality A3, which I think most of the people, most of the experts in the market would agree is the greatest and the best, augmented reality hardware available at the moment, right? And then what we have also done is that we have partnered with certain third-party hardware like RealWear, Vario, where we want to give our customers, a wide range of choice when it comes to, selecting a hardware, right? So, and for that matter, even our cloud platform and even our applications, we are not building a wall garden around them, right? So we are keeping it very open, where our cloud platform, our applications talk to most of the popular AR or VR hardware out there, right? So even if somebody chooses to use our cloud platform and applications, and they don't want to use Lenovo devices, they're open to do so, right? So what we're trying to build is an open ecosystem where it kind of really helps in the adoption of AR, VR, and these immersive technologies for the enterprise. If I talk about verticals, that what are the different verticals who are adopting, these immersive technologies? I think here I've picked up the most popular ones at the moment. So I think this technology is very suitable for manufacturing, right? Which is sort of a natural match, where it gives the ability, for different workers, be it, the workers on the shop floor or people working on a machinery, to wear a device and be hands-free, right? So any kind of information they need is right in front of them while their hands are free to work, right? So, and you can imagine any kind of manufacturing scenario, be it oil and gas, be it automobile, be it precision manufacturing like semiconductor manufacturing. All of these, verticals are adopting the technology very fast. The second one, of course, auto and transportation, while it's sort of a subset of manufacturing, but it's sort of a vertical of its own as well, because this technology is so important, for the sector. Again, different auto companies are trying to, gain the productivity and efficiency improvements that the technology can offer. Super important for verticals like, architecture, engineering, and construction, retail, real estate, where these are the verticals that traditionally deal with a lot of 3D models, right? And they really have to go through the pain of building these 3D models on a 2D screen, while also experiencing these 3D models on a 2D screen. And again, the technology comes as a natural match, where now they can really interact with the 3D models they create, right? And a lot of them, while they can interact with these on a designing phase, we're also kind of implementing solutions where, while they're constructing something, how can they do faster quality checks, right, in a construction environment, and several other use cases, right? Healthcare is another vertical where this technology is kind of picking up very fast. And there are different sort of use cases where we are talking about training, especially for healthcare workers like nurses and paramedics. And these are the people who deal with kind of very stressful and real life situations where you cannot really train them on the job, right? Because it's too risky. And here again, virtual reality comes as a technology of choice, where they can quickly get trained in a real lifelike environment, but without any risk, of kind of affecting any patient life, right? So that's another major area. Education, this technology has kind of really picked up fast, and again, it kind of helps children and even university education, where students can really now interact with what they always used to see on a whiteboard or on a chalkboard, but they can really see and interact with the information, right? And you can imagine different ways that while we are talking about a concept in physics, or we are kind of teaching them biology, how they can now really interact with the human skeleton or body as it looks in real life, right? And get to know, different functions of it, right? So that's another major vertical. So I wanted to kind of quickly shift gears and kind of take some time to talk about, Think Reality A3. And this is where I mentioned that we are kind of really breaking barriers and innovating when it comes to the augmented reality hardware. And I think we were very excited when last year we got, mentioned by Time Magazine as one of the best inventions of 2021, right? And I'm going to quickly touch upon the use cases, right? That what exactly the Think Reality A3 is and what are the use cases it drives, right? So first and foremost, one thing that we reimagined was work, right? So we were talking about, 2 years back, an environment where everybody was at their home, right? And we still have to work. We still have to achieve the same level of productivity as we did in office. But how do you do that, right? So one thing we imagined was that why can't we just connect an augmented reality glass to a compute device like my laptop, and I can visualize my screens right in front of me, right? And not just one screen, but up to 3, 4, 5 screens, right? And that's where we enabled A3 with this, right? So where what you can do today is you can connect your A3 glasses to a virtual monitor, to a compute device, which is just your laptop or a desktop, and you can get up to 5 screens right in front of you. You can move them as you want it. You can keep them at any space. I mean, the entire 360 area around your head is your work area, and you can kind of choose to keep these screens as you want them, right? So very, very powerful, and it kind of opened up a lot of use cases for the enterprise, where a lot of executives who were traveling and they still need that productivity of multiple monitors, they started using this technology. A lot of bankers, traders who kind of deal with a lot of screens, a lot of data, consulting firms, they started adopting to this technology. So that's one part of it. The other major part of it was the industrial adoption of this, right? Where we focused on 2 use cases, right? Which is the remote assistance and the guided workflows, right? Where how can we enable faster collaboration between people within an enterprise to solve a problem which can be very pressing, right? And you can imagine, for example, if there's a specific industrial machinery which is really critical, and the downtime of this machine can cost maybe thousands of dollars, every hour, and the person who can repair this machine is based in different part of the globe, right? Then how can we make that collaboration faster so that we can improve the uptime of these machines? And that's where remote assistance comes into play. And I will show you a quick video later which can help you imagine. It's kind of pretty simple to imagine, where the worker can wear the A3 glass and he can look at the machinery, while the expert can join from anywhere in the world, right, through a laptop, PC, or a mobile, once the worker calls him using the glass. Now the expert can see, through the cameras on the glass, the real live environment, and he can also share a lot of information with the worker, in the factory, in terms of a video or a PDF document, or even annotate in the field of view of the worker. For example, drawing a virtual circle over a screw or over a button and asking him to take a specific action, right? So it's a very, very advanced, form of video call, which really helps solve problems, way more quickly, right? The second part is what we call guided workflows, where what enables people is to get access to step-by-step instructions to solve a specific problem, right? For example, if I'm trying to learn to operate a machine, I can just go right in front of the machine, and the glasses automatically understand what machine it is, and it throws me, a specific menu, and I can choose to get trained on a specific topic, and now I get step-by-step instructions on how to operate the machine, right? And all this while my hands are free, where I'm actually operating on the machine. So again, a very, very powerful use case in the enterprise. So let's kind of quickly move on. So this is like the first video that will show you that how easy it is to use the virtual monitors that I spoke about, right? Where you just take the A3 glass, connect it to your PC, and you'll have your screens right in front of you.
Introducing the ThinkReality A3, the most versatile enterprise smart glasses ever.
Right, so easy as that. And then kind of moving on to the digital workflows, right? That how do you kind of see these step-by-step instructions once you're in front of machinery or you're doing any kind of problem solving, right? So let's have a quick look at this one.
ThinkReality certified solutions are revolutionary AR applications that enhance the way you work. Guided workflows allow you to perform complex tasks, reduce repair times, and eliminate errors with step-by-step instructions or instant access to product manuals, all while your hands are free to work. When the task is complete, simply notify your manager by submitting a report to the ThinkReality platform. Optimize your workflow with ThinkReality certified solutions.
Right, so that's an example of digital workflow, how you can get these step-by-step instructions right in front of you. And once you do your job, you can also click a picture, take a video for record, and kind of send it back as well to a centralized repository. And then this video talks about the remote assist, that how you can call an expert through the glass and solve any problem quickly.
ThinkReality certified solutions are revolutionary AR applications that enhance the way you work. Remote Assistance connects you with experts anywhere to help you solve issues using innovative mixed reality tools. This smart technology eliminates downtime, saving your company money. Expert advice, anytime, anywhere. Optimize your workflow with ThinkReality certified solutions.
Right, so that's the example of how you can kind of quickly call somebody. So, and kind of also talking about some real world examples, I wanted to quickly kind of take 1 minute to take you guys through the at how some of the largest enterprises are deriving value out of these technologies and implementing them at global scale, right? So one of the examples is Micron Semiconductors, right? So again, I think most of us know Micron. It's almost like a $30 billion enterprise dealing into semiconductor manufacturing, right? And how they're using, again, they're using both the technologies that I just showed you, that having the AR-enabled workflows where it helps certain, lower skilled employees to kind of quickly get upskilled, through these step-by-step instructions. They're also looking at remote assistance where, anybody can call an engineer anywhere in the world, and it kind of really helps them improve the uptime and productivity of their machineries, right? So what it has resulted in a very short period of time is, increase in productivity and machine downtime, faster employee ramp up, and of course, remote employee collaborations in a much better way than what they had before, right? So this is a major success for them, and they're just building on this. So all this while, while I was talking about A3 and mostly the augmented reality, quickly touching upon virtual reality, right? So in terms of VR, we have another headset, and this is again an enterprise-only headset, which is the Mirage VR S3. And what we are kind of targeting in terms of use cases and the adoption that we are seeing in the market today, like I mentioned, is on the training side of things, right? Where be it HR training, be it safety training, sales training, VR is becoming the go-to device, and And I would say that VR training actually has gone mainstream, right, when it comes to enterprise trainings. And it's almost adopted by all major corporations in some way or the other, or they are experimenting it, with it in some way or the other. And there's no doubt that the kind of benefits and value the technology offers, it's here to stay, right, when it comes to any sort of enterprise training. And increasingly, we will see adoption into a lot of newer areas as well. For example, employee onboarding, right, where certain corporations now onboard their employees on VR, right? So again, a major kind of adoption on the training side of things. And I wanted to kind of quickly show you a video of how we are enabling this in the enterprise through our solutions. So that's how kind of VR is helping enterprises in kind of really upskilling, training their workers. And what we have done with the Think Reality Uptail platform is that we have given now people the ability to create their own trainings, right? So where earlier what used to happen is that to develop a VR content, you have to engage with some sort of an agency, run it as a project. And every time you have to develop a new content, you have to do the same exercise over and over again, right? But what we have done is that we have made this 100% do-it-yourself exercise, right? Where just like kind of creating any content today on your PC, you can create your own VR trainings as well. And that kind of really makes the adoption, and kind of scaling up the adoption of these VR training in enterprise way faster, right? And once you kind of, do it in terms of the KPIs and the results and the value these technologies drive is just amazing, right? Which you see right here on the screen. So that was pretty much it from my side. I hope you guys enjoyed the session, and I hope it was valuable for you.
Hi, I'm Stuart Forrest. I'm the CEO of Triggerfish Animation, and I'm just going to talk today about some of the decisions that we've made over the last 27 years of being in business that have led us to really, I think, come to the next level and become leaders in our field, especially from the African continent. So the title is How Dubious Business Choices Helped Us to Build a Global Media Company. And sorry, I'm going to say that again. So the title is How Dubious Business Choices Helped Us Build a Global Digital Media Company. Along the way, I've made a lot of poor decisions, or decisions that by any kind of standard of business would have been not good risk-reward investments. But these things have turned out really well in the end. So I'll take you through some of the choices we made, and at the end, a little bit about how they turned themselves around into something quite special. So I've been CEO of Triggerfish since I joined in 2004, and I've been running it for the last nearly 20 years now. So the first choice apart from studying fine art, which was everybody kind of said, why don't you go and study something where there's actually a career? I chose to study fine art, and then I chose to go into animation, which in South Africa, there was no industry. There was really nothing much to do. We did a few commercials, and then which made some money, but then we chose to go with doing more long form type stuff, which made no money. And the earlier work that we did was for Sesame Street, and it was when Sesame Street asked us to provide animation for Takalani Sesame, which is the local version in South Africa. And they asked us to go out and find characters from the world that we lived in. And we went around and found these crafts that people were making, and we made them into animated films. It wasn't making much money. It's preschool. It's kind of, Sesame Street is not a big money spinner, but it was lots of fun, and we did that for quite a few years, and we learned a lot about working with consultants in New York, and also working with local artists from the street in Cape Town. And we developed a style of being able to work with local people, but also make sure that we're bringing their raw experience to a international stage by bringing in internationals who had a better idea of what the market wanted. So the next choice we made is we stopped doing service work, and we decided to create our own content. There was no precedent for people making money making films. There was no precedent for people making animated feature films in South Africa or in Africa. And it was just a labor of love that we had these stories, we wanted to tell them. We stopped everything, we let go of all our clients, and we started making these feature films. We made 2 films, one after the other. Then you realize that they don't actually just make money instantly, and went back to doing, we had to go back to doing some service work after that. Then after those were finished, we just produced another 5 passion projects, all of them barely making a profit, but we're having a lot of fun building a team, enjoying being with the team, and winning a lot of awards. These projects were for BBC One Christmas specials, and we ended up getting multiple BAFTA winners and an Academy Award nomination. So we really had a lot of fun. But after 5 years of doing that, we realized we actually needed to do a bit more with the business. And the other dubious choice was running a very expensive program that we call the Story Lab, which went out to the continent of Africa looking for new creators who could bring an idea for a TV series or a feature film. And this was really a huge undertaking. Fortunately, we did have Disney on board, and we ended up taking the short list. We had 1,400 applicants, and we took the top, I think, 8 to Los Angeles, and we did workshops with them. Disney were great at helping do workshops with everyone and developing their story concepts and making it as commercial as possible. But it cost us a lot of money. The next one was starting a free academy. We have always had a problem with training in South Africa. There wasn't much of an industry, so we had to do a lot of the training ourselves. We worked with other training institutions, but we put together a foundation that would go out to stimulate just the awareness of animation in the country. And we created a documentary which we gave away for free just so that we could get people to understand what animation was. And then we got bursaries for a whole bunch of people that we could then draw on for the future. So our foundation borrowed money, raised money so that we could go and invest in the people in the who we wanted to work for us. Then we decided to make another feature film, which was another daunting task. We'd learned a lot more, so we had a lot more experience on what to do and what not to do, but that just made it harder. And then that film we released beginning of last year on Netflix. So all of these decisions that we made, choices along the way, I would not have made them had I had the insight into the business thinking that most people apply to the way that their companies work. All of them were very risky, and we have been very, very lucky. But taking those risks, not thinking maybe through the whole how it's going to end up, but just thinking about what we love doing and what we wanted to do has really made a huge difference to the way that we have established ourselves in the world. So some of the results, Mama K's Team 4, this came out of that Story Lab directly. Netflix picked it up, and that's been in production for the last 3 years. That'll come out this year and be quite a huge thing for our company because it's a big budget TV series set in a African country and really redefining the way the world sees African kids in a high school in Lusaka, Zambia. The creator is Malenga Mulandela. She's a journalist from Zambia who applied to our Story Lab, and we went up to Zambia. We did a lot of research. We've done workshops with people and writers to make sure that the writers were all African women who had experienced high school in Africa. The next result that's really worked out well is Kia. It's a TV series with Disney Junior and Hasbro E1. This will come out in a few months. The Kia was designed by Shagan Sampson, a Nigerian artist. And some of the writers that were on it were also connected to our other shows as well. The third result is something that came out of our foundation. We were talking about how we could stimulate animation more around the continent of Africa, and the idea of doing a whole lot of short films from different countries came up, and we pitched that idea to Disney, who was supporting our foundation at the time, and they pitched it to Disney Plus, who then loved it and gave us the full budget to make it. It's a very innovative project. It has 15 different creators from all over Africa, and the projects are, I can't show you much here, but Peter Ramsey is the executive producer. He's one of the directors of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, and we've basically just finished 10 short films with each of those writers and creators from Uganda, Nigeria, Kenya, Tanzania. We've got Egypt and South Africa and Zimbabwe. So it's a very exciting project, but something that we wouldn't have even considered if we weren't actually working on the foundation, thinking about what the foundation could do. But it ended up to be one of our biggest projects. It's our biggest project that we've ever done at Triggerfish. Fourth result would be, we just announced that we were one of the 9 studios to do a Star Wars Visions project. Again, this comes from having raised our profile through the projects that we won awards for and the style that we developed along the way. And this new one is in a very unique Triggerfish style. More things that we've picked up along the way is we've got a whole bunch of other stuff in development. We've got deals nearly in place with funding these. We've released a graphic novel. This was a feature film that we were going to make, but then Netflix came out with something quite similar, so we converted it into a graphic novel. Again, probably not the best business decision, but now we have something that is going to form the basis of a live action film as well and launch our live action business. And then we've got quite a few other projects just in different stages, short films that we've produced and directors that we've supported. And it all comes together to help us create an ecosystem of people that have that we can work with and continue to create content with. And then there's the Academy, which started as a way to just help fill the gap between with the training. That's now looking like we are starting to be able to sell some of the courses, so that's becoming a bit more profitable. And as we go forward, we've got a great market base now that we can develop further into potentially becoming a business that has some economic merit, as well as just being a thing that's there to help people understand what we do. We now have crew all over the world. We work remotely with a lot of them. We have a base in Ireland and a base in Cape Town, and the rest of the people remote work in. We've got people in South America, North America, Asia. We even had someone in Antarctica for a few weeks when they went down for a different reason. But we can say we really are global and are working in every continent. That's all from me. I think the takeaways is, yes, we've been really lucky. We've made some decisions that normally could have gone really wrong. We could have lost everything over and over and over again. But I think that when you focus on the bigger mission, what we wanted to do was tell stories, to bring stories from a country and a continent where the stories have not been told. And I think that became the heart of our mission. And everything we did, we weren't worried about, are we going to make money out of it? It was just, are we going to be able to is it going to do something for our mission? And by having a strong mission at the front and not a business plan, we've actually exceeded our expectations on what kind of a valuable company we would have built. So that's the lesson for me. I would never have planned the company the way it is now, but by just leaning into the mission, we've managed to achieve something quite extraordinary. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Daniel. I'm the Chief of Staff at Carbine, and I'm going to be presenting the company that I work for, as well as the, in the grander theme of the future of mission critical communications. So what do we do? So let me begin by our elevator pitch. We always say that communications have changed a lot. I mean, even, right now it's part of this Global Digital Week conference, presenting in the metaverse. There's also simpler things than that, right, with Google Meets and Zoom. And basically, the way we communicate today with anything, whether it's, ordering food with an application like Seamless or ordering a car with Uber, that's all changed. But the most important communication platforms, okay, so those are specifically, that says here, the ones that save lives, those haven't changed much in decades, right? So what does this mean? Today, if you've ever had the unfortunate situation of calling 911, which the average American calls once a year. In Mexico, it's more. It's pretty much the same process as it was 30 years ago, right? You call, someone takes your information. Where are you? What is your emergency? What's a good number to call you back at? You give all those details. Those details gets transferred onto someone else who's responsible for the ambulances, the firefighters, the police vehicles, and then a vehicle is dispatched to your location without too much information. Okay, so it's a bit like a broken telephone. So what are the challenges facing emergency responders and communications today? So we know that in this industry, there's overall short staffing and churn. Okay, so not super surprising, but 911 centers in the US or C5s in Mexico, or any global emergency providers worldwide are having trouble hiring. Okay, in general, I would say that as a whole, the government industry, and specifically emergency services, are not using the best technology, such as caller location, video, silent chat available to the private sector. Response efficacy. Okay, so what we mean by this is that today, if you call 911, someone will arrive to your home with or to wherever the emergency is with limited information, and sometimes not equipped with the right tools or team because of the fact that they didn't know what's going on ahead of time. Overall, we see this as a growing need. Okay, so there are rising citizen expectations as a result of just rising violence rates and crime rates all over the world. This problem was exacerbated a lot with COVID. But yeah, we see overall that there's rising crimes, and that translates into more calls for emergency services. And finally, there's the issue of the security risks. Okay, so the fact that today emergency services work on they basically work on legacy platforms, and these legacy platforms are more prone to candy bar attacks and general like issues with ransomware, etc. Okay, so sorry, my computer froze. Okay, so that's the problem we came to solve. So what did we come to do as a company? We're here to build leading emergency collaboration software that in turn will save lives, okay, and already saves lives today. And we do that basically by looking at two things. One, we want to minimize the response time. So that means that when you as a citizen call for help, someone responds as quickly as possible, and maximizing efficiency. So maximizing efficiency translates into increased situational awareness. And what this means is that someone shows up to your emergency with as much relevant information as possible. Okay, so now I want to show you a quick video that'll show how we helped prevent kidnapping 1 month ago. Sorry, not 1 month ago, but in July.
We received an emergency dispatch call here from a frantic mother.
They're gone. And so I start calling her. She finally answers the phone. She says she doesn't know where she is.
Her daughter was missing, and she had snuck out of the house.
She had put pillows underneath her blankets looking like she was laying in there. And I went in there to wake her up. I just had a funny feeling.
Riley, do you know where you are?
No.
Who are you with?
I don't know.
Are you on foot?
No, I just want to go home.
Okay. Who's driving?
I don't know.
Our officers were notified of the missing child and immediately put Carbine into use.
Does your phone accept text messages?
Yes.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to send a link to your text messages, okay? And I need you to click on that link because that will show me where you are.
When we have the Carbine, we can use it to silently text them.
We're coming into a generation now where everything is looking at a phone.
The real-time location is a paramount piece of the Carbine.
They don't think that she was really aware that it was tracking her location every 5 seconds.
Do you know where you're going?
Yeah, I don't know where I'm at, but I know I'm coming home.
Okay. Are they taking you home?
Yeah.
And she kept telling me that, I think we're almost home. I think we're going home. And the location on Carbine, they were not anywhere close to home. So it was nerve-wracking.
And so with us having that extra piece in place with the Carbine, we were able to close that gap.
It provided everything that she couldn't.
Okay. I have your location right now, okay? Riley, I'm telling my officers where you are, okay? We're trying to get someone over there to find you, okay?
Okay.
It was very overwhelming when my deputies were able to pull over the vehicle.
Oh my God, they got her, thank God. Oh my God, thank God.
Yes, ma'am, that's Sergeant Klein. He's out with her now. They'll be coming over. They'll be bringing her back home, okay?
Thank you. Oh my God, thank you.
What went through my head when our sergeant went out with the girls was just a big yes.
The suspect in this case fled the scene. They could have been a victim of human trafficking. A number of things could have happened that night, but they didn't.
Technology in of itself that's available to first responder now it's phenomenal in a timely manner.
I think my favorite part is that it's ease of use. It doesn't take anything special. Nobody has to download a special app to use it.
Oh my God. It's going to be okay. Just take a deep breath.
I love you guys. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So that was ECR technology in use. That's one of our two main solutions called Carbine Universe, and that I'll get to more in a moment. Now, just a little bit about the company and who we are. Now that you saw the video, so we're 180 employees. We have offices in New York headquarters, Tel Aviv R&D Center, and we have another office in Mexico City. We handle 16 million calls today worldwide, serving more than 100 customers. Okay, including 26 out of the 32 states in Mexico today, I believe. We do 200 million data sessions a year. So a data session would be sharing video or location from a device onto 911 platform, and that number is growing rapidly. In terms of funding, we did a last round in August where we closed Series C. We raised $56 million, and we have a few, leading VCs behind us, as well as a company called Global Medical Response that is the largest emergency management services provider, so ambulance and ambulatory services provider, both in the US and globally. So what do? We sell SaaS, so software as a service platforms. These are solutions that are installed only at the 911 level, and that's one of the things that really differentiates us from competitors, and you saw it in the video as well. What this means is that, again, at the 911 level, so at the call center, they install our solutions, but you as a citizen, if you call 911, if you dial for help, you don't have to download anything, and this all happens in a background. Okay, and I'll show in a second. I'll show in a second a video of how the solution actually works. But essentially, it's you call 911, 911 gets your location, they send you back a link that you receive via SMS or WhatsApp. You click on the link, it activates video, silent chat, and other features. Now, our whole platform has two components. So what I've been talking about now, what you saw in the video, that's everything that's happening during an emergency. But there's a second component that's also just the analytics platform, okay, that sits behind it. So that's kind of, you can see like in the top left screenshot here. So those are heat maps, right? So we're able to show today where are the highest call volumes by hour, for example. So that helps a lot. If let's say you are the police or medical, and you want to understand where to position your ambulances, that's already something that we can give you. So like patterns on where it makes sense to have your your physical assets based on the projected number of emergencies. And now we're working a lot on NLP, okay, capabilities. So for example, like, we are already transcribing all our calls on Apex. Okay, so what this means is that a call is you have a call, both the call taker and the caller sides are transcribed. And now basically we're working on understanding automatically what the calls are about. Okay, so to have them basically categorized. Sorry, is this a 911 call, a medical call, a fire call? And this is all basically to help emergency mission critical operations work more efficiently with less resources, as they are constrained, and short staffing is the number one issue they're facing in the US. Okay, so we have two platforms, two main platforms that I want to talk about today. One is Universe and one is Apex. Okay, the main difference between them is basically Apex is your full call handling platform. Okay, so if you have an emergency contact center, you want to replace everything, move to the cloud. Okay, so typically, like, literally replace physical servers and move completely to the cloud. You can do that with Carbyne Apex, and with Carbyne Universe. Carbyne Universe is an over-the-top solution. Okay, so what this means is that it's like a light solution. It shows up as a bubble on your screen. It doesn't replace anything that you have today as a contact center operation, but it's a layer on top that we can install remotely in 2 hours, and you get location, video, chat, questionnaires, ability to transition voice calls to VoIP calls, all with the Universe directly. Okay, now I want to show you a 5-minute video on the Universe installation that we did in New Orleans, that'll give you a better idea of how the impact that our systems are making and how they look when they work live.
So today we officially cut over to the Carbyne Apex cloud-based call handling solution. And what that does, it creates an environment where we can bring next generation 911 technology to the 911 center. Today's a big day for OPCD, for the city of New Orleans, and for our technology partners that work hand in hand with us each and every day to deliver those 911 calls.
Watching Terry Carr, who was picked to take the first call, I wanted to write down the date and time and have a picture of it. But I think in a few years, people are going to look back at that call coming in the same way we looked at the first 911 call that was ever made.
It's a sense of pride, like today we'll be able to say we did that. I think what we built is a masterpiece. Just when you think you've seen it all, of course you've never seen it all.
The biggest thing for me with Apex is you can take Apex and take calls anywhere in the world. So if we have to evacuate, we can grab a laptop, we can go anywhere we want, and we can still receive 911 calls.
Katrina, system went down fairly early, and it was days with no 911 calls. I just can't imagine the missed emergencies that probably occurred and the help that didn't get gotten because of that.
If our network was diversified as it is today, I do not believe I would have ever lost 911 service.
This is really a huge milestone because it's the first time legacy call taking infrastructure being moved away from on-premises and basically replaced totally from end to end with cloud-based solution.
Big events, Super Bowls and all that sort of stuff, where a PSAP may need to grow from like a standard 15-seat PSAP to 40-seat PSAP for big events. Our platform allows us to scale very quickly for these types of events.
Security and privacy aspects. Across the states in the last 2 years, more than 200 agencies been hit by ransomware attacks because of their legacy infrastructure. With cloud, this is changing. Why is this changing? Because we changed the whole approach. It's a zero trust architecture. And what does it mean? It means basically every connection you make, every access to the data you make has to be secured, has to be authenticated, has to be authorized.
This technology already exists in the palm of their hands. The expectation is that their government, their public safety agencies also use the technology to help them when they're in their time of need.
Since I've been doing this for 23 years, I have seen changes, but we had a separate computer that you had to log in, but now that we have the Apex, it's right there on the computer, so it's always in action.
They're receiving this link as they're waiting for the call taker to come on the call, and they're already starting to send videos.
We have real-time transcription. So as the callers are speaking and the call taker is trying to multitask, enter information to the system, we often miss critical things. We can simply use technology to help us fill in those gaps we may have missed.
Translation, right? Sometimes people calling in not speaking natively English, it could be a Spanish speaker, for example. will be able, with the help of the cloud and our NLP technology, to be able to transcribe those calls in real time.
In the legacy world, always having to buy and maintain hardware and software, here they are buying a service.
OPCD is a leader in the industry. We are risk takers, and we understand that with that great risk, sometimes comes a lot of responsibility. I looked at my takers this morning, and they were like kids in a candy store.
So what do? Basically, we simplify the infrastructure by a lot. Okay, so this, not getting into the details, but a typical contact center can take our technology, they can throw out the servers that they had before, they can connect directly to the cloud with us. In terms of customers today, so you saw New Orleans, that was the video. We have Miami today already using our Universe system. We just announced Atlanta a month ago, so that's in the US. In Mexico, CDMX, and is a big customer of ours. As mentioned before, Global Medical Response, they're both an investor and a customer of ours, and we're also being used in transportation use cases. So for example, in Georgia, the Department of Transportation is using us to locate motorists that got onto that are stranded on the road or got on accidents, and getting location for them is very important because they get automatic location in places where you may not have a good physical address to share with a call taker. Another thing that's really cool, and this is like the pro bono work that we're quite proud of. So because our Universe capability, unlike other solutions in our space, can be deployed completely remotely and quickly, we actually deployed both in Ukraine and through United Hatzalah, which is an organization that we work with in Turkey. Okay, and this has helped, in both at the beginning of the war in Ukraine and also in Turkey more recently. And I'll give you an example. For example, like you are a rescue worker, okay, that's looking for, maybe people trapped under the rubble, no physical addresses. Today in Turkey, what they're doing is that these rescuers are able to call a contact center that's using our technology. They immediately receive their location, and they can share video from the scene with a call center. And the call center, through another solution that we have called Responder Connect, can share with all the teams in the area the exact location of the rescuer, so they can navigate as quickly to them as possible using Google Maps, as well as video. So that already before they arrive on the scene, they know what's going on. So I'll just a few words. I mean, we have, and I started with this, but we have an NPS score, so that's a Net Promoter Score of 94, whereas the Net Promoter Score in our industry is 40. I think what people like about the solution, and call taker specifically, is that it's really fast. The UI is much nicer because it's just a solution that was developed 30 years later. And today, if you ever had the chance to go to a 911 call center, they sit in front of like 8 screens, okay, which have like one for location, another one for writing down records, etc. We consolidate everything into one screen. And there's also like just the benefits of not technology related, but being a newcomer, a relatively smaller company in the industry, and we give more attention to their customers, and we have and our customer success team is great. And then this is just like three last kind of testimonials. So the left hand side is from Kristen Nielsen. She's one of 2 former Homeland Security secretaries on our advisory board at the moment. Tyrell Morris, you saw him on the video. He's the director of OPCD. That's the New Orleans 911 communication centers. And finally, there's Mark from Get here. I left this because I also wanted to close out by saying that we're also doing B2B applications. So I'll give you an example. Like, I think we can build an emergency button for a ride-sharing app. Okay, so for example, if you as a citizen or as a driver, you click on the button, it dials 911, but unlike a regular 911 call, the call taker will immediately receive the name of the driver, where you were picked up from, where you were going to, the license plates, the make of the car and the color. So all that helps speed up the emergency response a lot. And that's the type of services that we're already today providing multiple businesses, more so in Mexico, by the way, than anywhere else. And that's it.
vista de las marcas, cómo las marcas están abordando su entrada en el metaverso y conocer un poco el target, un poco que es otro de los grandes desconocidos del metaverso. O sea, todo el mundo habla del metaverso y nadie es capaz de decir, bueno, pues el metaverso es este target, tiene estos componentes sociales, tienen estos gustos para identificar las experiencias que tenemos que dar. Otro de los cambios paradigmáticos que se dan en las marcas es el tema de los contenidos. O sea, antes lo comentaba mi compañero Rodrigo y tiene toda la razón. Tenemos que generar experiencias y los contenidos dentro de las experiencias. O sea, no podemos pensar que estas nuevas generaciones se van a comportar como la generación X o incluso con los millennials más adultos, de tener un consumo pasivo de los contenidos. Estos no. Estas nuevas generaciones quieren experiencias y tenemos que generar todas estas experiencias y, como decía antes Rodrigo muy bien, tenemos que hacer películas para este nuevo televisor, ¿no? Entonces, me parece una analogía bastante adecuada, ¿no? Bueno, el metaverso, las claves que lo definen a día de hoy pasan por la persistencia, ¿no? O sea, que la vida sigue en el metaverso aunque nosotros no estemos. Esto no es una sesión de gaming donde salimos y entramos y volvemos a estar donde estábamos. La interoperabilidad como la clave de la batalla futura que se va a dar entre los mundos virtuales centralizados y descentralizados. La interoperabilidad se va a imponer tarde o temprano. ¿Por qué? Porque el metaverso, como veis ahí también en este recuadro, va a estar definido por el usuario. El usuario va a ser el gran protagonista y el dueño, digamos, ¿no? De sus datos y de sus activos digitales. Estas nuevas generaciones, el concepto de posesión digital lo tienen de otra manera a las nuestras. Para ellos, un activo digital es tan importante como un activo físico. Entonces, hay que cambiar nuestra visión como marcas y como empresas de que estos nuevos targets trabajan igual con estos dos tipos de activos. Y no le vas a poder pedir a un generación Z que se compra unas Nike en Roblox y que no las puede llevar a Fortnite. Porque te va a decir, me han costado $100 y es como si me compro un bolso en una calle de Madrid y no puedo ir a la siguiente, ¿no? O sea, no tiene ningún sentido y es absurdo, ¿no? Es ilimitado y múltiple, o sea, esto es otro de los mitos que hay alrededor del metaverso, que son solo a través de las gafas de realidad virtual. Es de múltiple acceso. Todo el metaverso, como estáis viendo ahora, podemos acceder desde un desktop o desde un móvil o desde unas gafas de realidad virtual o desde diferentes dispositivos, con lo cual la multiaccesibilidad va a convivir durante muchos años hasta que lleguen los devices que se conviertan realmente en mainstream y que sean los devices, digamos, más adaptados al metaverso, ¿no? Las tecnologías que están aplicando en el metaverso las conocéis todos, la realidad virtual, la aumentada y para mí la que es la tecnología que sí va a democratizar el metaverso, que es la realidad mixta. Apple lanza a finales de este año sus gafas de realidad mixta, puede ser un antes y un después, por lo que se ha filtrado ayer también. Van a tener unos modelos espectaculares. Las nuevas Pro de Oculus son también un producto espectacular, pero recordad los móviles en los años 90. Eran verdaderos ladrillos, incluso, no sé si algunos os recordaréis también, los móviles que iban en maletines y que hablábamos con ellos. Bueno, pues estamos en ese punto. La evolución del hardware va a ser muchísimo más rápida, evidente, que el móvil y estamos esperando ese device, digamos, que haga como hizo el smartphone, que conecte el contenido con la movilidad. Los NFTs, otro de los grandes de las grandes palabras del 2022, para bien y para mal, para bien en el crecimiento que tuvo y para mal en la especulación que hubo alrededor de ello y el pinchazo que sufrió después. Pero para nosotros, para las marcas y para las empresas, los NFTs van mucho más allá del valor artístico especulativo. Es el smart contract que está detrás de esta tecnología blockchain, donde nosotros podemos ofrecer toda una serie de ventajas como empresa a los propietarios de esos NFTs que les damos y proponerles con los nuevos NFTs dinámicos retos para que consigan esas ventajas, con lo cual obtenemos verdaderos club de loyalties de alta innovación y alto engagement, ¿no? El blockchain como tecnología habilitadora de la centralización y, por supuesto, el conocimiento de las criptomonedas. Todos estos metaversos y mundos virtuales tienen cada uno su moneda y tenemos que conocer porque las fluctuaciones a día de hoy, como habéis podido ver en 2022, son espectaculares, con lo cual debemos entender muy bien. Un terreno en Decentraland llegó a valer 100 euros, de 100 euros vimos terrenos que se vendían por 15.000 euros, ahora último me parece que están en 5 o 7.000 euros, puedes encontrar ya terrenos en Decentraland, o sea, hay grandes fluctuaciones y tenemos que entender muy bien esas economías, ¿no? Al final es una conexión social y una oportunidad de negocio, ¿no? O sea, como os decía, el movimiento estratégico del Zuckerberg es estoy desconectando de las nuevas generaciones, pero esto le está pasando a muchas marcas. Estos nuevos targets no los encontramos ni en las redes sociales habituales, ni en HBO, ni en Netflix, están en estos entornos. Entonces, ninguna marca, ningún director de marketing que le preguntemos de alguna marca puede decir me voy a desconectar de esta generación si ponen el futuro de mi marca en peligro, ¿no? Es la misma reflexión estratégica que ha hecho el mercado de la moda y del lujo en este sector. Son pioneros, nunca lo habían sido, pero marcas como Valenciana, Gucci se estaban desconectando de estas generaciones. Entonces, estas generaciones iban a conocer, iban a crecer sin tener el conocimiento, el awareness de marcas como tan importantes, pues como Gucci, Loewe, Balenciaga, Louis Vuitton, ¿no? Ellos están ya trabajando con estas generaciones, no buscan el negocio a día de hoy, pero empiezan a aprender y empiezan a estar en el top of mind de estas generaciones. Decir que el metaverso es ya muerto, como dicen algunos medios y demás, bueno, pues aquí tenemos datos. Citigroup, como ha dicho Rodrigo también, las principales consultoras están haciendo proyecciones de billones de dólares para 2030. En el 2026 un 25% de la población está en el metaverso, un 25% de la generación alfa va a trabajar en el metaverso. Se calculan entre 25 y 30 millones de puestos de trabajo en el metaverso en los próximos años. O sea, hay toda una serie de datos que confirman que esto es una realidad. Pero al final, decir si el metaverso va a existir o no va a existir es como decir si Internet en su momento iba a existir o no. El metaverso al final es una evolución de la experiencia de Internet. Es como negar el metaverso, es como negar Internet. O sea, nos dirigimos a un Internet muchísimo más experiencial, más inmersivo y más descentralizado. Entonces, la negación de una implica la negación de otra. La evolución de la Brandverse pasa por, como os decía, desarrollo de juegos e iniciativas. Estas nuevas generaciones trabajan la gamificación porque son nativas de ellas. La creación de experiencias inmersivas, el trasladar las audiencias actuales a estos entornos. Esto no va solo de jóvenes, esto lo tenemos que tener claro. Nuestros padres no eran nativos de los móviles y a día de hoy no pueden pasar sin ellos y son heavy users de los móviles, con lo cual no quiere decir que nosotros nos vamos a quedar fuera de todo esto. El enfoque, como os decía antes, a la generación Z de los millennials no se puede desconectar de esas generaciones, ninguna marca y ninguna empresa. La creación de coleccionables también trabaja muy bien en estas generaciones y sobre todo el consejo para las marcas a día de hoy es tener una actitud always beta, o sea, un test and learning constante hasta que encontremos nuestro sitio y hasta que encontremos a nuestras audiencias en este entorno. Pensar que el metaverso solo va a impactar a la industria del entretenimiento es otro mito que tampoco tiene sentido. Impacta la publicidad, la moda, el B2B, las finanzas, los deportes. Se crean nuevas líneas de negocio. O sea, Nike ha comprado el año pasado Artifact, que es una empresa de diseño de ropa digital, para lanzar sus nuevas zapatillas de Nike, las digitales, ¿no? Entonces, se crea una nueva línea donde se van a lanzar las zapatillas físicas y las digitales. Y vamos a tener productos físicos y productos digitales y virtuales, ¿no? El estudio que ha hecho Havas alrededor del metaverso, lo que nos dice en todas las encuestas que ha hecho es que estas nuevas generaciones esperan que el metaverso sea abierto, personalizado, seguro, humano e integrado, ¿no? La situación de las marcas a día de hoy, en un estudio que publicó Havas en 2021, ahora sale la siguiente edición, me parece que en mayo, nos decía que si el 75% de las marcas desaparecieran, a nadie le importaría. Entonces, esto debería hacernos reflexionar un poco sobre que pensamos que nuestras audiencias no pueden vivir sin nuestras marcas y no estamos en ese punto. No confían en ellas, como podéis ver aquí, son un 47% de las marcas son vistas como confiables y un 71% de los encuestados están cansados de promesas incumplidas, ¿no? Por eso hay que pasar del dicho al hecho, tener transparencia, hay que tener responsabilidad social como empresas. Estas nuevas generaciones exigen el impacto positivo en estas marcas y un compromiso. Y luego tener nuevas formas de conexión. No vale aplicar las estrategias web 2.0 a este nuevo entorno web 3.0, web 3, ¿no? Y metaverso, ¿por qué no va a funcionar? O sea, tenemos que crear contenidos adaptados a las experiencias y trabajar en el lenguaje que trabajan ellos, ¿no? Por ello, el metaverso para las marcas se convierte en un nuevo punto de contacto en construcción, preparado para ser un canal de interacción y, sobre todo, a través de un contenido diferente, muchísimo más experiencial, como os decía antes. ¿Y cómo llegamos aquí, no? Bueno, pues, en principio, nuestro consejo desde Havas para nuestros clientes es piensa grande, pero empieza pequeño. O sea, tienes que tener un roadmap ambicioso, aunque puedes empezar con proyectos pequeños que te permitan aprender e ir creciendo a medida que vas conociendo este modelo experiencial y estos targets. Tener una mentalidad agile y flexible y ahora mismo tiene una buena acogida y mejor disposición en la aparición de las marcas. Ahora mismo te puedes equivocar, puedes cometer errores porque estos targets saben que esto están haciendo y disculpan estas incursiones, ¿no? Los objetivos de las marcas pasan primero por el PR, o sea, el ser el primero en llegar. Esto ya se está acabando. Nosotros lo que le decimos a nuestros clientes es muy bien que consigas el PR, pero ten un roadmap estratégico alineado con la comunicación de tu marca. Si no, no tiene sentido hacer un one shot que te va a servir para que te vean ahora, aparecer en los medios y no mucho más, ¿no? Pero, como os decía, se convierte en un nuevo canal de venta y una nueva generación de nuevos productos, ¿no? Y lo vamos enfocando, vamos a ver cómo se enfoca cada vez más al entorno del negocio, ¿no? Y nos permite una conexión con otros públicos, con estas nuevas generaciones alfa y Z y los millennials jóvenes que tenemos que conectar con ellos en sus propios entornos. ¿Barreras mentales que hay que superar? Pues esa. No es solo para jóvenes. Esto al final, vamos, el funnel empieza por ellos y ellos van a ser los heavy users a día de hoy, pero poco a poco todos, a medida que las marcas, las empresas vayan generando experiencias, nos iremos integrando en esta nueva Internet experiencial, ¿no? Las barreras tecnológicas no se conecta solo a través de las gafas de realidad virtual, es multiaccesible, como os decía al principio. El tener una visión futurista, que esto va a pasar en el futuro, esto está pasando ya. Hay 3.000 millones de gamers en el mundo que están empezando a hacer más cosas que jugar en estas plataformas, están socializando, están comprando, están haciendo negocios, con lo cual es algo que está pasando y que tenemos que estar ya ahí para aprender estos nuevos modelos de negocio. Y que requiere una gran inversión, tampoco es cierto. Puedes empezar, como decía, con un proyecto pequeño que te permita poco a poco ir aprendiendo, ¿no? Esto son estudios en Estados Unidos donde dicen que el 86% de las marcas o ya están provisionando, haciendo cosas en el metaverso, o en un 21% o ya están provisionando en su budget para el próximo año, para el 2023 y 2024, desarrollar acciones en el entorno de metaverso, ¿no? Los targets, es interesante pensar que va a modificar la forma en que relacionamos las personas en la tecnología, definitivamente. Va a transformar la forma en que las personas se conectan con las marcas, facilitará el desarrollo de nuevos negocios, va a agitar a las marcas cómo se miden su interacción en las emociones, los sentidos, hacia dónde miran, cuánto tiempo, qué sienten, y va a forzar un nuevo ecosistema partnership con una mentalidad mucho más abierta. En el estudio de Havas que os decía antes, bueno, pues un 74% de los prosumers son aquellos que ya han tenido contacto con el metaverso, familiarizados, y el mainstream somos todos los demás, ¿no? Bueno, pues lo que dicen es que los niños, un 74%, han sido los grandes impulsores ahora, como muchas innovaciones y tendencias, y los gamers, que son también los grandes impulsores, ¿no? Si nos vamos a datos, o sea, este datos en España, pues como veis, a nivel mundial es extrapolable exactamente lo mismo. El gaming, si sumáramos todo lo que es el universo de la música y del cine, también me atrevería a decir que del arte, que lo vi el otro día también, no llega al volumen de negocio que mueve el entorno del gaming, ¿no? Y el metaverso ha entrado oficialmente en nuestro léxico. En 2021 solo lo conocían un 32%, un 74% lo conocen en 2022, la palabra metaverso, pero a día de hoy solo un 15% lo pueden explicar. O sea, estamos en los comienzos, ¿no? Están pañales, digamos, ¿no? Y tiene un target mucho más plural que el que parece. Hombres, mujeres prácticamente muy cerca, parejas casadas, solteros, familias, millennials, boomers, generación alfa y zeta, evidentemente. Y lo que nos dicen estos estudios es que el metaverso es un lugar para socialidad, aprender, explorar nuestra identidad e invertir y ganar dinero, ¿no? Las estrategias que están utilizando las marcas para entrar en el metaverso, ¿no? Para hacer sus primeras acciones, lo primero que se tiene que preguntar las marcas es, la pregunta no está en si esto va a pasar o no va a pasar, la pregunta está en cuándo y cómo lo voy a hacer, ¿no? O sea, y el cuándo y cómo lo voy a hacer es hacer un roadmap estratégico. Hay marcas que están desarrollando estrategias de Web3 a 2025 y a 2030 y de metaverso, ¿no? Entonces, tener un roadmap claro, aunque pueda, como decíamos, con una mentalidad ya y flexible que nos permita variar el camino en función de lo que vayamos conociendo. O sea, esto es un camino que hemos empezado y que tenemos que conocer dónde están las curvas, ¿no? Pero estos son los 8 patrones estratégicos a la hora de entrar en el metaverso. El primero es entrar de forma nativa, utilizar por ejemplo, los billboards que hay en diferentes entornos, fomentan, o sea, incrementan las compras. Ha habido empresas de juguetes que han hecho campañas en los billboards de Roblox y han aumentado cerca de un 25% sus ventas o su intención de compra por parte de las audiencias. Pero además podemos utilizar experiencias que ya existen, ¿no? O sea, que ya hay activaciones en Roblox que son muy de éxito y que podemos integrarnos como marca con contenidos o con Fortnite o Minecraft o muchos de los metaversos ya existentes, ¿no? Tenemos que tener siempre una mentalidad digital. O sea, las marcas de ropa lo están haciendo muy bien, están empezando a aprender el que tus avatares pueden empezar a comprar ropa digital y luego te llega la ropa física a casa. O sea, lo que pienses en el metaverso tiene que tener impacto en el mundo físico y lo que hagas en el mundo físico que tenga impacto en el metaverso. Nike lanza unas zapatillas que corrías con ellas y desbloqueabas ventajas en Roblox Land, en Nikeland, en Roblox, ¿no? Con lo cual es muy importante que tengamos esa mentalidad digital porque al final el metaverso es una fusión del mundo físico y del mundo virtual, ¿no? Los avatares, ¿no? Que son las identidades que nos representan a nosotros como usuarios y también como marcas, ¿no? O sea, nos podemos asociar a avatares o a humanos digitales como Lili Miquela, tiene millones de seguidores, las marcas están muy on fire con ellas, Bosch, Louis Vuitton, o sea, ella tiene una agenda de contenidos, tiene una vida, va al Gran Premio de Mónaco, cena con Kylie Jenner, o sea, podemos trabajar con avatares, pero también podemos convertir hacer estrategias de avatares como DAF, en su comunicación hacia las mujeres, ha creado una alianza con Epic Games donde crea el Real Virtual Beauty, lo que hace es crear diversidad de avatares mujeres en el metaverso, ¿no? Y por último, o sea, por ejemplo, el coronel Sanders, que se ha convertido en el embajador de la marca, avatarizado, con una agenda de contenidos también súper interesante y divertida, ¿no? Establece tu propio espacio en el metaverso. O sea, Carrefour ha comprado cerca de en Sandbox, terreno como si fueran de 30 supermercados para replicar su experiencia de compra en el metaverso. Walmart ya tienes experiencias donde tú coges tu carrito en un entorno virtual y vas cogiendo de los lineales los productos que quieres. Es una experiencia muchísimo más inmersiva y más experiencial que entrar en una web plana con cuadritos y diciendo esa cajita, esa box que te dice el precio y la descripción del producto, ¿no? Nikeland es el universo ha replicado su headquarter de Oregón en Roblox y ha desarrollado todo tipo de experiencias de gaming para los usuarios, ¿no? Pero con un concepto siempre digital también, como os decía, ¿no? Crear experiencias inmersivas es interesante. Conciertos en directo están teniendo muchísimo éxito, eventos interactivos masivos en directo, los advert gamings también, para crear expectación a través de la publicidad dentro del entorno de gaming. Este es el concierto de Lil Nas.
Hola, muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Ricardo Barriga y soy especialista de ventas para centros de datos en Intel Américas. Y para mí es un gusto poder participar de esta Global Digital Week y hablarles un poquito de lo que tenemos en Intel acerca de los centros de datos sustentables y cómo hacemos nosotros para ayudar en esta nueva tendencia de los centros de datos y el por qué es importante. Bueno, para hablar un poquito y empezar en detalle, quiero comentarles que nos dedicamos a hacer en Intel. Obviamente ustedes nos conocen por los procesadores, tanto para equipos de cómputo personales como para centros de datos. Sin embargo, lo que nos dedicamos a hacer nosotros en Intel son plataformas para desarrollar productos que a través del ecosistema de nuestros partners y de nuestros clientes o asociados estamos entregando el valor de la tecnología a todos los clientes, a todos los usuarios finales. Y estas plataformas tienen como finalidad enriquecer la vida de todos y cada uno de los habitantes que estamos en este planeta Tierra, y ahí es donde entra el valor de nosotros en la tecnología. Entonces, no solamente es hacer un procesador, no solamente es hacer una tarjeta de red, es cómo el ecosistema completo entra en una plataforma y podemos desarrollar las múltiples soluciones que se tienen. Y es por eso que nosotros en Intel empezamos a hablar ya desde hace algún tiempo de 4 superpoderes. Y aquí vamos a empezar hablando de ellos precisamente. El primer superpoder que hablamos en Intel o que nosotros nos dedicamos a comentar es el superpoder del cómputo ubicuo. ¿Qué significa esto? Que prácticamente todos los procesos que tenemos o que hacemos nosotros como seres humanos, como personas, ya pueden estar digitalizados. A eso se refiere el cómputo ubicuo. Pensamos, muchas de las cuestiones que hacemos en el día a día, hacemos todo eso a través de sistemas digitalizados que se conectan, ya sea vía internet o algún otro sistema, a un centro de datos. Y ahí es donde está esa relación. El otro superpoder que comentamos en Intel es la conectividad, vamos a llamarle pervasiva, pero se traduce o lo podemos decir como que siempre estamos conectados. Y nuevamente, tomemos como un ejemplo las cosas que hacemos día a día. Mandar un correo, ya sea desde nuestro equipo de cómputo o desde nuestro teléfono inteligente. Todo eso que hacemos es a través de una comunicación que estamos logrando, que estamos teniendo a través de diferentes sistemas, a través de diferentes dispositivos y que finalmente toca un centro de datos. Imagínense cuando estamos enviando un mensaje o una fotografía a través de un teléfono inteligente. Bueno, esta seguramente tocó un centro de datos que corre sobre tecnología. Y el tercer superpoder que tenemos es el de inteligencia artificial. Y como bien saben, tenemos ya muchos dispositivos asistentes personales, asistentes en los equipos de cómputo, en los teléfonos inteligentes, que a través del uso de la inteligencia artificial nos permite interactuar con ellos, no solamente obtener cuestiones tan sencillas como, por favor, prende la luz, dame la hora, dame cuál va a ser el pronóstico del clima el día de hoy, sino hacer muchas otras tareas, tanto en el ámbito personal como también en el ámbito profesional, que va a hacer que podamos tener una mayor interacción. Y nuevamente, todo eso se conecta a través del Internet a lo que es un centro de cómputo en algún lugar del mundo o diferentes partes del mundo también. El cuarto, y este es uno de los nuevos superpoderes que hemos añadido a esta lista, es el tema sensorial, porque no solamente ya estos dispositivos de los que hablaba en el tema de inteligencia artificial nos dicen o nos identifican nuestra voz, sino que también empiezan a identificar cuántas personas hay ya en una habitación, cuántas personas o cuántos objetos se tienen en diferentes áreas de la habitación. Y un ejemplo de esto es, por ejemplo, la comunicación que tienen los autos autónomos, que ya empezamos a ver algunos por ahí circular en algunas partes del mundo, porque es precisamente lo que están haciendo. A través de diferentes dispositivos y diferentes temas de inteligencia artificial, están sensando su alrededor. Entonces ahí tenemos un ejemplo también de todo esto alrededor de este superpoder. Y nuevamente, ¿qué se necesita para poder identificar todos estos centros de datos? Necesitamos más centros de datos que estén captando toda esa información y que estén regresando una respuesta a esa información que estamos enviando. Y finalmente, todo esto que les comenté está alrededor de lo que nosotros en Intel llamamos desde la periferia hasta el edge, hasta la nube o el centro de datos. ¿Por qué? Porque a través de esta interacción, ahí es donde estamos implementando todo lo que es diferentes productos en Intel para poder soportar estos 5 superpoderes. Ahora, como me escucharon, todo esto está basado en centros de datos y cada vez estamos teniendo mayor y mayor demanda de datos. De hecho, hace 5 o 6 años hablábamos que el nuevo petróleo son ahora los datos. ¿Por qué? Porque a través de los datos podemos obtener muchísima información y también los clientes pueden obtener valor, ya sea en el tema personal, pero también en el ámbito comercial, de tal forma que ese nuevo petróleo se pueden generar nuevos servicios, nuevos formas de atender diferentes necesidades a partir del análisis de datos, y es ahí donde nos interesa en Intel tener los mejores productos para hablar de ellos y obviamente en el tema sustentable. Y es por ello que el pasado mes de enero, el 10 de enero particularmente, Intel lanzamos lo que es nuestra 4ª generación de procesadores Xeon escalables, que este es uno de los productos que, como muchos otros en Intel, está centrado con los clientes en el centro, alrededor de cuáles son las necesidades que tienen los clientes, y todas las innovaciones que tenemos en este producto, así como el diseño, están basados en entregar un valor a ese cliente. Una de las grandes características que tiene esta familia de procesadores, y aquí regreso al tema de plataformas, porque es obviamente el procesador, pero también lo que está en la periferia o alrededor del procesador. Particularmente la 4ª generación de procesadores tiene una suite o un conjunto de aceleradores de software que pueden ser activados para diferentes workloads o aplicativos de trabajo. Entonces, esa es una de las grandes diferenciadores que tiene la 4ª generación de procesadores Intel, además de que particularmente tiene una mejora en cuanto al desempeño versus nuestras generaciones anteriores, y vamos a hablar un poquito más al respecto cuáles son esas cargas de trabajo o workloads de los que hablaba, donde se va a enfocar esta 4ª familia o esta 4ª generación de procesadores Xeon Intel. Y también, muy importante, y es el tema que nos tiene el día de hoy, esta es nuestra familia más sustentable en temas de generación de emisiones de carbono, pero no solamente en la operación del procesador o de los servidores, sino que también en su producción, porque les puedo comentar que en Intel tenemos una iniciativa que se llama RISE, por sus siglas en inglés es responsabilidad, implementación, habilitación y el tema precisamente de sustentabilidad, donde tenemos objetivos muy claros que para 2030, prácticamente ya en 7 años, tenemos targets o metas muy particulares para ahorrar en cuanto a consumo de agua, también en cuanto a la generación de residuos en todos nuestros procesos de producción, y también en la parte de generación de energías limpias que estamos consumiendo. Entonces, hay muchas iniciativas en Intel alrededor del tema de sustentabilidad, no solamente en la generación o creación de estas plataformas y de la cuarta familia de procesadores Intel, sino también en nuestra propia operación. Entonces, estamos entregando un producto con la más alta calidad, pero que también va a ayudarles a desarrollar estos centros de datos de manera sustentable. Entonces, vamos a hablar un poquito más acerca de esto. Ahora, yo les hablaba que esta cuarta generación de procesadores Xeon está enfocada en ciertas cargas de trabajo, ciertas áreas o segmentos muy particulares donde vamos a tener un mayor beneficio. ¿Cuáles son estos segmentos? Bueno, el primero es la inteligencia artificial. Comentábamos que también es uno de los grandes superpoderes en los que nos enfocamos en Intel, y vamos a tener tanto aceleradores de software como características en el procesador que nos van a ayudar a que todas las cargas de trabajo relacionadas con el tema, por ejemplo, de entrenamiento, en cargas de inteligencia artificial o temas de inferencia, vamos a tener resultados mucho más rápidos comparado con lo que teníamos con generaciones previas de nuestra tecnología. ¿Esto en qué se traduce o cuál es el beneficio en temas de sustentabilidad? Bueno, que vamos a tener un menor consumo de energía por la parte de que vamos a tener una respuesta mucho más rápida de los servidores. Los servidores van a darnos una respuesta mucho más rápida y esto va a permitir que puedan irse a ese estado de espera mucho más rápido. Entonces, ahí tenemos un área donde está enfocada la inteligencia artificial. El tema de networking o de redes y 5G. Vamos a tener productos y también aceleradores de software específicos para que nuestros clientes que se dedican al tema de comunicaciones, como ustedes bien saben, cada antena de radio o de celular, muchas veces se necesita un servidor para que ésta pueda operar. Bueno, ahí va a estar nuestra tecnología, la cuarta generación de procesadores Intel, y va a estar soportando esas cargas de trabajo y esa operación de esas antenas, de esas redes, para tener nuevamente una mejor entrega de señales, de datos a través de la red de 5G. Un tema que también ha estado creciendo mucho en conjunto con los centros de datos es el tema del almacenamiento, del storage. Y decía previamente que los datos son el nuevo petróleo y hay que tenerlos cerca del centro de datos donde se están analizando. Bueno, nuestra cuarta generación de procesadores Intel, también hay una familia específica que es la familia de Intel Xeon Max, que está diseñada particularmente para cargas de cómputo de alto desempeño, donde le permite al procesador tener un mayor ancho de banda de la memoria que está dentro del procesador para poder procesar toda esa información, y de esta forma vamos a poder obtener mucho más rápido los resultados que estábamos teniendo sin necesidad de estar intercambiando información fuera del procesador, ya sea con la memoria que está instalada o fuera del centro de datos o en alguna parte del centro de datos. Entonces ahí también tenemos esa parte interesante. Y bueno, ya hablé un poquito también de lo que es el cómputo de alto desempeño, que ahí es donde está nuestra familia Xeon Max, particularmente dedicada a estos temas. Y sobre todo en el análisis de datos. Nuevamente podemos tener muchísimos datos, podemos tener muchísima información, pero si no la analizamos, si no la estamos revisando de manera periódica, de nada sirve que tengamos toda esta información. La verdad, cuando nosotros en Intel estamos platicando con nuestros clientes, lo que nos dicen es, oye, ¿por qué no me ayudas a tener, o cómo me puedes ayudar a toda esta información que estoy generando yo día a día en mi área de manufactura o con mi servicio de mensajería, temas de transportación, diferentes áreas y segmentos y verticales? Lo que nos piden es ayúdame a que podamos generar o analizar toda esa información y generar valor a partir de ese análisis que estamos dando, ya sea valor tanto para ellos como empresa o para sus clientes. Entonces, el análisis de datos también a través de diferentes aplicativos de software es donde vamos a ver una mejora interesante al respecto. Y algo que tenemos aquí es particularmente acerca de esas características de sustentabilidad de esta familia o cuarta generación de procesadores Intel Xeon. Hablando un poquito en temas de inteligencia artificial, por ejemplo, si nosotros comparamos contra nuestra familia anterior y si usáramos 50 servidores dentro de un centro de datos, para poder obtener el mismo resultado, vamos a necesitar solamente 17 servidores. Entonces, aquí, ¿qué vamos a tener? Un ahorro, no solamente en temas de inversión de capital de trabajo, sino también en todos los servicios para operar esos servidores, de tal forma que vamos a consumir menor kilowatt, menor energía, vamos a generar menores emisiones porque vamos a estar generando o consumiendo muchísimo menos energía, y también como un resultado, y creo que esto es algo que también le gusta a nuestros clientes, vamos a ahorrar en cuanto al mantenimiento o al costo total de propiedad de esos 17 servidores comparado con esos 50 servidores. Cuando estamos hablando del manejo de bases de datos, bueno, también es algo interesante. Igual, mismo ejercicio, cuando necesitábamos 50 servidores con nuestra generación anterior, ahora solamente necesitamos 18 servidores. Vamos a generar o consumir menor cantidad de energía y por ende vamos a generar también menores emisiones. Aquí pueden hablar un ahorro de casi 366,000 kilogramos de dióxido de carbono que se estarían dejando de emitir solamente por hacer esa renovación de esos servidores ahora en esta tecnología, en nuestra cuarta generación de procesadores Xeon. Y nuevamente, el costo menor de propiedad. Nuestros clientes van a ahorrar. Y específicamente en el área de cómputo de alto desempeño, bueno, también, nuevamente, un ahorro en cuanto al número o la cantidad de servidores que vamos a necesitar para poder obtener el mismo resultado, 16 servidores, es decir, solamente una tercera parte de los servidores los vamos a necesitar cuando estamos utilizando aplicativos como el que mostramos aquí en el ejemplo, que es OpenFOAM. Vamos a obtener solamente, vamos a consumir muchísimo menos energía, vamos a generar menores emisiones de carbono, pero también vamos a ahorrar. Y es por eso que decimos que la cuarta generación de procesadores es nuestra tecnología más sustentable y obviamente también la más eficiente en costo para nuestros clientes. Y aquí algo súper importante que quisiera comentarles también es que la cuarta generación de procesadores tiene también, y estamos muy orgullosos porque como latinoamericanos que somos, buena parte de esta tecnología fue desarrollada y validada en nuestro centro de diseño en Guadalajara, en México, donde diferentes ingenieros y estuvieron trabajando en la validación de esta tecnología, entonces estamos muy orgullosos por eso. Y no solamente eso, sino que les puedo platicar un poquito acerca de lo que hace nuestro site o nuestro centro de diseño en Guadalajara acerca del ahorro de energía. Y por ejemplo, algunos datos que puedo compartirles es que se han ahorrado o se han reutilizado, mejor dicho, más de 19,600 metros cúbicos de agua. De todo lo que se consume en este centro de diseño en Guadalajara, esa cantidad, más de 19,600 metros cúbicos de agua, han sido reutilizados, de tal forma que el agua que se utiliza ahí no se desperdicia. Y también se han reciclado más de 12 toneladas de todos los procesos que tenemos ahí en este centro de diseño, así como todo lo que generamos también como personas dentro. Se han reciclado más de 12 toneladas en lo que va o en lo que fue el 2022. Entonces, no solamente estamos hablando que es un producto, la cuarta generación de procesadores Intel, que es sustentable, que es tanto eficiente en costos, sino que también donde se diseña, donde se fabrica, también estamos hablando de que hay un tema alrededor de sustentabilidad que lo hace un producto, vamos a llamarle en 360 grados sustentable, no solamente el producto en sí, sino que también a la hora de fabricarlo, porque así como en el Centro de Diseño de Guadalajara, los diferentes sites como el que tenemos en Costa Rica, también en Latinoamérica, y otros en diferentes partes del mundo, están también trabajando en estos objetivos RISE que les comentaba anteriormente para poder ser sustentables de manera completa como producto y también como empresa. Entonces, cuando estén pensando en estas tecnologías que van a adquirir, bueno, también piensen que las empresas o quienes son sus proveedores de tecnología, bueno, tengan también estos objetivos de sustentabilidad que son importantes. Y bueno, continuando con la presentación, también quiero platicarles un poquito acerca de lo que son los procesadores CPU Max, o nuestra serie enfocada en cómputo de alto desempeño, donde están todo lo que tenga que ser gran manejo de datos en grandes cantidades, esas cargas de trabajo. Bueno, estos productos particularmente van a ser la mejor tecnología de Intel para utilizar en sus centros de datos. ¿Por qué? Porque tienen embebido esta capacidad de poder manejar dentro del procesador, cerca de los núcleos del procesador, más información, lo que va a permitir que no haya que ir fuera del procesador para obtener cierta información. Entonces vamos a poder tenerla, almacenar una mayor cantidad de información en cada uno de estos núcleos del procesador, y obviamente la velocidad que tenemos en cada uno de estos núcleos va a permitir que podamos estar compartiendo también información o extrayendo información de la memoria DDR5 con este tema, pero al poder almacenar también mayor información nos va a permitir que la capacidad que debemos de tener en nuestros servidores directamente sea mucho menor. Entonces, la cantidad de memoria, en este caso DDR5, que es la que utiliza nuestra cuarta generación de procesadores Xeon, bueno, va a disminuir y por ende vamos a tener una menor cantidad de servidores en nuestro centro de datos. Sin embargo, algo que nos dicen nuestros clientes es, oye, Intel, ayúdanos a cómo poder aprovechar esta información que estamos haciendo. Entonces, ellos lo que están haciendo es renovar sobre los centros de datos que tenían anteriormente sobre tecnología Intel con familias anteriores, bueno, empezar a renovar a las nuevas familias o familias mucho más recientes para precisamente empezar a ahorrar tanto en la parte de emisión de carbono, pero también para tener un mejor desempeño en cuanto a la inversión de capital de trabajo. Entonces, esta es una de las grandes ventajas que también esta familia tiene alrededor. Y algo que también nos enorgullece es que nuestros productos están siendo utilizados para resolver, como les decía, los grandes problemas que tenemos como humanidad. Entonces, algo que estamos todavía ya, esperemos que sea la parte final de la pandemia del SARS-CoV, del SARS o COVID-19, se utilizó muchos de nuestros centros de datos, mucha de nuestra tecnología para precisamente identificar cuál era el DNA de este virus y poder desarrollar las vacunas que gracias a la colaboración de gobiernos y de iniciativa privada, bueno, tenemos ya disponibles y que todos tenemos acceso para poder pasar al siguiente nivel después de estos prácticamente 3 años que tenemos ya de pandemia. Pero no solamente en el área de ciencia y tecnología, sino también en la parte de servicios financieros. También es cada vez mucho más importante tener mayor manejo de información, poder cifrar una cantidad mayor de datos. ¿Para qué? Para que podamos tener transacciones financieras mucho más seguras en nuestros centros de datos, en diferentes áreas de las bolsas de trabajo, que los clientes tengan la seguridad cuando tengan tecnología Intel y lo consuman ya sea de manera física o a través de alguna instancia de nube, tengan la certeza y la seguridad que se están corriendo sobre tecnología de Intel. Bueno, va a estar su información segura porque tenemos herramientas dentro del procesador, tanto de hardware como de software, que van a permitir estar cifrando toda esa información y vamos a poder tener productos y aplicativos o soluciones mucho más seguras. Pero también se están diseñando nuevos servicios a partir de la interacción que tenemos o que nosotros como usuarios o consumidores hemos tenido a través de la web. Los últimos 3 años y con la pandemia, lo que fue no solamente en Latinoamérica, pero en todo el mundo, el consumo a través ya sea de dispositivos inteligentes o a través de páginas en línea incrementó porque era nuestra forma de poder consumir diferentes servicios, diferentes productos y obviamente también la tecnología. Entonces también podemos tener nuevos servicios para esos consumidores digitales que incrementaron en los últimos 3 años y tener servicios muy particulares para poder tener mejores experiencias de una manera mucho más rápida. Pero no solamente eso, sino que también, así como consumidores podemos tener nuevas experiencias, bueno, también los proveedores de estas experiencias van a poder proveernos de nuevos servicios, nuevos productos que van a, que como resultado y a través de la inteligencia artificial y de lo que comentábamos en un principio, bueno, vamos a tener toda esta parte de nuevos productos disponibles para poder consumir, que como usuarios los agradecemos de tener todos estos nuevos servicios, pero también las empresas lo tienen como una nueva área para poder generar oportunidades de valor. Entonces, como Intel estamos comprometidos y enfocados a resolver no solamente las necesidades de los usuarios finales, sino también de todos nuestros clientes en la parte productiva, ya sea en la manufactura, servicios financieros, y en la parte de salud y diferentes áreas o verticales de negocio. Entonces ahí es donde la 4ª generación de procesadores Intel va a ayudar a generar estos centros de datos mucho más sustentables y obviamente a cumplir con sus metas también de sustentabilidad. Y obviamente, hablando un poquito más de cuál es el feedback o la retroalimentación que hemos obtenido de todo el ecosistema, pues diferentes áreas como es la parte de nube, la 4ª generación de procesadores Intel particularmente ha ayudado a clientes, como pueden ver aquí, algunos Inspur, Google Cloud, la parte de seguridad también, la parte de inteligencia artificial, aquí vemos algunas notas, la parte de virtualización en redes también, así como en el cómputo de alto desempeño. Pero ustedes pueden decir, bueno, esos son clientes que están en la parte de Norteamérica, en Europa o en Asia. Pero no, también me da muchísimo gusto decir que en Latinoamérica empezamos a consumir este tipo de tecnología y fue a finales del año pasado cuando el Servicio Meteorológico Nacional en Argentina y el ministro de Ciencias de Argentina anunció que precisamente iban a tener ya disponibles para este año 2023 una supercomputadora para todo el pronóstico del tiempo, del clima, y que ya va a utilizar nuestra tecnología y nuestra 4ª generación de procesadores Intel, particularmente la familia Xeon Max, y también nuestros procesadores de gráficos, que es la familia GPU Max, que son los últimos procesadores de gráfico que estamos o que lanzamos también al mercado y que en conjunto van a hacer que esta supercomputadora en Argentina esté dentro de top 100, incluso, no el top 500, sino que va a estar dentro del top 100 de tipos de cómputo. Entonces, ese es importante mencionarlo porque también en Latinoamérica estamos teniendo clientes que están ya adoptando esta tecnología y obviamente conforme más y más clientes obtengan la 4ª generación de procesadores Intel o la integren en sus centros de datos, vamos a tener centros de datos mucho más sustentables. Entonces, es súper importante eso. Yo llego aquí al final de mi presentación, no sin recordarles que en Intel, nuevamente, hacemos tecnología para mejorar la vida de todos y cada uno de los seres humanos que estamos en este planeta Tierra. Y con la 4ª generación de procesadores Intel, vamos a tener un producto que no solamente es eficiente en costo o va a disminuir el costo total de propiedad de sus centros de datos, sino que también va a ayudarles en todas sus metas de sustentabilidad, por lo que ya platicamos. Entonces, cuando piensen en renovar sus centros de datos, piensen en la 4ª generación de procesadores Xeon. Acérquense a Intel, seguramente conocerán a alguien a través de algún distribuidor de equipo de cómputo, a través de un fabricante de equipo de cómputo, pueden tener acceso a nosotros. ¿Para qué? Para que puedan tener más acceso a toda esta información que les acabo de compartir, pero sobre todo a ver cómo la tecnología Intel puede ayudarles a cumplir sus metas de sustentabilidad. Y sobre todo también piensen en quiénes son esos proveedores que están trabajando y que están implementando también esas metas de sustentabilidad, no solamente en sus productos, sino también en la elaboración y en la producción de los mismos. Entonces, yo los dejo. Quiero agradecer a todo el equipo por este tiempo que me permitieron compartir con ustedes. Y obviamente también estamos a su disposición en Intel para ayudarles en cumplir sus metas de sustentabilidad, así como de tecnología. Les mando un fuerte abrazo y espero verlos muy pronto, ya en eventos presenciales. Y bueno, aprovechemos la tecnología para poder llegar no solamente a Latinoamérica, sino a cualquier parte del mundo donde nos estén escuchando. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, se despide de ustedes Ricardo Barriga y espero verlos muy pronto. Muchísimas gracias.
So welcome, you're all here for Global Digital Week and learning more about how AI can help improve your lives. I'm Gilberto De Salvo, I'm the CEO of Delfire. We're working on emergency detection using artificial intelligence to speed up how we detect emergencies today and how we report them visually from the field. I'm here with Bill Ward.
I'm the executive director of PumpPod USA. We manufacture the Helipod, and the Helipod is a high-capacity automated helicopter dip tank that helps the helicopters respond to a wildfire.
So today we're going to tell you a little bit about how we can use all of these digital technologies together to redefine the standard for how fires are detected. Currently, we're looking for giant plumes of smoke above the forest canopy, and we're trying to redefine that to detecting a small fire or an emergency in its incipient stages while it's still happening early on so that it can be tackled easier. By detecting these fires earlier, for example, we did some test ignitions down in Irvine, California, here by us, and we set up at several hundred meters away from where the ignition was happening, and we were able to capture all of these ignitions within about a minute of the fire starting. This is a new way of using artificial intelligence by capturing these fires at a very, very early stage. And by using AI, we were also able to detect some of these fires at night, like the picture on the top right. This opens up a whole new field of firefighting, which can use the PumpPod together with our system to enable responding to a fire day or night and automating some parts of the detection, the visual confirmation by providing these images directly to the fire department, and then working with PumpPod here to automate with our technology how the tank is being filled and automating the lights so that we're able to tackle fires any time of the day, whenever they happen, and tackle them much more quickly than is possible today. For example, let's say a fire happens in an environment, we're able to just analyze the data locally. This speeds up the time by using artificial intelligence that it takes for a fire to be recognized. We can take that picture, we can compress it locally, and we can send it over to our servers. And then from our servers, we can send that picture on to a lot of different stakeholders and make it available, for example, to fire responders so that they can get ready to respond. We can make it available to Bill so they can start filling his helicopter dip tanks. And we can make it available to the people on the ground so that you can get out of your home, so that you can be safe, and so your family can get out and actually have enough time to make sure that other people in your community are safe as well, and so you're able to help each other get out. That's something that today is not being done well enough, and we want to bring all of these stakeholders together using digital data and using artificial intelligence to make sure that you're warned quicker. We also want to scale to flooding, high wind events, and other natural disasters so that you get a warning when there's a real risk, and so that help can be brought over to you by enabling communications in areas that are normally difficult to reach. How do we do this? Well, we built a device which enables, as a communication platform as its core, it's secure data communication. And then we have optional cameras on board that can be added on to provide visual monitoring, both visible and thermal, of the location. And we can add a variety of chemical sensors on board of our unit. We can also cover wind speed and wind direction if it's needed. And since the platform is modular, there might be places where we simply want to use our communications and data analysis packages with existing platforms. We're able to extend to those via our smart AI, which is running on board into our device. And we can also use our connectors on board to extend to other applications like working with Bill. As an example, the same technology which is in our core package can be used to automate their tank, and Bill is going to tell us a little bit more about how that's impactful.
Yeah, so the Helipod is groundbreaking in the fact that it's the kind of tank that actually automatically fills. So once it's connected to a water source, it will automatically fill either when commanded by the automated system and communications package, and or someone can then also activate it manually if they needed to do on site. The key thing with the Helipod is that when the helicopter comes on scene, which a lot of times he's the first one, he can help keep the fire down to a manageable level to where the fire ground units can come in and now help finish putting out the flames in the fire. The other key thing is, how does it affect your lifestyle? So if the water source is close to the communities of the wildland urban interface, then it can do a couple of things. One, keep this fire small, but if you're keeping the fire small while the people are evacuating, we don't have situations that happen like in Northern California to where they didn't get any notice and a number of people got caught on the road and a number of them perished. So the faster that the AI system, like the Delphi system, can detect it, the faster then the helicopters can be dispatched, and the faster the ground units can be dispatched, and the quicker then the reverse 911 can notify the homeowners and the people who could potentially be in the path. So I know that part of the AI system can also be used either by the fire department to determine where does that fire, where it's at right now, and the weather conditions predict where that fire is going to go and who needs to be evacuated.
And it's also very important to realize that even though you might live next to the sea or you might live next to a water source, that source might not be practical for a helicopter to be used to respond.
Right. I mean, a good example of that is we just had the coastal fire here this May of 22 in Laguna Niguel. It was literally less than a half a mile from the ocean. And you cannot use ocean seawater because it'll ruin the helicopter, but it'll also kill all the ground for a very long time from ever growing anything again. And it also can cause corrosion on the homes or whatever you put the water on. So the key thing to the helipod is you're bringing the water source or the pond or the lake right into the community to where you can put as much water on the fire per hour as possible. And that the Delphi system gives as much advance warning while it's small to where when they're responding, it doesn't get away from them, especially in a windy condition. That's very important.
Yeah, so hopefully that gives you a pretty good overview about how a system using AI and digital technologies can be used to keep our forest green by automating the detection, the reporting of a fire with a picture so that you know it's a real issue, but also helping with other technologies in the fire response to make sure that they are ready to go when they're truly needed, so that the fire department can leverage them much more quickly than is possible today. Next, I'd love to connect with some of the residents of some of these areas to hear about how disasters have impacted their lives and how they think that these technologies can actually help them with these disasters in the future. Thank you.
You bet.
Hey, thanks for everybody for joining us here for Global Digital Week. Today, I'd love to talk a little bit more about AI, cameras, and communications and how they can help with natural disasters. So again, Gilbert DeSalvo, I run Delphi, and we're a startup that's tackling the wildfire detection issues and enabling communications in remote areas and disaster areas. So why don't we go around the room and everybody introduce themselves? Sarah, do you want to?
My name is Sarah Johnston. I'm a community member in the Aldercroft Heights community in the Santa Cruz Mountains. And I'm an organizer around wildfire resiliency for our neighbors.
And Wolf?
I am Wolf. I'm a NASA Technology Transfer Partner, and I'm an intern at Microgrid Technology at Delphi.
And can you tell us a little bit more about your background in disasters? What's got you interested in them and what you've been doing?
Sure. So for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been the CEO of a company, Star Enterprises. We specialize in industrial safety and equipment. We have been very busy in the Gulf area, in Louisiana, more than 4 level 5 hurricanes. And then I came out to California to try to get away from the hurricanes, and I've been stuck in the snowstorm of the century in the mountain resort area for 7 days. So disasters have been following me around, and it's just good because I specialize in technologies around industrial safety and so I'm okay being trapped in disaster.
And then Regu, would love for you to introduce yourself and kind of your background in technology and
Yeah, I am Raghu Kunath. My background is electrical engineering mostly. I've got some medical engineering background as well, and a business degree. I have worked on technologies for edge computing, specifically in the oil and gas space for oil spill detection, wireless communication, and that sort of areas. So yeah, that's my background. I've done a lot of product development, business development as well.
And it sounds like we have a great experience covering just about almost every disaster here, maybe except for earthquakes. And hopefully we don't get any more of those here in California for a while. Yeah, I'd love to see kind of what everybody's perspective is and going around the room about how the global digital world can help us tackle some of these challenges, especially in regards to how remaining connected can change the outlook of a disaster, and how imagery of multiple types and AI can help tackle some of these challenges that we see during the early stages of some of these events, and then how to facilitate the response of the event to an event, which can last sometime for several days or weeks, depending on how things are. So why don't we start with Wolf, since you're actually in the middle of one of these events right now, and tell us a little bit about how the day-to-day looks and how these technologies might help in the future.
So I'm in Lake Arrowhead, California, about 5,600 mountains. In the snowstorm of the century, I literally have 25 feet of snow outside of my home. When I walk out of my home, I'm looking at my second story. And when it comes to disaster communications, I can tell you there was a complete breakdown in communicating risk and communicating road closures. So when you talk about the visibility, I mean, let's start first of all, just road closures and the extreme nature of weather. That's number one. So it took me 2 or 3 days to really realize how bad the weather was. And it's, if your electricity's off or you're closed down, but you still have your cell phone, it seems to me to be a missed opportunity to not communicate with everyone in a geozone. Hey, you're in an area that's about to get 25 feet of snow, or that has 10 feet of snow that won't be plowed for 4 or 5 days. And that coordinated communication seems to be difficult right now for communities, for first responders. The second thing is fire risk. So it took 9 homes to explode because the gas meters were buried in snow before we got the first communication from the gas and utility companies that we should watch out for trouble. 9 homes literally exploded, and before the first communication went out. So there's another area that is a problem. And the big problem is they had to wait for helicopter flyovers to do the risk assessment. Well, if you have to wait for a storm to clear to do the helicopter flyover, you're putting people at risk for days, because you don't know that storm, like the storm up here, it took 5 days for it to be clear enough for them to do the flyover. So having that early alert, this is the extreme degree of the weather. This is your risk of fire, with either buried meters, electric or gas meters, or water explosions. And then the third area, and it's going to be a stretch for the technology, and maybe a coordination with at-home devices like Google, Google Home, or the Amazon Echo, but communicating from the community's standpoint out to the emergency providers. So up here, and during the hurricanes too, there are a lot of instances where people have a cell phone or they have some other device that's active. They don't have a voice during the emergency to say, hey, I'm trapped in my home and I need diabetes medicine, or I'm trapped in my home with 5 kids, or I'm trapped and my leg is broken. That communication from the person who's most extreme at danger out to the first responders there's a technology gap there that I think products like the Delfire products can help solve.
Thank you. And Sarah, why don't you give us your perspective from the wildfire standpoint?
Certainly. So we are residents of the WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface, and so we have a neighborhood here with about 120 homes. Yet we're surrounded by forested lands, and some of those are overgrown with invasive species. And we've heard all about forest management practices and lack of letting fires burn and that sort of thing to clean up a lot of the lands around us. And so we're living amongst that. To add to our challenges, we're also what's known as a one-way out community. We really have one good or not so great, not even so great road in order to get our residents out to safety. So for us, it's really important that we know early and that we know exactly where the wildfire is, because we don't want our residents to get into a situation where they're evacuating somewhere that they're actually putting themselves at greater risk. So as Wolf said, it's all about communications. So to have the earliest possible notification out to all of our residents that there is an imminent threat, you need to leave now. So we're not all, trying to get down these one-lane roads with a wildfire blazing behind us, and also to notify those first responders as soon as possible in order to get some help. But the other thing I think also is with the intelligence of that system is we don't want a system that gives us a bunch of false warnings either. So it's really got to be a smart system to understand the difference between fog and clouds and smoke and what all those things are. Because if you don't have a system that can do that, you're giving people false warnings, then maybe when there really is an emergency, people aren't going to listen to it. So we are really looking to try and develop those sorts of communication systems within our community to help give our residents the best chance in the event of what it's not if it will come. We really feel like it's when it will come. We really want the best chance, and so we're really looking towards systems like Delfire to do that for our community.
Thank you. It's definitely a challenge to get things perfect, but we're striving towards that, and I think we can make a big impact. And one of the things that we try to set apart is that we're able to send out a picture every time that there's an event so that people can look at it and evaluate very quickly. Is this a problem? And I think the community coming together and helping form, and we're already seeing examples of this more widely, which is people are forming communication channels that are shared where you can leverage the community aspect of looking at the data that's coming in from all the systems like ours and really inform and help propagate the alert, because you need a whole community coming together to tackle the problem and to respond to it. Raghu, do you want to tell us a little bit more about the oil spill aspect of detecting and communicating alerts around that, which is also a big challenge for, a big impact on climate today is the oil and gas industry. And as we transition away from oil and gas, it's still important to ensure that there is no large ecological damage. So I'd love to know more on that.
Absolutely. So just to give a little bit of background on from my side on fires, I lived in San Diego from 2000 to 2018 and happened to see all the fires that happened there. In 2003 and 2007 were the major fires, and I was evacuated in 2003 fires, which was major fire there. Luckily, my place was fine. Came back, there was an inch of ash, and I was really thinking, this is big. It was huge impact. I had people directly and indirectly who were known to people who lost houses. So that was a big impact on the community there. background took me to running my own startup at that time, which was in the oil and gas space, but technology very close and similar to what Delphi is doing in terms of remote communication and low latency alerting when a disaster happens. My work at the time was focused on detecting oil spills. We had an opportunity in the Gulf of Mexico where a lot of oil installations are there, oil rigs, oil refineries, all kinds of support and supporting infrastructure for that industry. And oil spill happens there all the time. We have had that several times in our California coast. So the product that I was working on was a proprietary non-contact oil detection mechanism that would detect hydrocarbons that are exposed, and it uses an optical technology to sense hydrocarbons. And we used satellite and cellular technology to detect it and alert authorities as fast as possible. And obviously, we had issues with false warning, like Sarah mentioned. That's a problem. We were depending on a third-party company for the detection. And back then, this was 8-9 years ago, there was no AI, there was no smart systems. Communication bandwidth was lower and more expensive, so we couldn't send out any photographs or pictures for mitigating false alarm situations. So things have changed. We have come a long way. So when I got to meet Gilberto and understand what Delphi is doing and have an opportunity to contribute, it seemed like we can do a lot more now, given where the technology is, especially with artificial intelligence, much better far scanning optical technology, faster and low latency, high bandwidth communications available now compared to a decade ago. And we have the technology now to make things a lot more impactful in a way that you can have real actionable outcomes from these devices out in the field. So yeah, and satellites have gotten so much more cheaper and faster and easily accessible. So all of that brings a really good opportunity for a product like this to make an impact in the society and community, I think.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of momentum in technology in general. I think where we're going to be today is a great use of digital technology to give people in emergent situations a lot of information. 5 years down the line, we're going to see a monumental shift from where we are today, where we're able to do a completely different way of approaching the problem. We're able to rely much more information in real time, and every year matters, and every year we can give a better use of digital technologies and keep people connected for longer as battery technology continues to improve, as satellite technology continues to improve. And the 5 to 10 year outlook is that it's going to be a dramatic shift in how we detect these problems, how we even prevent some of these problems as we begin to understand them better, and how we enable both the immediate response, but also how we integrate these digital technologies in the entire response chain. Like I covered earlier, we can begin automating some of the responses via robotics or by using different communication frameworks in a way that was not possible even a few years ago. And in my view, the biggest thing that we're going to see in the future is an automated way to really detect and tackle these fires, which is going to come together from a variety of industries and help both the early phases, but also the later phases, so that people are not stuck and are getting the information when it truly matters in these disasters. And I'd love to know your perspective, sort of what you see 3 or 5 years out being the most likely, or what help would you like to see coming out of these new technologies? What do you see as the most helpful way for technology to help these challenges?
Advanced warning advanced warning, by the time you're in the disaster, you're already in trouble. So I think one of the biggest leaps forward will be a coordinated effort to give early warning information in a way that allows for a smart escape from the highest point of impact or for the most amount of people. There's going to be some intelligence involved in that piece of it, especially if you're in as one of your guests said, they're in a one lane out kind of situation. So there's some intelligence to even that. But we were in a situation where food was being turned away and the stores up here had been damaged. So there was literally no food up here to be had, and they were turning the food trucks away. That's not very smart when you have thousands of people stuck. So I think the technology is going to come forward and prevent that type of bad operational response during the disaster and help enable the smart responses.
Sarah?
Well, yeah, I really definitely agree with everything Wolf said. So that was along the lines of my thoughts. And in addition to getting out the information early, just really making the systems resilient. As we've talked about, this has been a really tough winter, and we have gone through multiple power outages, and when the power goes out, the internet goes out, and we've had our water system fail, which obviously if there was a fire here in the winter, we would be in big trouble. So really working towards not only having this technology, but having the infrastructure surrounding that technology be resilient to the types of extreme weather that we're seeing in order for it to be able to function.
Thank you. And Gregor?
Well, what I can add to it is that definitely where technology is right now, we do have all the ingredients to make a product to address all the concerns that you've raised. And adding to all of that, when you add artificial intelligence, it greatly improves how much we can avoid false triggers and having capability to learn a certain area and know what happens there on a daily basis and things like that. That adds to the artificial intelligence will greatly improve when an actual fire happens, which is an anomaly to a location. So yeah, I think I'm excited about how this technology can affect a real scenario.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and just in closing here real quick, I wanted to share my own story. I also had the unfortunate experience of being displaced for a few months after an apartment fire. So the apartment below mine caught fire, and we got displaced as ours also was completely damaged by the flames below, and I lived out of a hotel for about 3 months. So part of the goal here is also to reduce the amount of time that people get displaced from a fire so that we can actually tackle them earlier. And I think as technology evolves in the next 5 years, we're not only going to get better at hopefully tackling the fire earlier, but also putting it out earlier so that there's less damage in the community. That may not be possible for other natural disasters, and it requires, as Sarah mentioned, keeping up with prescribed burning and clearing brush and a lot of other preventative measures as well. But if done correctly, fires is one of the things that we perhaps have the most control over how it's handled. Some of the other disasters, it's still going to be mainly about how we respond to them, because you cannot really stop wind and hurricanes in the same way that you can prevent some of these. So maybe focusing first on the low-hanging fruit is why we approach the fire problem first, but eventually I think we can make an impact in providing communications and tracking people through other natural disasters and getting people out safely. So thank you all for your perspective here. I really enjoyed finding out how you think about digital technologies and how AI can help each of the challenges that we've all faced here. So Thank you so much for taking the time, and thanks everybody for listening in. Bye.
Thank you.
The metaverse is here to stay. Is your brand ready to grow digitally? Add value and differentiation to your brand through innovation, use of new methods and technologies with our international certification in omnichannel experience and metaverses. A 9-week program where you will get the tools to empower your organization and your brand within the metaverse, a scene that is no longer defined as a futuristic image of science fiction, but as something that's already here and that will change our daily lives completely. We will provide you with the necessary tools to have the foundations in the digitalization process and thus generate high-performance teams to achieve your goals. You will be supported by consultants, CTOs, digital and brand managers, and growth hackers that come from leading global brands who will help you apply what you have learned in your brand. Learn how to develop experiences in digital business, structural projects, and networking with mentors and high-level evaluator panels that will teach you the new trends in disruptive technologies such as immersive technologies, business development and monetization in metaverses, immersive branding, corporate and personal metaverse creation, virtual identity, financial return on omnichannel experience, and much more. The metaverse is here to stay. Is your brand ready to grow digitally? Add value and differentiation to your brand through innovation, use of new methods and technologies with our international certification in omnichannel experience and metaverses. A 9-week program where you will get the tools to empower your organization.
So hi, my name's Rob Kishka, and I'm going to be talking today about digital transformation, particularly in the perspective of how that feels in a big company and how that feels in a big traditional company. And really the question I'm posing is why does this seem so difficult? And hopefully I'll be talking or helping you a little bit in the sense of what can we do about it. So a little bit about me before I really get going. I spent 32 years working at 3M. Actually, I just left 3M. And of course, 3M is one of the most innovative companies on the planet. And I've been very privileged in sort of riding along, again, for 30 plus years in a lot of sort of very innovative programs. So let me walk through some of those. I was actually hired, oddly enough, to work on a new military air engine material. My background is actually material science, and titanium particularly. And so we spent a while working on that F-35 engine. And even though our material was probably a little bit too sophisticated for the engine, we learned a tremendous amount, a lot of fun working for the military, actually. Then I flipped and worked on what I would call energy materials. We actually turned some of the technology from the aerospace project into a very high performance power cable. And then we started to look at the emergence of very large composite structures like this wind blade and what we could do to actually help the durability and manufacturing ease of those structures. Then I flipped again and had a lot of experience working with these folks. You're familiar with this cell phone manufacturer. We ended up developing a lot of materials which not only bond this phone together, but actually help produce the display lamination, its color, its efficiency, and its durability. And that's an experience working with a very leading edge, very demanding customer. Then I spent quite a bit of time thinking about how the company innovates, whether we could actually codify that innovation process and teach it back to the company, which we actually did. And I moved into a number of, let's say, new business development and strategy jobs where we were really looking in a very greenfield sense, what should we be doing that we weren't doing already? And then finally, and let's tease up this talk, is I ended up being the senior director for software and AI research in the company and had a pretty substantial team of people with those skill sets. And so I spent a lot of time thinking about how could I apply the learning in the previous jobs into this, obviously this new field, an emerging field of development. So this is what I think about a lot. I look at digital capability largely being huge, amazing things that are possible. And yet, just to lay the background here, when I go to these conferences like the MIT Initiative of the Digital Economy, and I watch economists talk about why haven't we seen a significant impact on the gross domestic product of the country yet? So much capability and such little financial impact. Yes, there's a lot of news stories. Yes, there's a lot of capability that's talked about, but really to make an impact on the country, we've yet to see that. And so having worked in a large traditional company, I started to think about, well, why is this? And again, another IDE conference, a roundtable, a number of speakers say things like, well, traditional companies need to be bolder, they need to take bets, and they need to make some mistakes. And to me, I'll use an analogy here. It's a little bit like telling someone to lose weight, because telling them to eat less and exercise more, everyone knows that. That's not the hard part. The hard part is actually doing it. And going back to this statement, I think companies do know they need to be bolder. They do know they need to take bets. They do know they need to make mistakes. Something is stopping them doing this, right? So what is that? And at this point, you may say, well, why would we have large companies wanting to sort of undergo a digital transformation? And I'm trying to depict on the left there that big companies have a huge amount of assets. They have factories, they have people, they have large R&D budgets. They have an incentive to innovate. And yet it's hard, right? So moving from that left picture to the right picture, it's very tempting to say, well, all you have to do is produce this digital product. The solution may not be physical. That actually has a tremendous advantage if you think about it. We don't have to manufacture it. We can scale it more easily. We're not limited to raw material supply. We can distribute it more easily. We're not limited to distribution channels. And we actually have a smaller environmental footprint because we're not consuming stuff and that stuff doesn't get thrown away. On top of that, when we start working with cloud service providers like AWS and Microsoft, they are very, very capable and more than willing to help us. And so again, why isn't this an easy transformation? So I think, and this is not an exhaustive list, but I think these four tend to hit what I've experienced as being the biggest issues. First of all, the senior leadership, and you have to get senior leadership involved. If you think about how they became senior in the company, it was because they were the most invested in the old way of doing things. And so now asking people who've gotten to where they are through an old way of doing things, now to flip into a completely new way of doing things, that's very difficult. It's almost analogous to someone cutting off the branch they're sitting on, right? So it's going to be difficult for them to do that. I'm reminded of a story, actually. One of the senior VPs, we were chatting about a digital business model, and it was based on another product. Actually, the product would have been self-sufficient financially on its own. And I was suggesting using the data to create a service for a completely different set of customers. And he said, I'm not sure that'll work. And the funny thing was, I completely agreed with him. I wasn't sure it would work either. But to him, that was a reason not to do it. To me, that was a reason to try it. And I think this kind of reticence is very prevalent in large companies and something you absolutely need to be aware of. I have a potential solution coming up, but something you've got to be aware of. So next one over. Again, companies, particularly materials companies like the one I worked for, they're very used to a certain investment profile, relatively modest at the beginning, much more investment required when we're manufacturing something. And so that small at the beginning, large at the end, matches actually the confidence you get when you start to scale a product. You gain confidence as you do it, and therefore the investment actually matches the confidence. With a digital product, you have to invest earlier, and that represents a bigger risk to many companies. How do you know that'll work? That's the question that keeps popping up. It is, next one over, it is super hard to hire, lead, motivate, and retain digital talent in a company that it doesn't have a obvious digital brand. Typically, we have to hire these folks at a high skill level. We have to compensate them perhaps more than a traditional industrial chemist. That's difficult for HR to deal with. When we try and promote these folks, they don't have the same kind of track record in the company than their sort of, let's say, more traditional industrial chemists have. It's tough, and you almost need to attack the HR problem first, to be honest. Are we going to really create an environment which is going to motivate and attract people and keep them? Very hard to do, and our turnover rates were always quite high because of that. And lastly, this is a really intriguing one. In my experience, digital solutions tend to actually be applied to the wrong problems. They actually apply to obvious problems, but the problems don't actually have the biggest value. It's a strange thing, and I'll walk through an example of that. Okay. So yes, a dramatic picture of a jet engine, sort of where I started with the company on the left, obviously. And what I'm trying to illustrate here is that materials problems like this one, which is essentially trying to say, how do we make a jet engine more efficient? And if you look over there on the right, you'll see the hot part of the engine, which is the turbine. The efficiency of a gas turbine engine is almost directly related to the temperature you can run those materials at. And down there on the right, the little triangles and squares and little crosses down there, they are specific materials developments, and this happens to be for a Rolls-Royce engine. And you'll see the temperature of those things is gradually creeping up, and it's taken 50, 60 years to do this. If you can increase that material temperature capability by, let's say, 50 degrees C, that is a huge deal. And so in the materials world, you have a very well-articulated target, and the difficulty then is creating a material that does that. In the digital world, it's almost flipped on its head. You have a lot of capability and a struggle to find a really profitable application to throw that at. That is very uncomfortable. And so a non-well articulated target that has very well-known value to it can be an issue, certainly for a company like 3M. Okay, so this is something I mentioned earlier. The chart there represents the red one, what a materials development program might look like. They sink cost, so the y-axis is cost, and negative dollars represent an investment. And so you invest for a while, you launch the product, you get a positive rate of return, and you enjoy the fact that the area under the curve on the positive side is substantially bigger than the area under the curve on the negative side. When you go into a digital investment, you instantly have to hire a large team. That's a problem. And you start investing dramatically with an outcome that could be slow because the company doesn't know how to scale it, and the return could be uncertain because it's like something we've never made before. Okay, so financially, this looks odd. Now, the wrong problems, I floated that out earlier. We tend to apply digital technologies to the wrong issues. I was particularly sort of inspired, I suppose, by reference in this book on the right, Machine Platform Crowd by McAfee and Brynjolfsson. They talked about early electrification of cotton mills, and the picture on the left there is a cotton mill around 1900, and you'll see lots of weaving machines powered by belts and pulleys. Traditionally, this was a large steam engine based outside the factory, and the early days of electrification, right around 1900, all they did was move an electric motor into the same spot as the steam engine with the same power, and they saw a minor gain in productivity, probably because the electric motor was slightly more efficient and they didn't have to ship coal in there anymore, but the inside of the factory remained identical. And only when they put smaller, more custom-made electric motors on each loom, in this case, they could run them independently, obviously a lot safer, they probably put them closer together, did they see a massive productivity improvement. Now, that's a good story. The shocking part is it took 40 years for them to realize what they should have done with electrification in this particular mill. And that seemed to me to be very analogous to what we're seeing in digital. We see, certainly we have applied AI algorithms to, for example, trying to identify the right sales rep for a particular inquiry. Now, that might sound really cool, but in fact, when you start looking at the problem, we kind of didn't have an issue doing that. And the fact that the AI algorithm was essentially non-explainable led to sufficient distrust that the group that we essentially delivered that to didn't even use it. And so the impact was so modest and the uncertainty associated with the solution was enough that it ended up being no value, okay? So here's what I suggest we could do about that, and here's what I spent, many years doing, is trying to identify what I called really high friction problems. High friction, a lot of awkwardness that I felt as a digital could significantly overcome, therefore would give high value, right? those high friction problems tend to be not only big, but somewhat vague in terms of what the solution looks like. So what you need to do is identify a really high value problem and then some incremental value approach paths. In other words, can we generate a stepping stone like approach? We hop from one rock to the other, going towards this very high value opportunity. And then each stepping stone represents incremental value that can convince the company that this is worth pursuing, right? So you've got a quick win kind of approach. You provide proof points, which convinces executives you're on the right track or this is real. And you also get permission to sort of generate a team, which, and I talked about microculture here, you can infuse a culture which is appropriate for digital. The rest of the company doesn't do this, by the way. The rest of the company thinks they're agile, but they're not. What happens then is that when the company looks at this microculture being successful, everyone wants to emulate it. Much more effective doing that, in other words, an invitation to participate, than a high-level edict, okay? So the other thing, a couple of points I mentioned here, cloud service providers, AWS and Azure, worked closely with AWS, are extremely capable and very willing to help implement the foundational services which will allow you to pursue the application. So it's almost as if the cloud service providers are basically being the factory or the scale-up mechanism for the future application. And I've certainly found the relationship to be extremely synergistic. And if you think about AWS and Azure, they get paid if you use services, if you use instances, and you store data, okay? Large companies really are not good at that anyway. So if you use them, they get paid. If you don't, you don't get paid. And to me, this is an ideal relationship. Cloud service providers are creating tools, waiting for someone to pick up and use them. And large enterprises have that opportunity only if they knew what to do with them, right? The last point there is, even though what I've talked about mostly is bottom up, in other words, empowered teams that can create some options, you do need an executive sponsor. And I found a sort of combination of inspiring and or generating paranoia is the best way to do this. In other words, look at the opportunity, but also look at the issue. If we don't pursue this and our competition does, look at how we'll be threatened by that, right? That's the paranoia piece, okay? So let me give you a couple of examples, 3 in this case. So in my world, being a materials company, materials development is breathtakingly slow. Most materials are derivative, in other words, they're based on something you've done before, but if you actually have to develop an entirely new solution, like the aero engine material, it takes about a decade to develop. And you may say, why? And it's primarily because materials development is a sort of two parameter at a time iterative optimization process. And in reality, you've got to go through at least 10 to 20 parameters. So you optimize 2 and then you introduce a third one. You've got to go back to the beginning again and optimize for that, and then optimize for that, the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And it is a sort of painful path of a hyperdimensional space. And because we are human beings and we can't imagine hyperdimensional space, we find this tedious and slow. Okay, so the prospect is if we can use digital to accelerate materials development, that is a big deal. And this is not just a matter of convenience, this is a matter of competitiveness. If our competition can develop a material in a year instead of 10 years, they will win before a traditional company even knows what's happened, okay? The second one, which is, even though I'm passionate about the materials development side, the second one is even more exciting, which if you look at manufacturing, and 3M manufactured a lot of stuff, there's a lot of underutilized capital. And there was a lot of equipment that's very expensive that isn't making stuff quite a bit at a time, actually. And I'll go through this in a little bit more detail later on. But I think we should set ourselves the goal of essentially utilizing that in-place capital about twice as well as we do now. And again, 2x might sound modest, but for a company that makes, in 3M's case, $30 billion of materials, If you can all of a sudden make $60 billion with almost the same physical assets, that is a huge deal. And then you scale up that to a nation state and you say, okay, this is a major impact on the nation state level and certainly GDP level. So, and I actually think this is feasible. And the last one, again, for a company that makes traditional products, having non-physical solutions, I think is an untapped opportunity. Okay, so I'll walk through some of these in a bit more detail. So materials development or materials informatics, and again, I talked about this 2 parameters at a time operation. And the other thing about it is it's largely done by a single individual or maybe a couple of people. This isn't really a team effort, even though we'd love to think it is. So what I proposed is, and this sounds breathtakingly simple, but in that same sense, it's shocking how frequently this is not done, is take the materials development data and put it into one place. Usually, and I know we're not alone here, this data is sitting around in Excel spreadsheets, and you immediately start to see Excel spreadsheets really lend themselves to two-dimensional sort of view of things, even though that's not really the case. Yes, the vast majority of data is sitting on Excel spreadsheets. It is only interpretable by the author. Excel spreadsheet. Excel is a wonderful tool, but its customization tends to make it non-easily interpretable by other people. And so getting a standard format, getting the data into one place is a huge, actually, task, and it's massively powerful. Giving everyone access to that, again, sounds super basic. It isn't done. Just doing that, I estimated, would accelerate our development speed by about a factor of 2. If you look at the time it takes for a new team to become proficient in an area that another team, might be the other side of the world, has already done, it will accelerate things by about a factor of 2. Okay, twice as fast. And now we go from 10 years down to 5. Just visualizing the data, just taking that data and being able to show it in a form where you can understand, you can interpolate, you can extrapolate, is also massively powerful. Now, none of these things actually require a lot of AI, a lot of modeling, and they are very basic, and they are largely not done at the moment, okay? So only when I go to this point am I saying, okay, so now we introduce some, let's say, more sophisticated approaches, some AI, or maybe some more physics-based modeling, or a combination of the two, which actually I think is the most powerful. And we start doing things called forward predictive modeling, where we start with a formulation or a composition and predict performance, which can be done now if you know enough. And certainly if you start building that data set and the relationships between formulation and performance, you can build those models pretty easily. This is, again, it's not invention. It's just a matter of slugging through and doing it. Even more exciting is what is known as the reverse problem, where we start with properties and we try and predict formulation. That is starting to look feasible, obviously much more difficult, but that in a sense is the holy grail. The customer comes to us and says, we would like this performance. If we can actually identify essentially a starting point or a sweet spot to start at, this is massively accelerating. And I anticipated there would at least be another factor of 2 in the visualization modeling area. And then finally, if we start to automate experimentation, again, very feasible. It's a significant investment, obviously the capital, but essentially robotic experimenters who can not only work 24 hours a day, but actually do things like slope climb, where the robot is essentially building a response surface and probing that response surface to look and identify whether something is a local maxima or a global maxima. This is massively accelerating as well. So another factor of 2 there. And when I proposed this, I sort of instantly realized that there's enough fur around those numbers, about 2, that those multiplied together was approximately 10, which is why I suggested that we should be aiming to accelerate materials by a factor of 10. In other words, 10 years to 1 year. I still believe that's pretty feasible. Now, at this point, I realized that the large company didn't have a sense of humor, because they kept saying, well, don't you realize that 2 × 2 × 2 is only 8? And I'm like, yeah, I get it. But was kind of fun, I thought. But anyway, a little side note that often executives don't see that humor. Okay, so manufacturing. Look at the way manufacturing processes are identified. It's actually shockingly straightforward. A engineer in this case will obviously have a goal to produce a manufacturable set of conditions and a product that is manufacturable. They'll go through some work to identify the conditions in the factory that generate that. And the primary feedback here, the primary thing that locks in those conditions is really reproducibility. So a number of runs that have been within some tolerance, the same. And as soon as that's achieved, again, you've got tremendous pressure to sort of deliver this as soon as possible. That manufacturing process will be locked in and they will start making stuff, okay? Now, a lot of these products have been made for many, many years. And if you start now looking at the evolution of that manufacturing process, because it is changed occasionally, it is actually improved over the life cycle of the product. And let's say over a decade, you'll find that what's called the scheduled and unscheduled downtime, this scheduled downtime is when they will close the factory down to clean it. Unscheduled downtime is when something will break or something will go wrong and they've got to close the plant. That's typically improved by perhaps 25%. In other words, at the end of 10 years into making something, there will be 25% less downtime than the beginning. Similarly, the quality, in other words, if you're making material that doesn't meet the quality spec, that's essentially trash, so that time is wasted. That's about another 25%. And the line, or whatever you're using to make this product, typically accelerates. It's going faster by 25 to 30%. And if you start to add those numbers together, or multiply them together rather, you start to see that we're about twice as good at making something at the end of the campaign, that was 10 years down the road, than at the beginning. And so the question we would pose is, well, if we had, rather than this approach of sort of looking for 3 runs that happen to be the same, or a number of runs that happen to be the same, if we had a model that would predict and optimize, the machine would essentially start to run itself. There's no reason why we couldn't get these improvements almost immediately, or perhaps within a few months of starting manufacturing. That's where you start to see the 2x utilization coming from, okay? So what do you have to do this? So unlike materials development, manufacturing actually has a lot of data. The problem is the data often doesn't relate to the product quality. It's kind of interesting. So if you have an oven, you might have 20 to 30 temperature measurements in the oven, all of which are the same. And we may see a manufacturing data set with, let's say, 30 to 50 independent variables, only 7 of which actually relate to product quality, okay? So the first thing is start to really understand which isolated variables actually influence product quality. Again, manufacturing is largely geared up towards doing things the same as we did last time, not doing things as well as they could be, okay? We have the opportunity to gather lots of data. That sounds easy. The problem is, and I'll highlight this in a second, that manufacturing is amazingly conservative. They don't want to change anything, or if they do, it's changing it very slowly. The other thing they're paranoid about is actually access to the network. So you may actually have to, oddly enough, build a parallel network on a separate, essentially completely isolated from the main plant, to avoid, in quotes, contaminating or potentially contaminating the plant network. Oddly as it sounds, that's a quicker way than trying to hammer your way through IT. The next thing, online product measurements. What do I mean by that? Very typically, quality isn't actually measured at the manufacturing point of manufacture. It is measured sometimes hours or perhaps even days later when you're doing these slow quality tests, which are a little bit archaic. And so you don't know if you've made anything that's any good. The only thing you know is it was made the same as last Tuesday until, let's say, a day or so later. Now, some of these, the reason it's done like that is because these things are really hard to measure online. So the push then is to measure something which can be correlated with, at least semi-qualitatively or semi-quantitatively, with the product of interest. If you make an adhesive, measuring adhesion is very slow and difficult. But what you need to figure out is then, can we measure something like degree of cure, for example, which is measurable and we know relates to adhesion in some way, and then train a model to actually tell us what the variation in degree of cure can be to actually still achieve the product requirements. And strange to say, then we need to be able to measure something where the direction of goodness is at least the same as the product. Okay. Without that online measurement, as unrelated as it may be to the final product quality, you have no hope of really generating this closed-loop model. Now, once you've got that, then you can start to say, okay, can we really develop a closed-loop control model which will make the machine run itself, make the machine self-optimize? And for example, something I haven't mentioned yet is that raw materials are always going out of spec. They're always varying in their qualities. And the machine should be able to actually deal with that itself. So this is a very real possibility, not easy, because manufacturing is very resistant to change. I do think it's probably the biggest opportunity we have. But again, changing manufacturing folks are very resistant to change. That's the bad news. The good news is manufacturing is actually already a black box. No one really fully understands how the machine works. They just know if it worked last week, it's going to work this week as well. And so that issue of AI explainability, do we have to explain how the model's working, is perhaps less of an issue because no one really understands how manufacturing works anyway. That's the kind of good news. Okay, a little tongue-in-cheek, but it is good news. Okay. Let's finally then, non-physical products. In other words, can traditional companies start to sell things that are not stuff? And I firmly believe we can. It is difficult to accept. And again, little story, I was talking to one of our business development folks about essentially selling access to an algorithm which will predict composite performance with a random array of fibers, right? And this person kept saying, well, when do we sell the composite? And I had to keep saying, we don't sell the composite. We sell access to a model which predicts someone else's performance. And they just couldn't get their head around it. So it is hard for some of these folks to understand that you're selling something which isn't touchable, okay? So even though I can articulate through, again, reasoning or through comparison to other businesses, a very attractive scale-up opportunity, certainly compared to physical. We don't have to be reliant on a factory. We don't have to be reliant on raw materials, for example, or distribution. It is a tough sell unless you've already done it. So having proof points where we've done it and it's worked and nothing's gone wrong is super important. So that goes back to that stepping stone idea. How can we generate little steps along the way? Okay, so I'm going to elaborate on this on the next slide, but the one thing I was interested in was, can we piggyback on an existing physical product sale? In other words, can the physical product generate data which can be formed into a virtual product and sold to a completely different market? I actually do think that's feasible. Okay, so again, that's one of the solutions. Obviously, use data from existing product line to create a new solution. In quotes, it's free. That's free data, and we can create something. Now, the tougher sell here is to keep that let's try it culture going in the company. Okay, and often, even though the cost to create that solution could be substantial, I think we need to reinforce the fact that if the product doesn't work, so the example I gave earlier about the senior executive who was concerned about something not working, and I said, let's try it. If it doesn't work, we can just stop it. That's not true in a physical product. In a physical product, you've already invested in that infrastructure. You've already got Marcom out there. You may have actually got product sitting in warehouses or even sitting in the customer's facility. It's tough to actually pull it back. With a virtual product, it's easier to turn it off. So the cost of failure could be close to zero. And again, traditional companies kind of don't get that. They have to learn that. Okay, so in summary then, Actually, I'm super optimistic that digital companies capabilities will be connected to these really high value problems pretty soon. Lots of companies working on materials informatics, lots of materials informatics service providers springing up. I do think this will happen. To me, it was frustratingly slow, but I'm confident it will happen. And with that, I think we will see some real GDP impact pretty soon. Now, the one thing that I haven't mentioned yet, and something I think about as a citizen, is productivity. Again, part of what we're seeing now, everyone's concerned about inflation. Part of that inflation is wage inflation, which is really coming from the fact that most economies have too few employees, right? They can't get enough people. So you look at a declining birth rate in Europe, that's been going on for a while, declining birth rate in the US, obviously the baby boomers are now retiring, and now we're starting to see a declining birth rate in China. So the lack of employees is really an opportunity for some of these solutions to help. I personally think the mass displacement of jobs is unrealistic. It's not really going to happen. I think we really need to look at these things as being tools that could help everyone be more productive. So I'm very happy that some of these things are popping up to me right at the right time. And finally, I've spent a lot of time talking about this issue. I think a lot of voice, a lot of chatter about technical issues. I think certainly my experience at a large company, the cultural issues far outweigh the technical issues. I think a lot of what I talked about is pretty feasible. Getting the company to really commit and invest and believe in this kind of big bet has been the largest issue. That's obviously at the senior executive level, but I think even at the worker level, there's been a lot of reticence and a lot of, kind of language like, I hope it'll go away, at the researcher level, rather than a true embracing of these future technologies. So with that, again, I hope I've ended with an optimistic note, and I hope I've given you some idea about what digital transformation is like in a large company. So thank you.
The metaverse is here to stay. Is your brand ready to grow digitally? Add value and differentiation to your brand through innovation, use of new methods and technologies with our Global Mentor Membership. Is your brand ready to compete in a Global Mentor Membership. Is your brand ready to compete in a digital world? 3 steps to make sure your brand does have rocket sciences. Subscribe, learn, and connect with great mentors. Our experts will guide you to incorporate cutting-edge technologies and practices into your organization. With over 200 hours of conferences, masterclasses, panels, and MOOCs with senior leaders from around the world who are experts in metaverses, blockchain, NFTs, virtual reality, augmented reality, smart cities, public policies, e-commerce, wellness technologies, fintech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and immersive technologies. Learn the 7 reasons to be part of the Global Mentor Membership. Access content from global leaders in technology. Improve your customers' experience. Position yourself one step ahead of your competition. Discover new business opportunities. Reduce costs and increase your profits. Make better decisions. Be part of the expansion and go beyond the frontiers of technology. Benefits. Replay of the more than 60 conferences of the Global Metaverse Forum 2022. Replay of more than 100 conferences of the Global Digital Week 2022. Downloadable PDF presentations of the speakers. Masterclasses Digital Growth Series. Mini MBA in Digital Competitiveness and E-commerce. Learn and develop the necessary skills for the growth of your brand from the hands of leaders of large technology companies such as Rappi, Danone, Nestlé, Salamanca Soccer Club, Shopify, Alibaba, among others. Business cases and exercises for the development of digital skills. Expert content from more than 52 countries. Challenge 21D. Digitize your business in 21 days. You decide which side you want to be on. Play to survive or to win. Dare to win. Get ahead of the future. Sign up to Global Mentor Membership. Global Mentor Membership. Is your brand ready to compete in a digital world? 3 steps to make sure your brand does have rocket sciences. Subscribe, learn, and connect with great mentors. Our experts will guide you to incorporate cutting-edge technologies and practices into your organization. With over 200 hours of conferences, masterclasses, panels, and mocks with senior leaders from around the world who are experts in metaverses, blockchain, NFTs, virtual reality, augmented reality, smart cities, public policies, e-commerce, wellness technologies, fintech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and immersive technologies. Learn the 7 reasons to be part of the Global Mentor Membership. Access content from global leaders in technology. Improve your customers' experience. Position yourself one step ahead of your competition. Discover new business opportunities. Reduce costs and increase your profits. Make better decisions. Be part of the expansion and go beyond the frontiers of technology. Benefits. Replay of the more than 60 conferences of the Global Metaverse Forum 2022. Replay of more than 100 conferences of the Global Digital Week 2022. Downloadable PDF presentations of the speakers. Masterclasses Digital Growth Series. Mini MBA in Digital Competitiveness and E-commerce. Learn and develop the necessary skills for the growth of your brand from the hands of leaders of large technology companies such as Rappi, Danone, Nestlé, Salamanca Soccer Club, Shopify, Alibaba, among others. Business cases and exercises for the development of digital skills. Expert content from more than 52 countries. Challenge 21D. Digitize your business in 21 days. You decide which side you want to be on. Play to survive or to win. Dare to win. Get ahead of the future. Sign up to Global Mentor Membership.
Hola amigos de Global Digital Week, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Wigberto Aguirre Jasso y hoy voy a hablarles un poco de algunos temas que me invitaron a participar, así que primero voy a presentar, yo soy, como ya les dije, Wigberto Beto Aguirre, nací en la Ciudad de México el 18 de junio, vengo de una familia tradicional mexicana de clase media, papá y mamá profesionistas, tengo también una hermana. Y bueno, les voy a hablar un poco también de mí. Algunos de mis hobbies son el fútbol y el golf, que se ha convertido también en una gran pasión. Creo que es un gran deporte que te reta y te lleva siempre a sacar lo mejor de ti, ¿no? Entonces creo que ha sido un gran reto y es un gran pasatiempo que tengo actualmente en mi vida. Estudié la carrera de Comercio y Negocios Internacionales en la Universidad La Salle del año 2009 al 2013, con especialidad en marketing. Y posterior a ello he tenido ya algunas oportunidades de seguir mi desarrollo profesional. Una de ellas es teniendo un máster en el Tecnológico de Monterrey, hablando de marketing digital. y también en la Universidad ESPM, que es una universidad brasilera, donde ahí tuve la oportunidad de tener igual un diplomado en desarrollo de equipos. Entonces, pues bueno, ha sido también muy interesante y enriquecedor en mi carrera. Un poco de mi bagaje profesional. Yo empecé mi carrera siendo becario en Eli Lilly, es un laboratorio. Entonces, bueno, ahí fueron como mis primeros baby steps y donde realmente pues fue mi primer acercamiento como tal al mundo del marketing. Como ya les había comentado, yo vengo de estudiar la carrera de Comercio y Negocios Internacionales. Sin embargo, nunca he ejercido como tal eso, ¿no? Siempre he estado muy ligado al mundo del marketing, tanto en la parte de brand como en la parte de trade. Entonces, pues digamos que esta fue mi primera experiencia. Posterior a ello, seguí mi carrera en Colgate y pues una vez terminando ya este periodo de prácticas, empecé en CMR, que es Corporación Mexicana de Restaurantes, para después pasar a Mave, que pues bueno, como saben, Mave es una empresa mexicana muy grande de home appliances, y ahí digamos que fue mi primer experiencia y mi primer contacto con el trade. Obviamente pues ahí, en ese entonces el trade online estaba en pañales totalmente en México, pero fue una gran experiencia porque digamos que tuve la oportunidad de conocer ya ambos mundos, tanto la parte del marketing brand como la parte del trade. Después de eso, Unilever México me hace una invitación para unirme con ellos a su equipo en la parte de brand, siendo el responsable de la marca de Axe. Entonces, pues bueno, creo que ahí logré como afianzar todos estos conocimientos que había obtenido a lo largo de los años. Y posterior a ello viene digamos, diría al día de hoy, la gran oportunidad que tuve en mi vida, que es entrar a Bosch. Bosch ha sido un parteaguas en mi vida, en mi carrera profesional y que me han permitido también desarrollarme en todos los aspectos. Así que, pues bueno, yo voy a hablar hoy de mis actividades en Bosch y sobre todo de lo que estamos haciendo en esta era digital, que pues como todos ustedes saben, se nos vino adelantando y se nos vino como una ola vorágine para pues llevarnos a este punto, ¿no? Pues bueno, yo les decía que vengo a hablarles de Bosch. Una breve introducción. Bosch es una empresa alemana fundada en la ciudad de Stuttgart, en Alemania, en el año de 1884. Lleva más de 100 años y es una empresa que actualmente no cotiza en bolsa, por lo que la opción de poder invertir y desarrollar todo este recurso en tecnología, pues es una de las grandes ventajas, ¿no? Como lo dice aquí en este pequeño enunciado Robert Bosch, siempre ha actuado según el principio de que es preferible perder dinero que confianza. Y esto es uno de los valores que en Bosch nos inculcan día con día. El siempre pensar en el desarrollo y en las innovaciones de nuestros usuarios, pero siempre con la premisa de mejorar sus vidas. Entonces, eso hace mucho sentido y ha hecho mucho fit con los valores personales que tengo. Entonces, por eso es que creo que Bosch ha sido la empresa pues, que me ha permitido y donde más he podido desarrollar todas mis habilidades profesionales. Hablando un poco de qué es Bosch, quiénes somos y de nuestros sectores de negocio, tenemos la parte de soluciones de movilidad. También tenemos la parte de industria, tecnología en la industria, para ayudar a todas estas fábricas y grandes monopolios, para ayudarlos a pues, mejorar su tecnología y mejorar sus procesos. La parte de energía y tecnología en el hogar también ha sido un gran sector que ha evolucionado mucho en los últimos años y que ha dado mucha rentabilidad a nuestros negocios. Y la parte de Consumer Goods, donde se encuentra la división que yo represento, que es Power Tools México, y donde aquí pues tenemos divisiones como Home and Garden, Power Tools y Home Appliances. Entonces, como ya les decía, ¿quiénes somos en Consumer Goods? Ya les comentaba un poco, tenemos la división de jardinería, la división de Home Appliances y Power Tools, donde obviamente pues la idea principal es conectar todos estos, digamos, puntos que el usuario tiene en su hogar y así mejorar la vida y la calidad de nuestros usuarios. Hablando un poco de qué es Bosch Power Tools en el mundo. Para el año 2023 tenemos alrededor de 30,000 asociados a nivel mundial, incluyendo la parte de manufactura y la parte de comercialización en nuestros headquarters a nivel mundial, donde tenemos divisiones como lo son accesorios, como ya les comentaba, Home and Garden, las herramientas de poder o las máquinas, que es herramientas Blue para mercados emergentes, la parte de herramientas de medición, la parte de herramientas también de poder, pero para mercados más industrializados, y la parte de herramientas rotativas, que son enfocadas a, digamos, estos personas artesanos y también para alfareros y demás oficios que, pues obviamente, en todo el mundo pues están súper de moda. Y bueno, ¿qué es Bosch como usuarios y cómo conectamos con nuestros clientes? Nosotros, a lo largo de nuestra historia, hemos estado siempre muy cerca de nuestros usuarios, pero sobre todo también de nuestros clientes. Siempre tratando de llevarlos a eventos, a ferias, donde puedan conocer nuestros productos y donde puedan tener este acercamiento con la marca, con las máquinas y podamos enseñarles todas nuestras innovaciones. Por ello, desde 2006 tenemos un evento muy grande con todos nuestros clientes que se llama Innova. Este Innova solía ser presencial en algún destino paradisíaco de México, donde invitamos a todos nuestros clientes y donde eran parte de actividades, de retos, de concursos, pero siempre ligados a enseñarles nuestros lanzamientos y nuestras innovaciones. Pero, ¿qué pasa? Llega en 2020 una pandemia que llegó a cambiar la vida como lo conocíamos, la vida social, esta convivencia, esta interacción, pero obviamente el negocio seguía. Pues como podemos ver en estas imágenes, las principales urbes y ciudades del mundo quedaron totalmente desiertas y todos quedamos totalmente aislados. Pero ¿qué pasa? Tuvimos que encontrar la necesidad de conectar con nuestros clientes. Entonces, ahí nace nuestro Innova Live, que ha sido el evento más importante e icónico desde 2006 a la fecha. Como ya les comentaba, este evento es dirigido a nuestros clientes para poder interactuar con ellos, pero una vez que llegó esta pandemia, tuvimos que pensar cómo conectamos con ellos de una manera digital. ¿Cómo podemos nosotros como Bosch podernos adaptar a este mundo? Ya que la industria de las herramientas y sobre todo nuestros usuarios y nuestros clientes no estaban, digamos, en ese punto. Entonces tuvimos que pensar cómo hacerlo y el primer punto fue en 2020, cómo hicimos este Innova digital, donde pues realmente no teníamos idea de cómo hacerlo, no había un antecedente y pues fue literal pensar e inventar cómo llegamos con estos usuarios. Entonces decidimos hacer un evento online, vía streaming con nuestros principales clientes, donde les enseñamos nuestras innovaciones, donde estuvimos con ellos presentándoles promociones agresivas y donde queríamos conectar con ellos de alguna manera, porque digamos que este evento no podíamos dejar de hacerlo, porque también este evento nos da la oportunidad de tener una temporalidad muy importante en cuestión de ventas. Entonces no podíamos permitir no hacerlo y por eso nació Innova. Como pueden ver en las imágenes, nuestro Innova 2020 pues fue un evento, digamos, pues austero, si lo quieren ver de esa manera, en donde sí era un evento digital, pero digamos que lo que pudimos utilizar, que estuvo a nuestro alcance, pues fueron pantallas, fueron videos, pero no llegamos más allá de meternos a un mundo 100% digital. Entonces, la verdad es que este evento fue muy reconocido, logramos ganar un premio internamente por el desarrollo y por cómo logramos darle la vuelta a este evento con nuestros clientes, pero dijimos para 2021 tenemos que volver a innovarnos, como lo dice nuestro evento, y cómo nos reinventamos y cómo volvemos a conectar con el cliente, pero de una manera distinta. Por eso, como pueden ver, nuestro Innova 2021 tuvo esta vuelta y esta sensación de estar pues ya inmersos en el mundo digital. Si bien en el 2020 tuvimos gráficos y tuvimos imágenes, pero estamos en un estudio, para 2021 nos metimos a la red. Literalmente tuvimos animaciones, estuvimos en un ambiente 100% digital, donde logramos conectar a más de 300 clientes y donde más de 700 personas nos vieron. Obviamente este evento lo basamos en nuestros pilares, ¿no? Como organización, que son la innovación, que son la asequibilidad, que es también la digitalización y que es como nosotros somos una marca fuerte. Por ello, para 2021, como pueden ver, le pudimos dar este twist y este look and feel ya mucho más digital, con también promociones agresivas para nuestros clientes, ya interactuando con códigos QR, ya que el usuario sabía qué era y cómo se podían utilizar. Entonces pudimos también traer la primer promoción con realidad virtual, con realidad aumentada, para que pues también el cliente pudiera interactuar y ver cómo funciona esto, porque había que reinventarnos y sobre todo captar la atención de nuestros clientes. Así que, pues bueno, en 2021 digamos que fue un paso adelante con gráficos, con animaciones y con pues, un look and feel mucho más futurista, obviamente presentando esta digitalización, porque Bosch como empresa tenemos que estar ahí y tenemos una estrategia muy robusta, porque estamos ya migrando para tener 100% de nuestros negocios allá. Pero ¿qué pasa para el siguiente año? O sea, en 2020 hicimos Innova, 2021 lo llevamos a otro nivel. Pero ¿qué íbamos a hacer en 2022 para llevarlo al siguiente nivel que dijimos, ¿qué puede ser? El metaverso. Entonces, ahí pues fue literal pensar, imaginar e incluso al principio parecía una idea sumamente alocada quizás o intangible, pero al paso de seguir pensando y pues llevando a cabo un buen de desarrollos, logramos hacer un evento 100% inmerso, o sea, 100% inmersivo y 100% en el metaverso. ¿Y cómo lo hicimos? Obviamente, pues fue, como les decía, una serie de pasos, ¿no? Aquí ya hicimos un desarrollo de sketches porque construimos también a un amigo que al rato les voy a presentar, que es una propiedad ya de nosotros. Hicimos también este tema de las filmaciones con pantalla verde para hacer el full screen y poder jugar con estos ambientes. Tuvimos un tema también de modelado en 3D y quisimos darle esta sensación de ambiente futurista, pero también con muchas relaciones y con muchas referencias a nuestras herramientas. Entonces, digamos que llevamos nuestro Innova a un nivel más allá y un nivel más arriba en cuestión de la digitalización y de los eventos con nuestros clientes. Como pueden ver, en nuestro Innova Live 2022 hablamos mucho siempre de tecnología, con sets virtuales, con cámaras, con intentando hacer esta ciudad Bosch o este mundo Bosch muy futurista, como ya les comentaba, pero también con referencias, ¿no? Ahí pueden ver los edificios que son puntas de nuestros accesorios, de los taladros, o por ahí pueden ver referencias de herramientas. También le añadimos muchos efectos de luz, transiciones, y muchos efectos que pues antes quizás eran inimaginables en algún evento, pero que al paso de los años, pues como les decía, hemos dado pasos agigantados y que hemos logrado incluso llegar a esto. Y ya les comentaba, hicimos modelados de personajes que incluso al día de hoy se han convertido en pues ya un producto registrado y en un personaje entrañable como lo es Robosh, que es nuestro amigo y nuestro asistente virtual en nuestro Innova y que va a seguir siendo porque hemos logrado conectar muy bien y se convirtió en un personaje, digamos, que te da todo lo que necesitas en cuestión virtual, pero que también tiene este aspecto chusco que conecta muy bien con la gente. Entonces, como pueden ver, logramos hacer este mundo y este ambiente tecnológico llevándolo más allá y llevándolo a este tema de innovación como queremos y como lo es la naturaleza de nuestro evento. Y bueno, como resultado tuvimos más de 700 asistentes, que es pues un gran número, hablando de que es un evento por streaming que tiene una duración de 1 hora. También, por ejemplo, tuvimos nuestras promociones relámpago, que Innova es la temporalidad más importante a nivel sell-in del año. Entonces, tuvimos que apostar por todo y hacer algo también innovador, que a la gente le pareciera atractivo y sobre todo a nuestros clientes. Esto nos permitió tener un récord de facturación de todos los tiempos, cosa que pues nos valió muchos reconocimientos y sobre todo pues lograr ganar el buen número y el buen año que fue el 2022. Tuvimos también productos de lanzamiento, pero como pueden ver, quisimos llevarlo a un nivel más allá. O sea, incluso pueden ver ahí a dos de mis colegas, Fanny y Fer, donde presentaban, y literal fue un escenario creado para ellos. El fondo pueden ver, ¿no? Es un estuche de accesorios con puntas, con brocas, y ahí la verdad es que la animación y este efecto 3D que le dimos a nuestras herramientas pues fue algo nunca antes visto y que a todos los que pudieron ver el evento les pareció algo sorprendente. Y bueno, aquí pueden ver también otro escenario que tuvimos que era dentro de una batería. Y bueno, pues aquí básicamente lo que hicimos fue llevar nuestro evento digital a otro nivel. Y pues lo que más nos enorgullece decir es que esto fue un evento 100% hecho en México y donde todo el equipo de Bosch PT, México estuvo involucrado. Así que pues es lo que más nos da orgullo. Entonces, aquí les quiero presentar un video, nuestro pequeño aftermovie, para que pues, puedan darse una idea de todo lo que fue y cómo se vio este mundo en el metaverso Bosch.
Bienvenido al Innova 2022.
Y pues bueno, como pueden ver, excedimos todas las expectativas del evento, de nuestros clientes y pues esto es Innova, ¿no? Siempre crear, siempre innovar y como lo pueden ver también, las acciones que estamos pensando para nuestros clientes y nuestros usuarios van enfocadas 100% en el online o en hacer actividades omnichannel, de cómo llevamos del off al on a nuestros usuarios y a nuestros clientes, con promociones, con campañas, incluso con portales de compra. Entonces, la idea es que en menos de 5 años podamos migrar también nuestro negocio a ser de los punta de lanza en cuestión de e-commerce y de negocios online. Entonces, pues, así se llama nuestro evento, Innova, construyendo el futuro juntos. Y pues bueno, también como digamos algunas otras cosas positivas y que nos ha permitido tener el del evento digital es que Innova se ha convertido en una referencia a nivel regional en Bosch Power Tools, que nos ha permitido también ganar premios y que es ya referencia en los eventos digitales. También en México somos la marca pionera en el sector de herramientas en desarrollar este tipo de eventos y como pueden ver, pues no solo el streaming que era en 2020, ¿no? Ya somos una marca que hace cosas de metaverso y súper más inmersivas. Entonces, pues eso es algo que también nos ha dado un buen renombre allá afuera. Y también que, pues, tener eventos a distancia y digitales pues nos permiten poder invertir en otras cosas, ¿no? Para maximizar nuestros recursos y nuestro presupuesto. Y esto, pues, se ha traducido en inversiones que antes no se hacían, como por ejemplo en televisión, en el Mundial de Qatar, en la Copa del Mundo, que tuvimos ahí también un patrocinio. Entonces, pues, son cosas que nos ha permitido también el migrar a esta digitalización en los eventos y que, pues, nos ha llevado a un nivel más allá como marca. Pues bueno, eso es todo por mi parte. Muchas gracias por la invitación y por estos minutos para platicar con ustedes.
Global Mentor Membership. Is your brand ready to compete in a digital world? 3 steps to make sure your brand does have rocket sciences. Subscribe, learn, and connect with great mentors. Our experts will guide you to incorporate cutting-edge technologies and practices into your organization. With over 200 hours of conferences, masterclasses, panels, and MOOCs with senior leaders from around the world who are experts in metaverses, blockchain, NFTs, virtual reality, augmented reality, smart cities, public policies, e-commerce, wellness technologies, fintech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and immersive technologies. Learn the 7 reasons to be part of the Global Mentor Membership. Access content from global leaders in technology. Improve your customers' experience. Position yourself one step ahead of your competition. Discover new business opportunities. Reduce costs and increase your profits. Make better decisions. Be part of the expansion and go beyond the frontiers of technology. Benefits. Replay of the more than 60 conferences of the Global Metaverse Forum 2022. Replay of more than 100 conferences of the Global Digital Week 2022. Downloadable PDF presentations of the speakers. Masterclasses, Digital Growth Series. Mini MBA in Digital Competitiveness and E-commerce. Learn and develop the necessary skills for the growth of your brand from the hands of leaders of large technology companies such as Rappi, Danone, Nestlé, Salamanca Soccer Club, Shopify, Alibaba, among others. Business cases and exercises for the development of digital skills. Expert content from more than 52 countries. Challenge 21D. Digitize your business in 21 days. You decide which side you want to be on. Play to survive or to win. Dare to win. Get ahead of the future. Sign up to Global Mentor Membership. Global Mentor Membership. Is your brand ready to compete in a digital world? 3 steps to make sure your brand does have rocket sciences. Subscribe, learn, and connect with great mentors. Our experts will guide you to incorporate cutting-edge technologies and practices into your organization. With over 200 hours of conferences, masterclasses, panels, and mocks with senior leaders from around the world who are experts in metaverses, blockchain, NFTs, virtual reality, augmented reality, smart cities, public policies, e-commerce, wellness technologies, fintech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and immersive technologies. Learn the 7 reasons to be part of the Global Mentor membership. Access content from global leaders in technology. Improve your customers' experience. Position yourself one step ahead of your competition. Discover new business opportunities. Reduce costs and increase your profits. Make better decisions. Be part of the expansion and go beyond the frontiers of technology. Benefits. Replay of the more than 60 conferences of the Global Metaverse Forum 2022. Replay of more than 100 conferences of the Global Digital Week 2022. Downloadable PDF presentations of the speakers. Masterclasses, Digital Growth Series. Mini MBA in Digital Competitiveness and E-commerce. Learn and develop the necessary skills for the growth of your brand from the hands of leaders of large technology companies such as Rappi, Danone, Nestlé, Salamanca Soccer Club, Shopify, Alibaba, among others. Business cases and exercises for the development of digital skills. Expert content from more than 52 countries. Challenge 21D. Digitize your business in 21 days. You decide which side you want to be on. Play to survive or to win. Dare to win. Get ahead of the future. Sign up to Global Mentor membership. Global Mentor membership. Is your brand ready to compete in a digital world? 3 steps to make sure your brand does have rocket sciences. Subscribe, learn, and connect with great mentors. Our experts will guide you to incorporate cutting-edge technologies and practices into your organization. With over 200 hours of conferences, masterclasses, panels, and mocks with senior leaders from around the world who are experts in metaverses, blockchain, NFTs, virtual reality, augmented reality, smart cities, public policies, e-commerce, wellness technologies, fintech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and immersive technologies. Learn the 7 reasons to be part of the Global Mentor membership. Access content from global leaders in technology. Improve your customers' experience. Position yourself one step ahead of your competition. Discover new business opportunities. Reduce costs and increase your profits. Make better decisions. Be part of the expansion and go beyond the frontiers of technology. Benefits. Replay of the more than 60 conferences of the Global Metaverse Forum 2022. Replay of more than 100 conferences of the Global Digital Week 2022. Downloadable PDF presentations of the speakers. Masterclasses, Digital Growth Series. Mini MBA in Digital Competitiveness and E-commerce. Learn and develop the necessary skills for the growth of your brand from the hands of leaders of large technology companies such as Rappi, Danone, Nestlé, Salamanca Soccer Club, Shopify, Alibaba, among others. Business cases and exercises for the development of digital skills. Expert content from more than 52 countries. Challenge 21D. Digitize your business in 21 days. You decide which side you want to be on. Play to survive or to win. Dare to win. Get ahead of the future. Sign up to Global Mentor membership. Mentor membership. Is your brand ready to compete in a digital world? 3 steps to make sure your brand does have rocket sciences. Subscribe, learn, and connect with great mentors. Our experts will guide you to incorporate cutting-edge technologies and practices into your organization. With over 200 hours of conferences, masterclasses, panels, and mocks with senior leaders from around the world who are experts in metaverses, blockchain, NFTs, virtual reality, augmented reality, smart cities, public policies, e-commerce, wellness technologies, fintech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and immersive technologies. Learn the 7 reasons to be part of the Global Mentor membership. Access content from global leaders in technology. Improve your customers' experience. Position yourself one step ahead of your competition. Discover new business opportunities. Reduce costs and increase your profits. Make better decisions. Be part of the expansion and go beyond the frontiers of technology. Benefits. Replay of the more than 60 conferences of the Global Metaverse Forum 2022. Replay of more than 100 conferences of the Global Digital Week 2022. Downloadable PDF presentations of the speakers. Masterclasses, Digital Growth Series. Mini MBA in Digital Competitiveness and E-commerce. Learn and develop the necessary skills.
Que tienen que ver con el aumento de la productividad y la seguridad laboral de la industria. Son esos frentes los que estamos precisamente hoy atendiendo. Y es una iniciativa que lleva un año y efectivamente ha despertado interés precisamente al dar un caso de uso práctico más allá del entretenimiento y de todo lo que proyecta el metaverso en diferentes ámbitos. Si bien ha pasado poco más de año y 2-3 meses del anuncio de cambio de nombre de Facebook, aún creo que es importante dar cuenta o darle forma, o en el caso nuestro, dar una interpretación sobre lo que es el metaverso, porque naturalmente hay un rol pedagógico re interesante de abordar sobre esto que suena, insisto, tan etéreo, y en ese sentido la mayor cercanía que nos produce a nosotros es pensar que es una nueva interfaz que te va a permitir estar dentro del Internet. Naturalmente es eso y mucho más, pero para efectos de poder entenderlo es que la persona efectivamente pasa a estar inmersa. Ya superaríamos el Internet como lo conocemos desde su origen, como una interfaz plana, una pantalla, un monitor de computador, un smartphone, un smart TV, y pasaríamos a ser sujetos activos de la experiencia. Muy similar a esto, solamente que implica una concepción mayor porque hablaría de una inmersión. En este caso nosotros pasamos a ser avatares, estamos interactuando en un espacio, pero no nos sentimos dentro de este espacio, seguimos interactuando a través de Internet, perdón, a través de una pantalla plana. Entonces el desafío es dejar de ser un sujeto pasivo detrás de una pantalla, dejar de entender el mundo en 2 dimensiones y pasar a estar dentro de esa experiencia. Y eso es un salto naturalmente revolucionario para lo que conocemos. Es difícil de explicarlo si es que alguien no se ha puesto un headset de realidad virtual, ha pasado a ser un avatar y ha interactuado con otro avatar en tiempo real. Naturalmente esa es la base porque le da vida a la experiencia, se genera un relacionamiento, se genera una conversación, se genera una interacción, se generan recuerdos de esa experiencia y eso es muy determinante precisamente para la construcción del objetivo. Ya prácticamente todo lo que hoy hacemos en Internet, que es mucho, se extrapola a una instancia metaversal. Software de ingeniería donde las personas pueden estar inmersas en él. Entonces, todos esos campos de acción yo creo que hoy día precisamente se están explorando para identificar dónde la virtualidad agrega valor y con la potencia naturalmente de poder romper barreras físicas y generar un sentido de pertenencia en el espacio y una interacción en tiempo real que creo que es la base para entender esto. el potencial es gigante, la verdad. Creo que el año pasado fue el boom tecnológico, probablemente sea de la década, por lo que despierta naturalmente que hay apalancado muchos recursos, y se proyecta también una nueva economía en función de esta experiencia metaversal. Cuesta mucho entenderlo, lo sé, porque nosotros tenemos una percepción sobre lo físico, en función de la economía, de lo tangible. Acá estaríamos hablando de activos digitales, que muchas veces nunca tengamos una concordancia con el mundo físico. Entonces, es una instancia paralela a la economía que conocemos nosotros, es una economía que se sustenta, en este caso, en activos digitales que apalancan muchas otras tecnologías, entre ellas blockchain, NFT, Internet de las Cosas, 5G. Hay muchos apalancadores que posibilitan que hoy día estemos hablando de metaverso, en una fase, insisto, del origen de esto, en una fase muy, muy incipiente. Esto se va a desarrollar en el tiempo, lo interesante es que ya partió. Y las predicciones son bien auspiciosas. O sea, acá cito un estudio de McKinsey, y prácticamente yo creo que todas las consultoras están hoy día entendiendo este fenómeno para poder proyectarlo. Hay un estudio particularmente de Analysis Group que habla que el metaverso puede representar para la economía en Latinoamérica de un 5% del Producto Interno Bruto. O sea, es algo gigante, que vale la pena aproximarse a él en esta fase inicial para entenderlo como un habilitador incluso de nuevos oficios, de nuevas instancias de relacionamientos que va a permitir sin duda generar relacionamiento, trabajos, oficios que hasta ahora desconocemos, y muchos de ellos también se va a permitir instanciar oficios tradicionales hacia estas experiencias virtuales, donde sin duda también vamos a poder comprar activos, nos vamos a poder relacionar, vamos a poder viajar y todo lo que nuestra mente imagine, porque en este caso no aplican las barreras geográficas ni físicas, sino que uno pasa a estar dentro de una célula y puede cambiar de instancia y puede perfectamente estar en el imperio romano, por estar en una pique subterráneo de una minería, en una sala de clases. Entonces, sin duda ahí las posibilidades son infinitas. Se van a requerir personas que construyan esa experiencia, que construyan avatares, que construyan interacciones, que construyan guiones, que reporten cosas que pasan dentro de estos mundos virtuales. Y es un campo de acción súper amplio que, insisto, hoy día no es nada zanjado, sino que obedece naturalmente a una exploración que se va a ir desarrollando en el tiempo. ¿Por qué se habla de esto como si fuese una verdad? Es porque todo el espectro tecnológico está volcado hoy en día en la construcción del metaverso, a tal nivel que Facebook cambió su nombre. En la última edición de MetaConnect del año pasado anunció una alianza histórica entre Facebook y entre Meta, Accenture y Microsoft, precisamente para la construcción de esto. Que es importante ese punto, porque el metaverso hay que darle forma, no es una solución hoy en día llave en mano como uno se compra una gaseosa o un automóvil, sino que naturalmente esto hay que construirlo. Se están desarrollando el hardware, y el gran desafío en este caso, me atrevería a decir, para la década que viene, es la construcción de experiencias. ¿Cómo construimos películas para este nuevo televisor? El hardware ya tiene una evolución propiamente tal, pero el contenido sin duda es un espacio re interesante precisamente para poder generar esta nueva economía de la cual habla era. Y relativo nosotros a un perfil ya más orientado a la solución que estamos proponiendo, en este caso es el inverso, como una experiencia confinada en la industria de la minería. También destaco de este mismo estudio McKinsey el foco precisamente en lo que relativo a la industria de la energía y industrias más tradicionales. O sea, no solo estamos hablando de algo nuevo, sino que se ve como un campo de acción para industrias que ya son formales, que mueven el mundo a nivel económico, y se entiende el metaverso precisamente como un espacio para poder desarrollar esta nueva economía, o poder sin duda hacerlas más eficientes o poder plantear nuevas formas de trabajo, quizás muchas veces replanteando incluso la presencialidad física como un factor que sin duda nos pegó a todos en la pandemia, y en este caso la virtualidad gana un terreno importante al uno poder transportarse sin considerar las restricciones geográficas. En ese sentido, nosotros perdón, el año 1992 es cuando se comienza a hablar de metaverso, es un concepto que nace en la ciencia ficción, en una novela que se llama Snow Crash, y que habla precisamente de esto, de poder instanciar el habitar físico, que el que nosotros conocemos hasta ahora, junto con un habitar virtual. O sea, acá el protagonista pasaba de ser un repartidor de pizzas a ser un samurái por las noches, precisamente al conectarse a través de esta realidad virtual. Algo muy similar yo creo que es lo que va a terminar siendo, de que efectivamente uno puede usar la virtualidad como una extensión más de lo que conocemos hoy día como el habitar físico. Y en ese sentido, nosotros el año 2015 planteamos nuestra compañía que se llama Metaverso Limitada, la juntamos en Santiago de Chile, y desde aquel entonces estamos explorando interfaces de realidad virtual, realidad aumentada, aplicada a diferentes ámbitos. Y un punto re interesante es precisamente el 18 de octubre del 2021, cuando se da este hito comunicacional de cambio de nombre de Facebook a Meta, y se genera este revuelo, este interés especial precisamente por este concepto, y bajo esa premisa es que nosotros en diciembre del 2021 decidimos lanzar el beta al Minverso como la primera experiencia metaversal de Latinoamérica, donde el lanzamiento lo hicimos de forma virtual y de forma inmersiva. Se juntaron 15 players de la industria en 6 países del mundo y pudimos hacer un recorrido por las primeras instalaciones metaversales. Y desde ahí hasta ahora, la verdad es que solo ha despertado interés y ha despertado precisamente el interés de grandes players de la industria, la cubrífera más grande del mundo, que es precisamente una empresa chilena estatal, está dentro de esto y está validando estas soluciones orientadas en el ámbito industrial con un fuerte foco en lo que es la capacitación. Precisamente acá destaco el interés que ha generado en prensa tanto local acá en Chile como en Latinoamérica, insisto, como un caso de éxito práctico, que se diferencia del uso de la realidad virtual como una herramienta de activación, ¿no? Como una herramienta de solo llamar la atención, porque eso es fácil. Lo que buscamos nosotros y el objetivo mayor tiene que ver con hacer una herramienta del día a día. No queremos que la persona se ponga el visor y diga, wow, esto está increíble, y no lo usa más. Eso no nos sirve. Lo que necesitamos nosotros es precisamente que la persona se ponga el visor y sea una herramienta de trabajo más, que le permita relacionarse en tiempo real con el ecosistema de la industria, que le permita capacitarse incluso desde su casa. Y esas barreras son precisamente las que estamos explorando y agregando valor en cuanto al relacionamiento que se genera dentro de la experiencia. Más allá de entender algo como un videojuego, una gamificación donde uno está solo, no, acá efectivamente se genera un relacionamiento dentro de la experiencia. Y ese salto es muy importante para entender la diferencia entre realidad virtual como un habilitador, como una interfaz precisamente que permite la inmersión, y metaverso, que para nosotros la base sin duda es que tenga vida la experiencia, o sea, es conectarle el cable de internet al visor de realidad virtual, explicado bien en simple. Una experiencia de realidad virtual donde uno está solo, un single player, es como un computador sin internet. Naturalmente entendemos que eso ya no es ad hoc a los tiempos, y cuando uno le conecta internet a esta experiencia inmersiva, sin duda es el habilitador para muchas cosas. Entre ellos lo más básico es tener un relacionamiento, una conversación dentro, tomar decisiones, pero se va a poder hacer eso y mucho más en función, se genera esta adopción tanto tecnológica como cultural. Por eso insistía, esto no es de la noche a la mañana, esto es algo que se va a desarrollar en el tiempo, probablemente de forma muy acelerada, porque los cambios últimamente están siendo de esta forma, pero no es una decisión binaria de decir me paso de trabajar en una pantalla al metaverso. Naturalmente ahí hay un proceso, un recorrido que es re interesante abordarlo desde ahora, porque se puede ganar un tiempo muy interesante precisamente en poder entender el potencial de esto para ser un actor protagonista del Internet, de la evolución natural del Internet, como muchos lo han denominado. Entonces, en honor al tiempo, resumimos en un minuto, todas las acciones que hemos desarrollado en prácticamente un año ya de existencia, donde ya se está usando nuestra solución para capacitar en un ambiente controlado, para poder comercializar productos dentro, o sea, ya no es solo capacitar, sino que también puede ser perfectamente un showroom de proveedores para comercializar y ver el potencial de sus soluciones más allá de un brochure, más allá de un papel, más allá de las restricciones del mundo físico. Acá uno puede apagar capas, puede hacer un despiece, como se muestra en este caso, puede hacer un protocolo, paso a paso, puede capacitar en un ambiente controlado. Puede hacer que la persona se equivoque, incluso tome decisiones, interactúe con su instructor y ve las consecuencias de ese error en el mundo virtual. Eso es muy potente porque naturalmente el espacio para equivocarse, el espacio para aprender, el espacio para improvisar, no es el mundo físico. En el ámbito industrial, en la industria minera y en general en la manufactura, equivocarse puede tener consecuencias muy graves, tanto para la operación como también para la seguridad, la seguridad laboral, en este caso de la seguridad íntegra del trabajador. Entonces, lo que nosotros proponemos es precisamente llevar ese ámbito en principio, fuertemente capacitación a un ambiente virtual, donde la persona se pueda equivocar y no haya ningún problema en equivocarse. Y está muy bien equivocarse porque uno aprende mayormente de los errores y ve las consecuencias de este error en este mundo virtual, donde va a estar asistido por un instructor que puede estar en cualquier parte del mundo, ¿cierto? Acá rompemos la barrera geográfica y física, y se da este relacionamiento y la persona siente que está ahí. O sea, una vez que llega a faena productiva al mundo físico, en este caso, sabe lo que tiene que hacer. Y más importante aún, sabe lo que no tiene que hacer, porque eso ya lo vivió, ya se equivocó y vio las consecuencias y generó una experiencia en función de eso. Entonces, para una industria tradicional, una industria que es milenaria, naturalmente esto hace sentido bajo esta concepción de capacitación. Pero sabemos nosotros y tenemos plena certeza de que se va a ir ganando terreno en función de se genera esta adopción. Entonces ya no va a ser solo capacitar, como le digo, también va a ser un marketplace donde perfectamente se pueden comercializar servicios, productos, se pueden hacer seminarios, se pueden hacer charlas, e incluso se va a poder operar a distancia. Muchas de las operaciones de grandes minas, en este caso en Chile y el mundo, se hace de forma remota, a miles de kilómetros, muchas veces de distancia, solo quise hacer red de pantalla. Lo que proponemos nosotros ahí es usar el metaverso como una interfaz donde la persona sea consciente de la decisión que está tomando a través del Internet de las cosas, a través de la virtualización de máquinas. Entonces, en conclusión y para cerrar en honor al tiempo, es un mundo inexplorado, es un espacio de venta directamente, un espacio donde las marcas deben estar y deben estar desde ahora. Naturalmente no es una solución masiva como lo podría ser hoy día el e-commerce, pero naturalmente lo va a hacer. Entonces, vale la pena entender, no es un software más, no es una página web más, estamos hablando de un cambio revolucionario porque es una interfaz nueva de conexión hacia el Internet donde nos posiciona y nos hace sentir dentro de la experiencia. O sea, estar al lado del artista, estar en un anillo de Saturno y experiencias increíbles, hoy en día son posibles y pueden ser además multiusuario naturalmente apalancado con toda la disrupción tecnológica que estamos experimentando los últimos años.
Global Mentor Membership. Is your brand ready to compete in a digital world? 3 steps to make sure your brand does have rocket sciences. Subscribe, learn, and connect with great mentors. Our experts will guide you to incorporate cutting-edge technologies and practice.
de hoy vamos a platicar sobre temas de experiencias inmersivas en el caso del sector de telecomunicaciones. Y me acompaña mi compañera Talía. ¿Cómo estás, Talía? Buen día.
Hola, buen día, un gusto.
Muy bien, pues vamos a platicarles un poquito de todas estas investigaciones y todos estos casos, Talía. Entonces, si quieres, arráncate y vamos teniendo pues esta conversación, nos vas mezclando los casos, ¿no? Y ver cuáles son las posibilidades en los diferentes sectores para movernos, ¿no?, a la web 3.0 y a los metaversos. Cuéntanos primero tus impresiones. ¿Qué te gusta de los sectores en el tema de telecomunicaciones?
Bueno, en el tema de telecomunicaciones hay muchas empresas que están haciendo pues cosas muy interesantes, ¿no? Principalmente con la realidad virtual, la realidad aumentada, lo que son los metaversos. Hay ya empresas que hacen sus propios metaversos de 5G, es una empresa que vamos a ver más adelante. E igual empresas de videojuegos que crearon sus propios cascos de realidad virtual, como podemos verlo acá en la pantalla. Es una imagen promocional de Sony con su PlayStation VR. Es una experiencia totalmente inmersiva para los jugadores, ¿no? Que pueden interactuar directamente con el juego como si estuviesen dentro de él, ¿no? Entonces, para empezar, vamos a hablar de empresas que están utilizando la realidad virtual y aumentada y luego empresas que están utilizando metaversos. Primero, comenzamos con HTC, que es una empresa de telefonía, ¿no? Ya todos conocemos los teléfonos de HTC, y ellos fueron los primeros que comenzaron en 2013 con los cascos de realidad virtual, ¿no? Tienen varias servicios de, por ejemplo, realidad virtual de Vive Focus, Vive Cosmos, Vive Pro, ¿no? Todos estos con aplicaciones desde los teléfonos que pueden servir para meditación, videojuegos, para conferencias entre personas que están buscando contactar a sus familiares o bien empresas que están contratándose entre ellas mismas. De hecho, si me permites, Guillermo, voy a compartir un video para que se vea.
Muéstranos.
Acá tenemos lo que es el Vive Flow. Es uno de los cascos de realidad virtual de HTC. Bueno, como muestran, tiene aplicaciones de meditación, aplicaciones para que tengas conferencias, para que puedas jugar, y es una experiencia totalmente inmersiva, ¿no? Puedes hacer de todo desde tu casa, desde la comodidad de un sofá, y pues es muy interesante, ¿no?
Sí, de hecho está las aplicaciones que tienen desde los eventos, ¿no? Hasta la parte para todo lo que es la venta de real estate, ¿no? Para ir a conocer las propiedades sin tener que viajar, que eso pues ya viene muy adelantado, ¿no? O sea que vas a ver tu departamento, ¿no? Y lo van a meter mezclar con esta parte de realidad virtual con realidad aumentada, o sea, porque lo más seguro es que te van a mostrar un departamento no sé, en Miami, ¿no? En Cancún, en donde tú vas a poder ver cómo es el departamento y interactuar con lo que está sucediendo ahí en la realidad, ¿no?
Sí, claro, desde cualquier parte del mundo puedes interactuar. Por ejemplo, quieres comprar un departamento, como tú mencionas, en Miami, y tú estás viviendo en Colorado, ¿no? Entonces, pues, hace las cosas mucho más sencillas y es como si estuvieras ahí.
Sí, y también las posibilidades, Thalía, de todos los nuevos trabajos que se van a crear, ¿no? A partir de la web 3.0, porque justo este ejemplo, yo ya por ahí he escuchado a varias personas que toda su fuerza de ventas no está dentro de Estados Unidos y venden los inmuebles dentro de Estados Unidos, todo a través de conexiones remotas, ¿no? Es decir, las nuevas condiciones que se van a crear y nuevos trabajos a partir de estas tecnologías va a revolucionar lo que conocemos al día de hoy, ¿no?
Claro, empleos como por los desarrolladores, ¿no? Los que hacen ingeniería de software, el desarrollo, ¿no? De estas tecnologías, tanto de manera interna como de manera externa, porque al fin y al cabo todos estos cascos también tienen sus propias CPUs, sus propios cables, tienen su propia tecnología, ¿no?
Muy bien, síguenos mostrando qué otros casos hay en telecomunicaciones.
Bueno, acá tenemos a Sony, que es una empresa pues, muy conocida, una empresa bastante grande, y ellos, como lo había mencionado antes, en 2016 hicieron un debut de su PlayStation VR, que es una consola de videojuegos. En 2016 superaron los 5 millones de unidades debido a que pues, esta consola llevaba a los jugadores a otro nivel. De hecho, acá tengo un video que va a describir de mejor manera lo que mis palabras no pueden.
Ok, dale.
You're tracking a little piece of shit. I don't give a monkey's or fragments about you. I don't trust you. Keep your eyes peeled. Right clear, yeah? So all you've got to do is walk in, get the diamond, and walk out again. Easy.
Se ve súper interesante lo que hacen con la patineta, ¿no?
Sí, es como si estuvieses literalmente bajando por la colina, ¿no? Sientes la vibración, como si estuvieses ahí.
Claro, claro. Muy bien, súper interesante. A ver, vamos a seguir con los casos.
Bueno, Steam es una plataforma también de videojuegos que son videojuegos en la nube. Esta plataforma tiene toda clase de videojuegos, tanto de otras consolas como propias. Todos los videojuegos se guardan en un almacenamiento dentro de la nube y ellos decidieron que no solamente podía estar en la nube, sino que también podrían hacerlo de manera en realidad virtual, ¿no? Con simuladores. Y lo que hicieron fue unirse a una empresa desarrolladora de cascos de realidad virtual y ellos, pues con estos cascos que son Oculus Rift, subieron su plataforma de videojuegos en la nube y desde ahí, como veíamos en el video anterior, los jugadores pueden tener una relación más inmersiva, ¿no? con estos videojuegos, pueden sentirse más como el personaje, pueden estar dentro de este mundo de fantasía, de ciencia ficción, ellos sentir como que son pues el personaje principal o el personaje secundario, ¿no? Quienes ellos idolatran, por ejemplo.
Claro, claro.
De hecho, acá hay una empresa de telecomunicaciones, SK Telecom, que decidió crear su propio metaverso y gracias a la tecnología 5G lo lograron. Esta es una empresa china. De hecho, acá tengo el video. Su metaverso se llama Iveland y ellos han desarrollado algo muy, muy impresionante.
안녕. 아까도 멋진데? 저기 봐. 새로운 친구들이 또 왔어.
내가 그랬잖아. 여기 완전 햄스리하니까. 진짜 나보다 그랬어. 정말 재밌어. 웃겨. 잘 줬다.
여행이나 진짜 나를 만나게 해주는 것 같아요. 진짜 나에 대해 알게 된 여행. 이곳에서 함께 하고 싶습니다.
예! 빨리 달려! 좀 더 빨리! 너무 웃겨. 대박이지? 좋아. 이것 좀 봐봐. 누구든 갈 수 있고 무엇이든 할 수 있고 언제든 만날 수 있고 어디든 갈 수 있는 곳. 바로 이 트렌드입니다. 아, 여기 너무 평화롭고 여유로워. 여기 정말 멋지다. 새로운 산? 맞아, 그런 느낌이야.
Súper interesante todo lo que están haciendo.
Sí, en este metaverso ellos suben sus propios redes sociales, entonces por ahí se pueden comunicar las personas como si estuviesen, pues en vez de estar en sus redes sociales en el teléfono, se están viendo directamente en este metaverso, ¿no? Que tiene, pues como veíamos, un bar, tiene para conferencias, tiene para bailar, tiene de moda, tiene de todo, ¿no?
Claro.
Acá tenemos una empresa española que tiene presencia en muchos países y ellos desarrollaron su propio servicio de blockchain. En esta empresa desarrollaron un software que es mucho más seguro para sus propias aplicaciones de redes sociales, para que sus teléfonos puedan tener una mejor seguridad en su CPU, ¿no? Y cerró acuerdos recientemente con Meta, y ellos quieren ampliarse en esta cuestión del metaverso, quieren que cuando Meta ya saque su propio metaverso, ellos introducirse de manera directa, ¿no? Que ya vengan en el paquete, y de esa forma las personas puedan hacer un contrato con Telefónica, quien también, a pesar de que se está aliando con Meta, también se alió con una startup llamada Gamion, que desarrolló también su propio metaverso completamente enfocado en las tecnologías 5G. De hecho, la manera en que está desarrollado el metaverso es con ese diseño. Y todo esto se presentó, ¿no? En una alianza entre estas tres empresas. Aún no está desarrollado el metaverso completo de Meta y Telefónica, pero se espera que para el 2023 ya sea un desarrollo y que ellos puedan tener todos estos servicios a la merced de los clientes, ¿no? Y de hecho, ya que estoy tocando a Gamion, acá lo tenemos. De hecho, hay un video donde Gamion presenta cómo es su metaverso completo, ¿no? El diseño entero es basado como si fuera una ciudad completamente de red 5G, y acá está su video.
Ok, vamos a ver.
Parece real, ¿verdad?
Sí, increíble todo lo que están, digamos, como desarrollando y además las posibilidades que vienen, ¿no? O sea, un poco retomando lo que decías de, pues el límite es nada más la imaginación, ¿no? O sea,
Sí.
literal, o sea, se puede crear desde estas cosas hermosas, ¿no? Que están ciudades realmente como diseñadas hasta mundos alternativos, ¿no? O sea, para como los gamers, ¿no? En donde simulan otras realidades, pero sí, realmente interesante.
Sí, de hecho, Gamion tiene esta idea de crear en este metaverso todo lo que sería comercio electrónico. Es decir, ellos quieren llamar a todas estas empresas de e-commerce y que puedan abrir sus puestos dentro de este metaverso. Se centra más en esa cuestión que en otras industrias del entretenimiento, ¿no?
Claro.
Y estas serían pues las empresas que nosotros investigamos de telecomunicaciones que ya hoy por hoy están implementando y están invirtiendo mucho dinero en lo que sería el muy aclamado metaverso o las tecnologías de realidad virtual y realidad aumentada.
Claro, claro. Pues ahora si quieres vamos a hablar un poquito de lo que hacemos aquí en Horizon, ¿no? Y de por qué pues todas estas nuevas tecnologías van a forzar al resto de las organizaciones a utilizar estas tecnologías y con ello aumentar ventas, ¿no? Tú comentabas, por ejemplo, los modelos de monetización, no sé, estas alianzas que está haciendo Telefónica con Facebook, ¿no? Y con otras compañías, pues de entrada son líderes, ¿no? Todos los que están ahí en sus propias categorías, son los que más market share tienen, los que más tecnología, los más innovadores. Y ahora, o sea, juntarlos, pues están planeando crear algo realmente potente, ¿estás de acuerdo?
Sí, claro, algo grande, algo que les funciona a todos ellos, ¿no?
Exacto, y además de que cómo vamos a interactuar las marcas, Talía, con el video que pusiste en donde las redes sociales ya no van a ser un feed, ¿no? Viendo fotos. Eso va a quedar muy rápido atrás, ¿no? Además, estamos viendo toda la parte del live shopping, ¿no? Que en donde tú puedes explorar y pedir directamente que te muestren, ¿no? Una vendedora, más cosas, ¿no? El tema de los metahumanos, que van a tener tecnología para poder atender de manera simultánea millones de usuarios, ¿no? O sea, ya no vas a necesitar un vendedor por cada sucursal, o sea, hay un metahumano con tecnología que te puede atender a 2 millones de personas al mismo tiempo, ¿no? Entonces, todo esto tiene que ver con el diseño de las experiencias y un poquito lo que quería pues compartir con las personas que vean pues este video, pues cómo nosotros les ayudamos a las marcas, ¿no? A crear valor y al mismo tiempo cómo las experiencias están pensadas desde el mismo ADN de la marca, ¿no? O sea, no es lo mismo la experiencia que quiere crear Telefónica que seguramente la de sus competidores allá en Europa, los señores Vodafone o los señores Orange, ¿no? ¿Estás de acuerdo?
Sí,
Van a
estoy de
ser
acuerdo.
estrategias distintas que al final las tienes que integrar y un poquito lo que nosotros les queríamos compartir, que les ayudamos a los clientes, es en donde nosotros pues los ayudamos a diseñar las experiencias, a medir las experiencias desde la parte con cliente hasta la parte con el colaborador y principalmente en un mundo altamente digital y omnicanal, pues uno tiene que tener con precisión en dónde se compra, ¿no? O sea, un poquito lo que hemos conversado es que la mayoría de las tiendas de e-commerce tienden a tener la queja, ¿no? De que se queda en el carrito de compra, Talía, ¿no? Y que no convierte a la venta. Entonces, en realidad, hay que entender el por qué no convierte, ¿estás de acuerdo?
Sí.
Ahora, por ejemplo, en esta categoría de telecomunicaciones, pues, ¿cómo va a convertir? Pues va a convertir y va a ser poco a poco, Talía, porque también tiene que ver con el poder de cómputo de nuestros gadgets actualmente. No todo el mundo tiene computadoras, ¿no? Gamers con gráficas súper potentes, pero que sí creo es que estos teléfonos van a evolucionar muy rápido en poder de cómputo y no vamos a requerir tanto las computadoras tradicionales. ¿Estás de acuerdo?
Sí,
Entonces,
lo mismo que Meta mencionaba, ¿no? Que iba a quitar las computadoras y que iban a hacer estos lentes de inteligentes los que iban a tener distintas pantallas, que iban a tener un teclado virtual y no iba a haber la necesidad de tener ese aparato físico.
Exacto, pero aquí hay que entender que probablemente, y más adelante o incluso en la misma experiencia de e-commerce, porque al final los metaversos y todo lo que se vaya a vender en los metaversos sigue siendo e-commerce, solamente que ya no estás en una página web como que me meto al marketplace y selecciono productos en fotos, ¿no? Allá vamos a estar allá adentro. Además, también es muy interesante aquí compartirles y recomendarles, ¿no? En este marco de Global Metaverse Forum, que por ahí nos está acompañando una empresa que se llama La Colonia. Ellos se dedican solamente a hacer experiencias de tiendas inmersivas. O sea, te crean tu tienda inmersiva y te crean, digamos, como todos tus productos, ¿no? Que puedas consumir ahí, y también los gemelos, ¿no? Virtuales, todo lo que necesite tu marca para comenzar a avanzar en este mundo digital. Pero sí hay que entender el hecho de que si la marca no alcanza a convertir en ventas, hay muchas razones, ¿estás de acuerdo? Desde que puede ser de parte de que no es muy claro para el usuario qué le está proponiendo la marca, o la otra es, no estamos activando en los atributos de las necesidades reales, y puede ser que pues nada más una exploración, lo cual no está mal, o también en un futuro próximo, estoy pensando que no ha recibido su quincena, Talia, ¿no? Ya vi que ya hice mi exploración en la noche, ya elegí mi producto, nada más quiero el momento exacto, ¿no? Que me quede a mí como consumidor para hacerlo. La idea sería que tengamos los datos, Talia, porque si partimos nada más de tener creencias de por qué es lo que pasa, entonces la idea sería, este es un ejemplo que desarrollamos para compartirlo, que si estamos midiendo nuestra categoría, entendamos cuáles son los atributos en el grueso, ¿no? De los canales físicos y online que generan la venta, ¿no? Hay un perfil que sí compran, ¿estás de acuerdo? Hay un perfil de los que se quedan también. Entonces, puede ser que no sea tanto mi target, o puede ser que el atributo o la experiencia de mi marca no está siendo tan relevante, o hay factores que probablemente no hacen que convierta la venta. Entonces, pues esta era un poquito la idea, y ya que uno entiende los atributos, yo creo que en el futuro, no sé cuál sea tu punto de vista, pero yo creo que en el futuro se van a centrar muchísimo en todo lo que tiene que ver con la parte de servicio al cliente, ¿no? Un servicio al cliente muy diferente al que conocemos al día de hoy con telemarketing y que terciariza, ¿no? Las empresas a que atiendan a sus millones de usuarios. Creo que eso va a quedar obsoleto muy rápido en los siguientes años, porque el servicio al cliente va a ser pues con tecnología, con bots, ¿no? Y con muchísimo de esto de un poco retomando lo del tema de telecomunicaciones, pues con todas las tecnologías 5G que vienen a toda velocidad y creándose la 6G. Cuéntanos un poquito de cómo va a influir el tema del poder de cómputo y estas tecnologías en telecomunicaciones, porque pues es para que las personas puedan disfrutar y puedan tener mayor acceso a la parte tecnológica, ¿no?
Influye mucho, principalmente las empresas de telecomunicaciones que tienen distintos servicios, como lo sería el servicio de streaming, el de redes sociales, la comunicación. Todos estos tienen muchísimo que ver con las tecnologías 5G y 6G, porque esto hace que sea mucho más rápido, por ejemplo, la descarga de películas o ver una serie. Ya no se va a quedar el circulito ahí dando vueltas mientras se está cargando por el internet. El internet va a ser mucho más potente, vas a poder tener, por ejemplo, a veces tenemos contratado un servicio y estamos utilizando la web, tenemos muchas cosas abiertas, se traba. Las 5G y las 6G van a ayudar a que todo esto se minimice o se prácticamente nule, y todo esto dentro de un metaverso ayuda muchísimo, porque estás en un metaverso y por el peso del mismo software se puede trabar, se puede ralentizar, y todas estas tecnologías lo que van a hacer es minimizar eso o simplemente anularlo, y eso a las empresas de telecomunicaciones les va a servir muchísimo porque pueden dar sus servicios a 100% sin ningún problema, y eso en relación con el cliente es muy importante, porque el cliente lo que busca es pagar un servicio que sea de muy buena calidad y que ellos puedan disfrutar, ¿no?
Claro, claro. Y por último, un poco cerrar en este tema de telecomunicaciones, cómo pues las diferentes naciones estamos conviviendo con las tecnologías. Entonces, definitivamente, mucho de esta parte de donde vienen los metaversos, que son experiencias inmersivas de gamers, pues van a estar más en la parte, estoy pensando en los niños, Talia, pues que utilizan pues estos videojuegos, y a día de hoy uno paga una suscripción de $5 o $7, ¿no? Y si se porta bien el niño, la mamá lo deja meterse a Minecraft a darle de comer a sus ovejas, ¿no? Entonces, ellos se están utilizando, y además pues tienen esta habilidad súper rápidos, ¿no? De conectar con las tecnologías, pero también creo que esto, pues a lo que vamos es que se va a hacer masivo, ¿cierto?
Sí, sí, claro, va a ser masivo y principalmente va a llamar a los más jóvenes, que son los que son nativos tecnológicos, que desde niños están utilizando los teléfonos, tienen más visión, tienen más imaginación y tienen una mayor facilidad, ¿no?, para introducirse este tipo de tecnologías.
Claro, claro. Pues bueno, pues esperemos que hayan sido de utilidad estos casos, ¿no?, de telecomunicaciones. Y no sé si te gustaría agregar o algo que hayas visto que creas que sea de utilidad para pues todas estas marcas que van a comenzar a ingresar a temas de experiencias inmersivas.
Lo que tú comentabas, Guillermo, habría un estudio de mercado, ¿no? Centrarse qué tipo de clientes, saber qué necesidades son las que se les puede dar, saber el servicio, ¿no?, que más les conviene. Y pues básicamente ver la calidad también de las cosas, ¿no? Porque la gente valora muchísimo la calidad de los servicios y la relación de los mismos.
Claro, claro. Pues muy bien, pues bueno, esperemos que sea de utilidad y sigan viendo pues todas las conferencias, ¿no?, del Global Metaverse Forum. Buen día.
The metaverse is here to stay. Is your brand ready to grow digitally? The metaverse is here to add value and differentiation to your brand through innovation, use of new methods and technologies with our international certification in omnichannel experience and metaverses. A 9-week program where you will get the tools to empower your organization and your brand within the metaverse, a scene that is no longer defined as a futuristic image of science fiction, but as something that's already here and that will change our daily lives completely. We will provide you with the necessary tools to have the foundations in the digitalization process and thus generate high-performance teams to achieve your goals. You will be supported by consultants, CTOs, digital and brand managers, and growth hackers that come from leading global brands who will help you apply what you have learned in your brand. Learn how to develop experiences in digital business, structural projects, and networking with mentors and high-level evaluator panels that will teach you the new trends in disruptive technologies such as immersive technologies, business development and monetization in metaverses, immersive branding, corporate and personal metaverse creation, virtual identity, financial return on omnichannel experience, and much more. These are classes fully taught by experts in practice with interactive digital format adaptable to your lifestyle, with agile scaling methodology, group work, and masterminds. Real metaverse implementation projects with mentoring based on your goals, and a virtual experience session where leading companies tell us how this new world is changing our reality. Don't get left behind and open yourself to a new world of possibilities with our international certification in omnichannel experience and metaverses. For more information, visit www.jitcamp.com in the International Diploma section. Subscribe!